The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 8, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Brandon Williams to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Merciful God, look down on us from your holy temple. From your heavenly throne, give heed to our prayers, for there is much we need to lay before you this day. Place on your scales of justice the confusion that is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Release the captives from the crosshairs of their enemies. Liberate the innocent victims of unspeakable and heinous criminality. Free those who find themselves hostages of hate. Then expose those whose prejudice fuels their death grip on whole peoples. Unearth those who conceal themselves in the shadows. Draw them out from their hiding places and hold them hostage to the judgment they deserve for their cruelty. Lord, purge us all from the hate that motivates hostility wherever it is found. Save us from the vitriol that poisons even the most noble efforts intended to disarm the violence that pervades our world and threatens our communities. We stand in need of your mercy, and we pray in the sovereignty of your name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I introduced the Cybersecurity and Skills Integration Act with Congresswoman and co-chair of the Career and Technical Education Caucus, Suzanne Bonamici. In a high-risk critical infrastructure sectors like telecommunications, agriculture, or healthcare, a workforce with basic cyber skills is essential to our public safety. Unfortunately, many skilled workers lack any cybersecurity training specific to the systems they work on daily. Our society is increasingly reliant on cyber technologies for our most critical infrastructure. As bad actors increase cyber attacks, we must ensure that we are protecting our most sensitive data. This legislation empowers the next generation of learners to have the most sophisticated and comprehensive education to better protect our essential systems and asset for years to come. The bipartisan Cybersecurity Skills Integration Act would fund the development of critical infrastructure CTE programs that integrate cybersecurity. This is a bipartisan issue that both the Trump and Biden administrations have placed increased focus on. The legislation would align CTE programs with industry needs by giving businesses a seat at the table, with post-secondary institutions crafting programs that ensure students are learning relevant skills, including cybersecurity competencies, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois wish to be recognized?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, we operate on a September 30th fiscal year, and here we are 39 days later, and the majority has yet to even propose a way to keep the government open. Now, last September, kicked the can down the road, kept the government open for 45 days, and in the words of Mr. Santos, that made you all big mad. So you fired your speaker. Now you have a new speaker, but a lot of you are still big mad. So instead of working, we are sitting here this week debating nonsense. Here's an example. Lots of American companies operate overseas, and outside of the U.S. Republican Party, climate change is real. which means that U.S. companies have to comply with scientifically informed policy. Now, the Biden administration is appropriately trying to help develop U.S. climate reporting rules that are also scientifically informed to minimize the hassle of multi-jurisdictional reporting. The Republican response to that is big mad. So today, we are voting on a bill that would defund the ability of regulators to develop consistent climate accounting rules instead of doing the work of the people. Mr. Speaker, science is real. We have real challenges. Please stop being big mad. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California wish? Oh, I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island wish to be recognized? The gentleman is recognized without objection for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the heroic actions of Deputy Chief Mike Murnick of the Warwick Fire Department. Mike and his wife Tara were enjoying a night out in Providence not long ago when they noticed that a fire had broken out at a nearby home on Goddard Street. When he saw the smoke coming out of the triple-decker and realized that there were people trapped inside the building, the off-duty 28-year-old firefighter sprang into action. He ran into the burning building with 2 Providence police officers at his side, covered in no protective gear or equipment. He just knew that there was no time to waste. They headed up 2 flights of smoke-filled stairs where they found a mother with her 2 children and rushed them out to safety. Murnick remained in the building, clearing each floor as the fire raged around him. Thanks to the quick actions of Deputy Chief Murnick and the 2 officers, all 8 people in the building were rescued safely. Deputy Chief Murnick's actions are a reminder that firefighters are heroes in every sense of the word. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week, President Biden announced more than $16 billion in federal funding for the Northeast Rail Corridor, the busiest in the United States, through the bipartisan infrastructure law. And while that is a very admirable and needed effort, I'd like to call attention to the Lausanne Corridor, the second busiest rail corridor, which runs right through my district and is the only rail link between San Diego and Los Angeles. The integrity of the Lausanne Corridor is arguably at greater risk than any other corridor in the country. It runs along the Pacific Ocean and has repeatedly closed due to climate change-induced sea level rise, collapsing bluffs, and eroding beaches. This has cost our economy hundreds of millions of dollars per year and impacts my constituents' ability to get where they need to go. The Lausanne Corridor is also the busiest state-supported route for Amtrak, which is currently facing 64% funding cuts in the Republicans' THUD appropriations bill. This is the wrong approach. We must invest in Amtrak and associated infrastructure, and I'll continue to advocate for the Biden administration to invest in the Lausanne Corridor so that California can get its fair share of resources. I thank my partners in California, and especially Governor Newsom, for continuing to fight for this historic investment. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the veterans of our country. There are over 16,000 veterans in my district. 16,000 people have given their heart and soul to our nation. But for so many, that call to serve has affected their health. In my district alone, the VA has received 1,164 claims under the PACT Act as of this October. That was possible because of the incredible work of House Democrats to pass this law this last Congress. Currently, many VA centers lack the ability to provide for care for gynecological cancers. That leaves female veterans to serve for their own care. That must change. We need to fight for our female veterans. I look forward to reintroducing the Veterans Cancer Care Coordinator Act this week. This bill would create coordinators to help female veterans receive the care they need from diagnosis through remission. It builds on the successful maternal care program at the VA. As a nation, we must protect our nation's heroes. We must always put veterans above politics, and we must thank them. Mr. Speaker, to all the veterans, thank you for your service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois wish to be recognized? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a local leader in broadcast news and fellow Quad citizen. For more than 40 years, families in our region could count on the friendly demeanor and seasoned professionalism of Paula Sands on KWQC TV6 News. Paula boasts an accomplished career, taking the helm as the region's youngest woman to host her own TV show at the age of 23. Since then, and for the past 3 decades, she hosted Paula Sands Live, a news show dedicated to current events and local businesses. She's an Emmy Award winner and has taken a seat in the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences Silver Circle. All the while, Paula served her hometown as a trusted voice. I'm honored to enter the contributions of such a legendary figure into the public record, and I'm wishing Paula Sands my sincerest gratitude and well wishes as she enters retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 4664, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 847 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4664. The Chair appoints the gentleman from New York, Mr. Williams, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4664, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for financial services and general government for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to begin consideration of H.R. 4664, the fiscal year 2024 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. Before I get into details, I'd like to recognize the hard work of Chairwoman Granger on this bill and the entire appropriations process. We are one step closer to passing the last remaining few appropriation bills. I also want to thank my good friend and ranking member, Steny Hoyer, for his input on this bill and the many conversations we've had. Steny is a dear, dear friend of mine, somebody that I work very closely with, not only with this bill, but on other matters of importance to our country. I consider him a very, very dear friend, and it's an honor to have him at my side as the ranking member, and I mean that, Steny, sincerely. And Mr. Chairman, I want you to look at these people right here. This is my team, and I know I'm a bit prejudiced. Steny would probably say the same thing about his team. These are the best that we have. Lauren Flynn and her team, my personal staff, the work that they have put into this process is truly remarkable. And I want the American people to know how dedicated these folks are in trying to deal with the challenges that face our country on an everyday basis. In this case, the funding of our government. I could not do what I do, nor could any member of this House of Representatives, no member can do what they do without the dedication of these people, and it's not lost on me, and I want to publicly recognize them. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 4664 provides $25.279 billion in non-defense discretionary spending across a number of critical agencies. The swath that we cover is incredible. It also includes $45 million in defense spending. It rejects over $6 billion in discretionary funding increases within the President's budget request. The bill represents an adequate level of funding given our fiscal constraints. It's 7% below the fiscal 23 enacted, 2% below the fiscal 22 enacted level. The bill provides the resources necessary to combat threats and protect the integrity of our financial and judicial system. We claw back over $10 billion of unused and unobligated Inflation Reduction Act IRS funding, preventing the creation of a super army of IRS agents poised to target individuals and small business owners. This rescission does not touch taxpayer services or the modernization of business systems, which means taxpayers will still be able to get the assistance they need to file their taxes, and IRS can continue to modernize their systems and better protect taxpayer data from cyber attacks. We also rescind IRA money from the General Services Administration targeted to make federal buildings greener. Instead of leading by example in the construction of sustainable buildings, GSA should lead by example by bringing their employees back to the office, like the private sector. I am proud this bill requires federal agencies to return to the office at pre-pandemic telework levels. We must hold the federal workforce accountable for the quality of their work and the service they provide to the American people. The administration has been unwilling to make any real progress on this front, and we cannot afford to have vacant federal buildings in the district and across our country. The bill demands that agencies concentrate on their core mission. Let me say that again. It's important that our agencies that we fund stick to their core mission. The pursuit of job-killing, burdensome, and unnecessary regulations only serves to further bloat a federal bureaucracy that has become, in my strong opinion, too big, too intrusive, and counterintuitive to limited government. Specifically, we turn off rulemakings at the Securities and Exchange Commission that lack proper cost-benefit analysis and aggregate impact analysis. Further, we prohibit agencies like the SEC and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau from collecting and storing personal data that is unconstitutional and serves no regulatory purpose. To be clear, the agencies under our jurisdiction perform important functions. However, many have strayed from their purpose, and the results have been a true disservice to the American people. This bill responsibly returns them to their core mission. Mr. Chair, this bill is a strong bill with funding reductions and policy wins. I urge its adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Sorry, gentleman from Maryland.
Well, either
perhaps
way,
one-time visited Illinois is recognized.
Thank the Chair.
You,
First of all, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, let me say that I echo the remarks of the chairman of this committee. The American public, I think, would be pleased and say, look, this is how it ought to work. Mr. Womack and I have great respect for one another, and we are great friends, and have been long before we were chair and ranking member on this subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee. He is a person of great integrity, great insight, and great work ethic. He is somebody that I think the House can be proud of, and somebody that I hold, as he said of me, a dear friend. I also want to echo his comments about the staff. The public doesn't see the staff for the most part, as frankly they don't see the majority, the overwhelming majority of federal employees who are not known to the general public. And there is a tendency, I think, to talk about the bureaucracy, and bureaucracy is used as a pejorative term, not as a descriptive term. And that's unfortunate, because the overwhelming majority of federal employees carry out their duties with great fidelity to their responsibilities and to the American people. So this bill, which is not the bill that, for the most part, most people focus on, but it is one of the most important bills that we consider, because all the other bills, all 11 other appropriation bills, are reliant on the collections made through this bill. And that's why I think it's so critical. Mr. Speaker, every member of this House ought to make it their goal to preserve America's fiscal health. Sharing that common goal, President Biden, Speaker McCarthy, and 149 Republicans and 165 Democrats, 314 people, 75% essentially of this House, agreed on a plan of going forward. And the first thing you do on a plan is decide how much are we going to spend. The President had a higher level. Some in this House and the Senate had a lower level. And Speaker McCarthy and President Biden came together and they agreed on a spending level. That is what we call, if we had done it through the regular order, a 302A allocation. In other words, what we're going to spend on the discretionary side of the ledger, which, by the way, is smaller than the mandatory side. We did that. We adopted that bill, as I said, with over 300 votes. And unfortunately, a week later, that agreement was broken by the Republican side of the aisle in saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to follow that agreement. We're going to fund at a much lesser level. Now, the problem with that is the Senate, Republican and Democratic members of the Senate, pursued under that agreement. And so they are literally billions of dollars different than we will be when these 12 bills, assuming we pass these 12 bills, and send them over to the Senate. And there's some in this House who have a theory that, well, that gives us the opportunity to negotiate from our numbers. The problem with negotiating from our numbers, nobody believes they're real. Well, that's not true. Some do. Some do. Some few in this body believe this is real, and they're going to somehow leverage these numbers and force the Senate and the President to do what they want them to do. The President of the United States and his administration have issued a veto threat on this bill if it were to be adopted. They're not going to have to exercise that veto because this bill is not going to be adopted. But I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Womack and I were left to our own devices, and he has a different perspective than I do, and that's what makes this body work, we would come to an agreement that I think, would pass the Senate and be signed by the President. Why? Because we would do what in a democracy you have to do, come together and compromise. Realizing full well that we have a Democratic President, we have a Democratic-controlled Senate, and we have a Republican almost majority. It's an absolute majority, I understand that politically, but it is not a majority that can always hold together, and therefore can't always affect the policies that it knows are reasonable and can be adopted. Now, I said at the beginning that we ought to preserve America's fiscal health. I believe that sincerely. The deal that we made, 67% of House Republicans voting for it, that bill that we have before us doesn't honor that agreement. As I said, it does not establish a foundation, really, for negotiation. It does nothing to avert the shutdown looming just a few days from today. And crucially, it will increase the deficit over time. I will explain why. In fact, this legislation severely undermines the government's ability to lower the deficit and to uphold the law of the land. It defunds crucial agencies that enforce laws, regulations, and rules established to protect the American people, American families, and America's children. Those cuts include the FTC, the SEC, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the Election Assistance Commission, and the FCC, essentially saying to Americans, you're on your own. We're going to reduce oversight. This bill defends justice, if you will. It dramatically cuts funding for the Federal Public Defender Program, which helps ensure every American can exercise their constitutional right to an attorney. Other law enforcement agencies face dire cuts under this legislation. Among them, Mr. Speaker, are the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Now, we hear a lot about fentanyl. We hear a lot about money laundering. We hear a lot about the drug cartels making a lot of money. Well, we created the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, otherwise known as FinCEN, for the specific purpose of following the money. That's how Willie Sutton obviously got caught, tax evasion. Follow the money. And we've undermined that premise in this bill. We then decreased the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. Terrorism, one of the great challenges of our time. And what do? We decreased the agencies that are charged with overseeing that, among other agencies. The Office of National Drug Control Policy. Now, you would think, given the expression that all of us have and concern we have about fentanyl and drug abuse and drug deaths in this country, that we'd beef up that office to make sure that we can, in fact, confront this scourge on our people and our country. No, we cut it. And the emergency planning and security costs in this city, the capital city to which millions of our constituents come, reduced. In total, this bill cuts $345 million, or 6.2%, below the enacted for crucial law enforcement agencies. It provides $1.32 billion, or 20.2% less for law enforcement than what President Biden requested in his office. Mr. Speaker, in that context, I would ask, who is defunding the police? And yet Republicans have the nerve, frankly, not my chairman, but some Republicans have the nerve to accuse Democrats of trying to defund law enforcement. Paring back enforcement has dire consequences for the deficit as well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is the latest salvo in some Republicans' long campaign to defund the Internal Revenue Service. The number of annual tax returns, Mr. Speaker, increased from 140.1 million in 1979 to 269 million in 2021. That's a 92% increase in workload. And so what is our response? Over the years, to reduce from 85,000 people in 1979 trying to handle this extraordinary workload to, in 2021, 78,661, an 8% decrease while a 92% workload increase occurred. That means refunds get delayed, returns aren't audited, owed taxes go uncollected, tax cheats and lawbreakers are not held accountable, and our debt grows even bigger. If you're a business trying to get the revenue you're owed, frankly, you don't fire the collection department. If you had bad debts, you go after them. This bill does just that, cuts the collection department. Contrary to Republican claims, this issue isn't about raising taxes on anyone. My friend, the majority leader, opined on this floor that these agents were going to raise people's taxes. Those agents can't raise anybody's taxes. The only people that could raise or lower taxes are the people who sit in this body and across the hall and the President of the United States. No agent can do that. All the agents can do is collect what is owing under the laws that we passed. Those agents that we each pay the share we legally owe enforce that, and they go after the cheats and lawbreakers who don't. If you're for law and order, that's what you're for. If people cheat, if people break the law, you hold them accountable. But if you're going to hold them accountable, you need the personnel to do so, because some of them have got scads of lawyers and accountants and very complicated returns of thousands of pages. Too often, those lawbreakers are Americans with a lot of wealth and with complex tax filings. I'm not talking about the overwhelming majority of Americans who, by the way, taxes are withheld on a weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly basis. I'm talking about the select few who use pass-throughs, shell companies, offshore accounts to shield their vast wealth from taxation. I don't want them to pay any more than is owed. And I don't have any brief against anybody who is wealthy. What I have brief against is people who cheat and cheat their country. Maryland, Harvard, and Treasury experts found that there is 12-to-1 return on investment for IRS enforcement of the top 10% of earners. 12. Spend $1, you get 12 back. That's a pretty good deal. And it will make a real difference. Years of budget and staffing cuts have limited the IRS ability to conduct these company audits. Why? Because they're extraordinarily time-consuming and complex. Millionaires were 88% less likely to face an audit in fiscal year 2022 than they were in fiscal year 2010. A almost 100% reduction from essentially $9 plus to $1. The result is a backdoor tax cut, but only for those with the means and guile to exploit accounting tricks to hide profits, income, and in the end, tax obligation. Their duty to support their country, their national security, the health care investments that we make in Medicare and Social Security. This bill includes 22.2% cut below the request for IRS enforcement. My chairman will correctly observe that the other items he will point out have been held relatively harmless. So it's only the collection department that was cut. And by the way, a recent article just last month pointed out that IRS now assumes estimates that there are $688 billion in unpaid taxes. Think of what that would do to the deficit over time. If you collected the money that was due, not that you're increasing, but that was due. That's a disservice to hardworking Americans who patriotically and conscientiously pay their taxes. This bill defunds those agencies of government that keep us safe with a cut below the enacted of $9.6 million for the Office of National Drug Control Policy, which I talked about, $24.2 million for FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, follow the money, and $9.2 million to the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. Confront terrorism everywhere you find it. It disrupts the agencies that ensure the products we buy and the markets we invest in aren't overrun with fraud by undermining the independence of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And by cutting the Consumer Product Safety Commission. It's very hard for consumers, Mr. Speaker, to make a determination, is this product safe? Has it been tested? But they rely on us to make sure that, yes, it's been tested, and yes, it's safe, so it won't hurt or kill my children. And the SEC by $149 million, which disrupts the markets if people don't trust them. If you don't have an overseer, you didn't have an overseer in the 1920s. Now you have an overseer. And people have much more trust because of that overseer. It hampers the agencies that make those who try to get one over on the rest of us think twice and that hold these people accountable with a cut of $7 million to the FEC, $53 million to the Trade Commission, and $8 million to the Federal Communications Commission, which, by the way, in part is responsible for making sure we don't get all those junk calls all the time that annoy the living daylights out of all of us. These are just some of the cuts. If Republicans want to be the party of fiscal responsibility, if they want to be the party of law enforcement, they need to shelve this bill. They know this legislation will never become law. They've loaded it with partisan poison pills, which I have not spoken of, but I'm sure will be spoken of during the course of this, to undermine a woman's right to choose. I'm sure that everybody saw what happened in Ohio yesterday. Now, Ohio, for the most part, has been a red state. Overwhelmingly said a woman's right to choose needs to be protected. We believed in that so much that we're going to put it in our Constitution. This bill has been loaded with partisan poison pills designed to varnish American history. We don't want to talk about slavery. We don't want to make anybody feel badly about what their country did to people because of the color of their skin or their sexual orientation. Undermine diversity, equity, and inclusion, and exacerbate the climate crisis. Mr. Speaker, we'll talk about a lot of this bill for the next few hours, and I hope it's a few hours, not more than that. I think the chair and I will try to achieve that objective. We ought to stop this nonsense. We're going to have a lot of amendments who reduce salaries to $1. That's not a serious Congress. It's not a serious Rules Committee who has amendment after, we're 55 amendments reducing salaries by $1, to $1, not by, to $1. That we're going to vote on. I don't know how many we'll vote on, but we've done 55 to date. The only ones that have been approved in a bipartisan voice vote. Every other one has been defeated, yet we keep dealing with these silly amendments while we undermine America's ability to collect the revenues it needs to protect the American people, play our role throughout the international community, and make America safer and a greater country and all it can be. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman
Mr. Chairman, look, as I said earlier, Steny and I are really, really good friends. And this goes all the way back to when I first got here. He had already been here for a long time. I won't say how much time, but quite a while. And so I learned from people like that. And we just have a different view, in many cases, about sometimes the role of the government or why we need to fund the government at levels that they would prefer to have. And I'm just going to pick one issue. There are many we could talk about, but I want to talk. He mentioned fentanyl. And nobody in this country would argue that we don't have a fentanyl problem. 100,000 people a year dying as a result of this synthetic illegal substance that's making its way across our borders. What we believe, Mr. Chairman, what this side of the aisle believes is that instead of fighting the issue on the inside of the country, and oh, by the way, let me just remind you that on the high-intensity drug trafficking program, we fund HIDTA at a level higher than the President of the United States requested. It's a little bit less than last year, but higher than the President's request. So I reject out of hand the notion that we are endangering the lives of Americans because all of a sudden we don't think that fentanyl is a problem. No, we believe fentanyl is a problem. But we believe the problem should be addressed at the border of this country, at our southern border, where a lot of this product is making its way across without any effort, really, to stop it. And it's making its way into the households of America from sea to shining sea. And then all of a sudden, we get accused of wanting to cut budgets for agencies that target that illegal substance, that for some reason we're the bad guys. No, we think that if we had better border security, which is something that both sides of the aisle have argued about for decades, that if we had better border security, maybe we wouldn't need as much money to fight these problems interior to our country. So I use that as an example, and there are others, but let's just agree to this, that with the better part of a $2 trillion deficit this year, we have to address the root cause of what's causing such a difficult spot for this nation, and that is the fiscal health of the country. $2 trillion deficits, as far as the eye can see, are not a sustainable outcome. We're over $33 trillion in debt right now, and I guess the debt service of our country, I don't know what the current numbers are, but it's approaching $1 trillion a year. Think for just a moment what we could do if we were, instead of paying our creditors, we're able to use that $1 trillion for programs that benefit all Americans. But that's a subject for a different day. That, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my dear friend from the great state of Iowa, Ashley Henson, who's a very valued member of this subcommittee and a bright, shining star in the U.S. House of Representatives. I yield her 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized for 3 minutes.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the gentleman from Arkansas for yielding me the time to speak on this very important piece of legislation today, and for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, on this bill. It is tough to craft a bill that funds the priorities of the American people in a way that is targeted and respects taxpayers, and I appreciate the approach that you have had to do that in a very meaningful way. It's why I'm supporting this bill here today, the fiscal year 24 Financial Services General Government Appropriations Bill. This bill does deliver on the promises that we have made to the American people. We are reining in out-of-control spending and regulation. We're restoring accountability for taxpayers, and we're de-weaponizing the federal government. Additionally, as the chairman mentioned, we are prioritizing national security against our foreign adversaries, both in dealing with the border and also dealing with adversaries like China. So this bill does promote a federal government that works for the American people. We're ensuring that bureaucrats who have frankly been abusing the COVID-19 telework policies and are still working from home actually go back to work, get back in the office like America is. They need to start putting in 100% effort for the taxpayers that pay their salary. I'm not sure how many of my colleagues here in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, are aware of the GAO report that came out over the summer, but it flagged that, on average, 17 of 24 federal agencies here in Washington, D.C. were only using, on average, about 25% of their office space. Taxpayers fund the bill here for these offices at $7 billion a year. So the lights were on, but really no one was home. So we need to make sure that, again, they are putting 100% effort in for the taxpayers that pay their salary. I'm sure all of our offices are getting the same calls mine are about reduction in government services, and we need to make sure that they are giving 100%. This bill also restores accountability by reining in rogue, overreaching agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that will now be subject to congressional oversight, and it will answer to the American taxpayer rather than being able to pursue a partisan agenda that hurts our small businesses. This bill also protects American families and small businesses by rescinding funding for President Biden's proposals to supercharge an army of IRS agents while maintaining, again, those very important taxpayer service operations. We don't want to see, again, like I said, a reduction in services for our taxpayers, and when they're calling, they should not be getting a dial tone. Our bill also protects Iowa farmers from onerous regulations like the SEC's climate disclosure rule and the expansive Scope 3 emissions disclosure requirement. This would be disastrous for producers, not only in my district, but around the country. It would bury our hardworking farmers who feed and fuel the world in paperwork and compliance costs. We're also taking steps, strong steps, to ensure that we are bolstering national security against threats from our adversaries. Like the Chinese Communist Party, I also serve on the Select Committee on Strategic Competition with China, and I think this is of utmost importance, Mr. Speaker. We need to protect taxpayer resources from supporting the Wuhan Institute of Virology or any other laboratory operated by the CCP. And finally, this includes my language to require the GSA to investigate the status of Chinese surveillance equipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may have another 30 seconds to wrap.
I'd like to give the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this finally includes my initiative to require the GSA to investigate the status of Chinese surveillance equipment on federal property. It supports efforts to remove that telecom equipment from U.S. networks. So I think this really hits the mark in investing in the priorities I continue to hear about from my constituents, Mr. Speaker. It's why I'm proud to support it, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 6 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, former Chair Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank the gentleman, and thank you, Chairman Womack, Ranking Member Hoyer, and the subcommittee staff, especially Matt Smith, Philip Tizzani, for all the work that you do. This financial services and general government bill put forth by the majority is unacceptable. The Republicans propose cutting critical agencies the American people depend on for a stable, secure, safe, and fair economy by a staggering 58%. My colleagues across the aisle often claim to support things like law and order, economic competition, protecting children, yet their actions demonstrated by this bill suggest otherwise. Cuts to the Small Business Administration would cut off assistance and resources that help small business start, grow, compete. Cuts to the Securities and Exchange Commission would benefit market manipulators and inside traders over families saving for retirement. Cuts to the Federal Trade Commission would levy higher prices on Americans and make seniors more prone to be victimized by scammers. And cuts to the Consumer Product Safety Commission would enable dangerous products to hit store shelves and enter our homes, potentially harming our children. And finally, cuts to the Internal Revenue Service would protect cheats over honest, hardworking families. We know an underfunded, understaffed, and overwhelmed IRS means the wealthiest billionaires and corporations often avoid paying taxes. Not often, they avoid paying taxes. According to Secretary Yellen, and I quote, in 2019, the top 1% of Americans was estimated to owe over 1/5 of unpaid taxes, leaving ordinary Americans to shoulder the burden, end quote. Furthermore, in 2021, the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy found at least 55 of the largest corporations in America in a year they saw over $40 billion in pre-tax income had paid no federal corporate income taxes. Corporations like Nike, Hewlett-Packard, and Dish Network paid zero federal income taxes. Treasury recently announced that thanks to the resources provided in the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRS is pursuing back taxes owed from about 1,600 taxpayers with incomes over $1 million. They have so far closed 100 of those cases, collecting $122 million since September. That is not a tax increase. That is collecting revenue legally owed. You know, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle framed the debt as the problem of our investments, our public investments in the American people. We have a revenue problem, and they refuse to let the IRS collect legally owed taxes from their billionaire and corporate friends to address this problem. Earlier this year, disadvantaging small businesses, making seniors susceptible to scammers, exposing children to dangerous products, rigging the stock market for well-connected and the wealthiest. We cannot stand for this. Earlier this year, I met with the SBA Administrator Guzman. Small Business Administrator is extraordinarily concerned with how they will provide the resources America's entrepreneurs rely on to help their business start and grow if these cuts are enacted. Small businesses are an essential part of the American economy and really are the core of financial security to our middle class. They define Main Street in neighborhoods across the country. This bill not only slashes funding for the IRS by $1 billion, takes back more than $10 billion in funding provided in the Inflation Reduction Act. This is on top of cuts to the IRS that the majority is pursuing as a condition for providing aid to Israel. And in addition to the $57 billion in cuts to the IRS's Inflation Reduction Act, funding in the other 11 appropriations bills. These cuts would rob the Treasury of $130 billion and hand it directly to billionaires, the biggest corporations, fraudsters, and tax cheats. That's not according to me. That is according to the Congressional Budget Office. I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about wanting to be tough on China, and yet this bill includes no funding for the administration's efforts to restrict outbound investment in countries like China that threaten our national security. The majority is giving a green light to the potential offshoring of critical United States supply chains to foreign adversaries like China and Russia. And of course, the majority doesn't stop there. Dozens of problematic, pointless riders, including prohibitions on the SEC's climate disclosure rule, prohibitions on health care and abortion, micromanaging the District of Columbia's traffic laws at the level that is petty and deserves derision. The Financial Services and General Government Bill is central to effectively running the federal government, providing services to the American people. The majority's bill instead focuses on protecting the tax dollars and the priorities of billionaires and big corporations. For all these reasons, I cannot support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
The lady from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to recognize my dear friends, Chairman Womack and Ranking Member Hoyer, and I do mean that in the truest sense of the word, for their work on this bill, which does contain several of my priorities. And I do want to respond quickly to the Chairman's comments about the border really being the problem with fentanyl coming across into the United States, and that it's not necessary to fund the Office of Drug Control. When you focus on safety, making sure that you can keep people safe from harm that they can't avoid on their own, we need layers of protection. And so it is a fool's errand to cut an office like the Office of Drug Control Policy because we aren't doing enough, in your mind, to handle drug entries into the country from the border. It's both and when it comes to safety, not either or. And unfortunately, this bill, although it does contain several of my priorities, has so many misguided, toxic, and extreme provisions that it'll make us all less safe and careens our government once again toward a shutdown. This is a bill that is rather unsung. I always try to come and talk about this bill. It does have a whole lot of acronym agencies that have far reach into Americans' protection, security, safety, and it's so important that we make sure we shine a little bit of a spotlight on it as a result. And this bill does prioritize reducing pool and spa deaths by providing $2.5 million for programs authorized under my Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act, for which I appreciate the Chairman's help. As the leading cause of unintentional death for children under 5 in the United States, drowning is clearly a public health threat that we must confront. But sadly, overall, this bill makes all of our constituents less safe. This bill handcuffs consumer watchdogs, leaving hardworking families more vulnerable to fraud or dangerous, deadly products. It guts the Consumer Product Safety Commission's already paltry budget, slashing resources at an agency that has a major focus on protecting children and families. We need to keep families safe, not make them nervous to choose products when they walk down the aisles of a store. On top of protecting scammers and cheats, this bill hurts public servants and threatens our national security. How does it do that? The same Republicans who claim to support our national defense and armed forces would cut the National Security Council in this bill and the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. The same Republicans boast how tough they are on heroin and fentanyl actually cut the Office of National Drug Control Policy in this bill. Don't believe Republicans who claim to be the party of law and order either. This bill actually underfunds multiple levels of our federal courts and the public defenders. This bill basically waves white-collar criminals right on through to do their sketchy business by cutting the SEC and the FTC. If you want to empower scammers and cheats, or get more robocallers bothering you at home by ringing your phone off the hook, vote for this bill. But if you want to protect families, vote against it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland Reserve.
And
from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recognize the Wildcat from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for the purpose of engaging in a colloquy.
Well, I want to thank Mr. Womack, Chairman of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, not only for his leadership, but his rabid support of the Razorbacks. We have a big rivalry, Kentucky and Arkansas in basketball, but in this case, we are on the same page, Mr. Speaker, because the Chairman has rightly included in this year's FSGG appropriations bill my legislation, H.R. 1382, the Taking Account of Bureaucrats Spending Act, or the TABS Act, which would separate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau from the Federal Reserve System, make it an independent agency, and subject it, importantly, to the congressional appropriations process. The TABS Act would remedy the serious constitutional defect in the structure of the CFPB as established by the Dodd-Frank Act, under which the CFPB draws its funding uniquely from the Federal Reserve instead of from Congress, like most other executive branch agencies. Specifically, Dodd-Frank delegates to the director of the CFPB the unilateral power to decide in perpetuity how much money he wants for the agency to carry out its broad and potent regulatory and enforcement powers. The director then requests such amount from the Fed, which is itself exempt from the congressional appropriations process, making it double insulated from accountability. And then the Fed is then required to provide such amount to the agency, no questions asked. This is a constitutional aberration, and it is a violation of the separation of powers. Although the total amount the director can request is capped in the law, the cap is so high that it effectively grants the CFPB director unfettered discretion over the agency's amount of funding and how it is spent. No other federal agency in the entire federal bureaucracy is funded in this manner. Indeed, there is no analog for the CFPB anywhere in the history of the U.S. executive branch. Even among self-funded agencies, the Bureau is unique. It is a perpetual, self-directed, double-insulated funding structure that goes a significant step further than that enjoyed by any other agency, again, in the history of our republic. The TABS Act would fix this, and it would bring much-needed accountability to the CFPB and uphold the Constitution's separation of powers and the exclusive grant of the appropriations power to Congress. I want to make a couple of points about the TABS Act. First, the purpose of this bill is not to repeal or undermine consumer protection laws. Rather, the purpose is to address the constitutional defect in the CFPB's funding structure. No one is objecting to the utility of some federal consumer protections, but we should also agree that the Constitution reserves to Congress the sole authority to set funding limits for the CFPB and other executive branch agencies. I note that the FY24 FSGG bill would fund the CFPB at near current levels. I would also note that H.R. 2798, the CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act, which was marked up out of the Financial Services Committee on April 26th, included this bill, the TABS Act, and authorized to be appropriated from unobligated amounts contained in the Consumer Financial Civil Penalty Fund, $650 million for FY24. Again, at levels comparable to what the CFPB received from the Fed this year. So, to my friends on the other side of the aisle, you can't make the argument that we're trying to defund the agency, that we're trying to gut consumer protection laws, because we're manifestly proving we're not doing that. We're funding the agency the way it should be. This clearly demonstrates that the TABS Act is not about eliminating consumer protections or the CFPB, but it's about upholding the Constitution. It's about defending the Congress, this institution. If this bill is enacted into law, the agency would continue to operate. The only difference would be that the Congress would oversee the agency's spending in the same way it does for all other consumer protection agencies and most of the rest of the federal government. As you know, the Supreme Court recently heard the case of Community Financial Services Association of America versus CFPB, in which the agency's funding structure was challenged as violating the Constitution's separation of powers and the Appropriations Clause, which provides that, quote, no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. If the Supreme Court strikes down the CFPB's funding structure, as it should in this case, this bill will ensure that the agency continues to operate. Following such a decision by the court, chaos would not ensue, as some have suggested, nor would there be great uncertainty in the marketplace about the status of consumer protection laws and regulations. On the contrary, this legislation demonstrates that Congress is prepared to assert its appropriations power to stabilize pre-existing consumer protection laws and make sure that the CFPB is funded with better and more meaningful oversight in the event that the Supreme Court strikes down the funding mechanism. The Founding Fathers wanted to make sure that the legislative branch, the people's elected representatives in Congress, make the key decisions about our government, especially how tax dollars are spent. As Madison wrote in Federalist Paper number 58, the power of the purse may in fact be regarded as the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people for obtaining a redress of every grievance and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. This is a sound principle which, in the context of the CFPB or any other executive branch agency, every member of Congress, Republican and Democrat, should defend. This is not a partisan issue. This is about defending this institution and our power of the purse. And I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, if Congress passed legislation funding the Department of Defense or the CIA in the same manner as the CFPB is currently funded, would that be acceptable? Would we want those agencies to be completely unaccountable to our oversight? The appropriations process is the primary means by which Congress, on a bipartisan basis, oversees those agencies, as well as all consumer protection agencies. Now, some will say that Congress can change the CFPB's funding structure at any time, so there's really no problem with the structure. Well, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. Our Constitution does not permit elected representatives in Congress to delegate away our authority, which is textually reserved to the Congress, to some other branch of government or an executive branch official. It requires that the key decisions remain in the hands of the elected representatives of the people. Congress cannot delegate away its responsibilities without undermining the separation of powers, even if it could pass legislation to retake such responsibilities in the future. Instead, it is the Supreme Court's duty to strike down laws that violate the Constitution, even if Congress could remedy those violations. For example, the Supreme Court strikes down laws that violate the First Amendment or the Commerce Clause, even though Congress could remedy those violations. There is no reason why the same should not be true of laws that violate the Appropriations Clause. Moreover, in Celia law, the court struck down the infringement of the president's removal power over the director of the CFPB. I hope now it protects Congress's power as it did the president's power in Celia law. After all, the Supreme Court's role is not just to prevent the erosion of presidential powers, but also Congress's powers. The reason the CFPB's funding structure is so problematic is that when Congress delegates its core responsibilities away to administrative agencies, the value of each American's vote is diminished. As Congress has delegated more responsibilities and more authorities to administrative agencies, Americans have come to increasingly believe that their votes do not matter. They see that changes in Congress don't change policies set by agencies. Lack of congressional control over the CFPB creates the opportunity for special interests to capture the CFPB, who run the agency according to their own ideological vision, not according to the will of the American people. Changing the CFPB's funding structure would be an important and common sense step in restoring faith in our democracy. It's important to recognize that the structure of the CFPB is an aberration in our government. No other agency is funded by the Federal Reserve at the level set by the director of the other agency. Now, I know a lot of people have raised concerns that striking down the funding structure of the Bureau would open up the question of constitutionality of the Federal Reserve and a few other agencies that are funded through assessments or other funding streams that they incur in their operations. But the funding structure of the CFPB is unique. Unlike other agencies that may be funded by a specific source of funding that they raise in the course of their operations, seniorage in the case of the Federal Reserve, fees on banks in the case of the comptroller of the currency, deposit insurance premiums in the case of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, tariff revenue in the case of the Customs Service. The CFPB is different. There's no analog. It determines its own funding by taking funds from the Federal Reserve. No other agency obtains its funding by taking funds in this way. Further, there is no nexus between its statutory responsibilities, consumer protection, and its funding source, the Federal Reserve. In conclusion, while there has been much debate about where to draw the constitutional line on how agencies can be funded consistent with the Appropriations Clause, the funding structure of the CFPB is one we should all agree goes too far. As with the Supreme Court determination in the Free Enterprise Fund case that double installation on removal was too far with respect to limits on the presidential removal authority, the same should apply here. The funding structure of the CFPB goes too far without having to answer or raise questions about other agencies. Granting federal agencies the authority to derive their funding from the Federal Reserve outside of the appropriations process is a dangerous precedent and is fundamentally inconsistent with the Constitution's separation of powers. The Federal Reserve seniorage from money creation is not a piggy bank. Forcing the Federal Reserve to pay for other government operations risks compromising the Fed's monetary policy independence. And for these reasons, I urge the Supreme Court of the United States to do the right thing, to vindicate the separation of powers, to uphold Congress's appropriations authority over federal executive branch agencies. And I urge my colleagues to remedy this constitutional defect, pass the Womack Appropriations Bill, pass the TABS Act, and restore congressional appropriations authority. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barr, for your kind remarks and for your hard work in drafting the TABS Act. We are pleased to include it in this year's Financial Services General Government Appropriations Bill. Let me add that I fully agree with your assessment of the importance of making the CFPB part of the annual appropriations process. As you noted, most agencies are funded by Congress, including all the traditional consumer protection agencies, as you have articulated. I also agree with you that the purpose of this legislation is to uphold the Constitution. I mean, that is our oath. That's what we swear to on January 3rd every other year. This is a principled action. It is not an effort to kill the CFPB. That's why this bill funds the CFPB at the level it receives now. We merely want to create an accountable funding structure for the CFPB that is like all other consumer protection agencies. That's why I will not support the amendment to eliminate the funding. That's why constitutional principles, this is about the constitutional principles, not the CFPB's existence. Finally, let me say the Appropriations Committee has a critical constitutional responsibility to oversee how the federal government spends taxpayer dollars. The annual process is the mechanism whereby our democracy ensures that the people's priorities are reflected in how taxpayer dollars are allocated and spent. It's my hope the Supreme Court recognizes this fact and strikes down the funding structure of the CFPB. And with that, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, we reserve our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say I'm sympathetic to the issue of the Appropriations Committee needs to conduct oversight. But I will tell everybody in this chamber and those who are watching, this matter was a subject of very serious debate and resolution. And the resolution was we wanted to keep this agency independent and free of any political pressure. It was adopted on that basis by the House and the Senate and signed by the President of the United States. It is now the subject of a Supreme Court hearing. This is authorizing, in the extreme, on appropriation bill, which, but for the waiver that was issued by the Rules Committee, would be a point of order, would be applicable, and would not be considered. And I suggest that this is an authorizing matter. It is a matter that the Financial Services Committee needs to be seized of and report the gentleman's legislation out to the floor, and that ought to be considered in the regular order. This is not the regular order for a major authorizing change, which was very controversial at the time it was raised, and it was passed to make sure that consumers are, in fact, protected and insulated from political pressure. And therefore, at such time, I will support an amendment to take this from the bill. And now I yield 1 minute to my friend from California, Mr. Levin.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address our country's urgent need for a Supreme Court code of ethics. Over the past year, we've seen troubling reports of justices receiving lavish gifts from political donors with connections to cases before the Supreme Court and who stand to benefit from rulings. This is unacceptable and unethical, and it has undermined public trust in the institution. It's time for the Supreme Court to adopt and abide by a judicial code of ethics. Currently, all federal judges must abide by a code of ethics, except for Supreme Court justices. That must change. I introduced an amendment to the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill that would withhold $10 million in funding from the Supreme Court until the justices adopt a code of ethics. This amendment, which I introduced with Congressman Hank Johnson, would have restored public confidence in this institution. It would have helped to solve one of the many problems our voters sent us to Washington, D.C. to fix: the corrupt power of money in politics and our judicial system. Sadly, Republicans on the Rules Committee would not even consider my amendment in order. We must do better, and I yield back.
Reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield 30 seconds to I'm going to give a minute to the gentleman because I know he's from Kentucky. He can't say what he needs to say in 30 seconds, so I'm going to give him a full minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief in response to my friend, the gentleman from Maryland, who makes the argument that the authors of the Dodd-Frank law made, which was that we designed this to be independent. Well, that's fine. That's what they wanted, but they can't do it unconstitutionally. And as the Fifth Circuit said very, very well, while the defenders of the structure of the agency, of the CFPB, contend that there's no constitutional infirmity because the funding scheme was actually enacted by Congress in the Dodd-Frank law, and therefore it's constitutional. In essence, the Bureau contends that because Congress spun the agency's funding mechanism into motion when it passed the act, voila, the appropriations clause is satisfied. That's not the way the Constitution works, Mr. Speaker. This body cannot unconstitutionally delegate away our most fundamental power, which is the power of the purse. Vote for the Womack appropriations bill, restore the power of the purse, defend
Gentleman's
this
time has
institution.
expired.
I yield.
Thank you. We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
May I ask the chair if he has any more speakers?
No, we are prepared to close.
Okay. I'm prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, number one, on this issue, it is pending before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court can decide whether it is constitutional or not. We can't decide whether something's constitutional or not. Ultimately, the Supreme Court decides that. We pass laws, and we certainly hope and expect them to be constitutional. So I would, again, reiterate my opposition to the gentleman's amendment on this bill. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say this bill underfunds the most important aspect of the federal government, and that is collecting the revenues to run it in a balanced way. It undermines that effort. I urge opposition to the bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me just say, as I started in the opening, great respect for my friend, Mr. Hoyer from Maryland, and his team over there. They do their work in accordance with what they feel are the emerging issues facing our country. We do the same on our side. Suffice it to say, though, what we need right now is we need a bill across this floor that we can use as a basis to go negotiate with our Senate counterparts at the other end of this Capitol and hopefully come up with a conference report that we can all live with. We know that the clock is running. America knows that on November 17th, we're going to have a continuing resolution of some form to be able to continue the work of this appropriations process. And a lot of work has gone into it. We can have our differences. Those are well stated, as evidenced by the debate this morning. But we need to finish our work, get this. We'll have a big amendment process going on throughout the day, today and tonight, and into tomorrow. But we need right now to finish our work on this bill, get it across the finish line, make it a basis for negotiation in the Senate, get a conference report, and finish at least this portion of the 12 bill appropriations work, and that's what we're responsible in doing here today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The amendment in Part A of House Report 118-269 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-269, amendments in bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 847, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of this resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 847, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee to offer amendments in bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments in bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 847, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Resolution 847, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 14, 17, 20, 22, 23, 29, 33, 34, 36, 66, 67, 71, and 75, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Womack of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 874, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, each controlled 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this bipartisan en bloc amendment that has the endorsement of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Breaking news. This en bloc has proven that Democrats and Republicans can work together and find common solutions on some things anyway. The amendments set forth in this en bloc highlight the priorities in the Financial Services and General Government bill that address critical policies to strengthen our economy and bolster our workforce, and I look forward to incorporating these amendments into my bill. I want to thank my colleague and good friend, Ranking Member Hoyer, for his consultation, and all members who have worked with me on this bill, and I urge a yes vote on the en bloc amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Molinaro from the great state of New York.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to highlight just 3 amendments within the en bloc, particular, I think, to communities and districts like mine. First, just to highlight, financial literacy is critically important, in particular in rural communities like the ones I represent in upstate New York. The best path forward for someone to achieve independence, obviously, is hard work and good financial decision-making. Amendment 1 encourages the Department of Treasury to continue to invest in financial literacy initiatives for students and reach, in particular, young people in rural communities like those in upstate New York. I was shocked, Mr. Chairman, that upon becoming a member of Congress, that there are constituents within many districts across the country, but in particular upstate New York, that we're not receiving actual mail delivery. I know this is perhaps not unique to my district, however, with thousands of individuals who have moved into upstate New York, Catskill region communities, the post office has yet to acknowledge their very existence, whether it's simply offering them a physical mailing address or delivering their mail. Amendment 71 that I've submitted would address this glaring oversight and, quite frankly, incompetence within Sullivan County in upstate New York in my district, where the United States Postal Service has completely ignored these constituents, where hundreds of them, thousands of them, not yet able to receive mail. Therefore, this amendment highlights the need that American taxpayers should be entitled to the constitutionally recognized delivery of mail service. And then lastly, I have an amendment number 23 to address for senior citizens spam calls and targeted fraud cases. The FTC data shows that consumers lost an estimated $8.8 billion to scams in 2022. My amendment encourages the FTC to coordinate with other agencies like the DOJ and the FCC to ensure our data is protected and seniors are not victims. With that, I yield.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlelady is recognized for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to you, Mr. Hoyer. I rise in support of the en bloc amendment, which highlights the importance of Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, to protect our financial system from illicit activities, combat money laundering, and promote United States national security. As we speak, oligarchs, kleptocrats, and other criminals are using anonymous shell companies to engage in money laundering, terrorist financing, tax fraud, corruption, bribery, and other illicit activities. FinCEN is working tirelessly to implement the Corporate Transparency Act's beneficial ownership rule and to increase transparency and, yes, to follow the money, to pursue bad actors, from Russian oligarchs to drug traffickers, and more recently, yes, terrorist groups. Particularly in the wake of the recent Hamas attack, it is evident how vital the Bureau's work is to direct and deter financing streams for terrorist groups. So I am asking that we support this amendment. Unfortunately, House Republican Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act cuts FinCEN's funding by more than 12% and would necessitate significant personnel layoffs. My colleagues across the aisle claim to prioritize national security while simultaneously undermining the very offices at Treasury tasked with safeguarding our financial system. This office is already stretched thin, working hard to fulfill its mandate with the limited resources it has. Let's not further hamstring the Bureau's national security efforts with a 12% budget cut. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields.
Reserve. I'm rising in support of the chairman's en bloc amendment.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
We are prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
I support and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is
What he
recognized.
said. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, CFIUS, is the chief body responsible for monitoring foreign financial influence in our nation and national security risk and the national security risk it poses. My amendment would direct CFIUS to evaluate the rising threat of U.S. agricultural operations owned by adversarial nations. Food security is national security, and recent reports and the reality of a disturbing trend of increased ownership of farm operations by entities with ties to the Chinese and Russian governments is alarming and dangerous. Whether it's actual farmland or advanced agribusinesses, adversarial control over these entities provide adversaries the opportunity to spy on our military assets, steal revolutionary ag technology and research, and undermine the United States food system. This issue has garnered bipartisan support on the Agriculture Committee because it's essential for us to protect America's agricultural land and protect our family farms. CFIUS can be a critical tool in better evaluating the risk and improving our response to this threat. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I'm rising in opposition to this amendment. This amendment, of course, is an add
Gentleman
and
is
subtract.
recognized.
I thank the chair. This amendment, of course, is an add and subtract and will have no fiscal impact. And the policies do bear problems on this side of the aisle as to the implications they may have.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Sending a powerful message to our adversaries that America's food security is our national security is important and critical. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Are there any more?
The gentleman from New York yielded.
I understand that. Are there no additional speakers? If not, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I request the ayes and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Does the gentleman request a recorded vote? Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I've got an amendment. The amendment eliminates funding for the Department of Treasury's Community Development Financial Institutions Fund. This amendment, if drafted, would save $280 million in fiscal year 24. I will emphasize one more time that in putting together all these appropriation bills, the goal of all congressmen should be to reduce the level of spending. In the year just wrapped up, we are borrowing 22% of every dollar spent. If you're borrowing 22% of every dollar spent, you have a big problem. Even if we stick to the numbers that we agreed to in the raising the debt limit bill, next year the amount we're borrowing will be equal to 23% of every amount spent. So we have a real crisis here. Things are getting worse and worse. As we go through these appropriation bills, like I said, we should be looking for ways to spend less money and return it to the Treasury. The CDFI fund provides grants to community development financial institutions, community development entities, and other private financial institutions. Because of that, this amendment not only saves money, but saves money by taking away money from a fund that frequently results in public-private partnerships. I think there's nothing worse than public-private partnerships because it means what you're doing is you wind up enriching already wealthy people at the expense of the taxpayer and allowing people in the community to become wealthier, not by necessarily doing something that's better for the community or successful in the free market. You become wealthier by schmoozing with the local elected officials. I think it is corporate welfare. I don't like corporate welfare. I think over time, more and more people are getting wealthy, not by providing something that would be winnable in the free market, but they do something by taking advantage of grants and credits offered by the government. I'll quote the Heritage Foundation here: the only rigorous empirical assessment of the NMTC to date found the program to be largely ineffective in meeting its goals of increasing community investment and development. The study found that most CDE investments were relocated investments rather than new net investments, in other words, transferring one business to another area, suggesting that all NMTC investments do not likely represent new funds to low-income communities. President Trump tried to eliminate this in his 2021 budget, which showing that President Trump was sometimes a president who was pushing for less spending. In his budget, they noted that the CDFI fund was created to jumpstart an industry at a time when CDFIs had limited access to private capital. The CDFI industry now has ready access to capital needed to extend credit and offer financial services to underserved community, eliminating the need for such grants. In the interest of ending cronyism, saving some tax dollars, stopping government waste, and getting rid of a program that I think too frequently makes wealthy development types still wealthier, I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the gentleman's amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition. Community development financial institutions stimulate economic growth and create and sustain employment opportunities in rural and low-income areas, like a lot of America. The CDFI fund ensures CDFIs are able to provide these underserved communities access to capital by awarding certified CDFIs with tax credits and monetary support. I'm proud that my own state greatly benefits from the CDFI fund and have seen the far-reaching impact it's had on the community. Defunding the program would only serve to harm the most vulnerable communities in America. So it's under that pretense, Mr. Chairman, that I oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I'll just make one more point here. Assuming some of this money benefits Americans, not just the wealthy wheeler dealers, we right now, at least if Wisconsin is any indication, have huge surpluses in our state coffers. If it's a good idea, it should be handled by the states, not by the federal government that is broke out of its mind. One of the reasons we're so broke is I think too many of my colleagues don't look at the Constitution and realize that some things are supposed to be handled by the state and local government and other things are supposed to be handled by the federal government. By the time you drip the money down by the federal government, there's a huge amount of waste there. And in any event, in the interest of trying to keep our dollar, the strong currency it's been throughout our lifetime, I urge adoption of this amendment and send these programs back to the states.
Does the gentleman reserve or yield?
I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
For the reasons stated previously, I urge rejection of the amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time as well.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Call.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 11, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Chairman, Ranking Member, a couple years ago we dove into post offices, particularly those that did not appear to be financially vibrant, surviving. We realized much of the data we were working on had holes in it. We couldn't get certain lease costs, or were they real estate owned. All I'm trying to do here is just get updated data, because at some point we're going to go back through, you've all been watching the accounts, we're going to go back through that discussion again of how we shore up the finances of the U.S. postal system. It would be nice if we go into that having actually high quality information and the optionality that information would provide us. That's as complicated as this one is. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Although I want to recognize my friend and thank him once again for his courtesy on the floor, I reluctantly oppose his amendment. The United States Postal Service is a service. Every one of us knows that there are some of the facilities that serve rural areas in particular that on a cost basis would not be there if it were not a service and we did not deem the rural areas needing service. And therefore, it is across the enterprise itself that we are looking at their finances. Therefore, to put the post office to the pretty extensive analytical chore of determining each post office, particularly in rural areas. Now, I represent some rural and some suburban, but I think this would be a burden and add paperwork without giving us a result. And when I say not giving us a result, Mr. Chairman, let us say that post office A, B, and C, we're making a profit, and D, E, and F, if you look at the unit, that is the single post office, is not making a profit, but nevertheless that neighborhood needs to be served. It is the overall profit or loss of the Postal Department providing the service to all Americans that I think is the criteria that we ought to be looking at, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, what the ranking member is saying is fair. The goal here is to have much better information, because the reality, we're going to go back through that uncomfortable exercise again. It's probably a year or two, maybe 3 years out. But the world has changed, and this is one of the great difficulties we have around here, and sometimes it's hard to accept. But in a weird way, we're sort of a protection racket. We protect incumbent models of business, incumbent processes, incumbent bureaucracies. But, we're all, how much of us are now paying our bills on this thing? How many of us are communicating on this thing and not licking an envelope, with the risk of paper cut? Oh, come on, that was funny. And the world is different. And I know we have certain sensitivity to the history, to the communities, but we're going to have to deal with the financial realities that is modern America. And that's all I'm trying to do is, if we're going to deal with those, let's have quality information so we understand. And with that, I actually yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 12, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Bice of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of this amendment. My amendment directs the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service to provide Congress with the quantity and types of weapons, weapon systems, ammunition, explosive devices, armored vehicles, drones, UAVs, and chemical weapons such as tear gas in their possession. Since taking office, the Biden administration has repeatedly attempted to supercharge an already weaponized IRS. According to the watchdog organization Open the Books, the IRS has spent over $35 million since 2006 to stockpile weapons, ammunition, and gear. Nearly 1/3 of this $35 million, or roughly $10 million, has been spent in the last 3 years alone. The report also mentions the purchase of tactical lighting, optical sights, ballistic helmets, and similar items. This is not a new issue, and it is not new to Oklahomans. The late Dr. Tom Coburn, the godfather of oversight and a great Oklahoman, previously raised similar questions and never received adequate responses from the IRS. In July, I sent a letter to IRS Commissioner Daniel Werfel requesting information on this issue, including details on the accounts that the IRS had used to purchase such weapons, gear, and ammunition, and data on the quantity and types of items used in the possession of the IRS. Information on the specific types of modifications to IRS-issued weapons that have been approved, and the number of the requests that have been approved. This is vital information because Part 9 of the Internal Revenue Manual, titled Criminal Investigation, outlines the modifications that can be made to weapons and process for exceptions. Proper oversight dictates that we understand the process and the practice. The IRS still has not replied to my letter. They must be reminded that Congress controls the power of the purse and has oversight authority. Americans are rightly concerned by the IRS's lack of accountability, and they are frustrated that agencies continue to abuse their power. Mr. Speaker, it comes down to transparency. I fully recognize the historical significance of the IRS and their ability to take down criminal entities. However, the IRS needs to tell the American people exactly what capabilities they have. When the IRS audits an American business or individual, they first and foremost must ask for an asset inventory list. If you don't have one, it's a serious problem. So why does the same agency refuse to provide their own asset list? What other materials are stockpiled? This is increasingly concerning as we look at recent funding increases through the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, in which the Biden administration provided millions of dollars to hire tens of thousands of new agents. I would like to remind my colleagues of the strict rules and processes that are in place on our military as it relates to firearms and munitions. Every military commander must keep a detailed and precise record of munitions, both spent and otherwise. They are expected to measure to the ounce and can receive significant punishment if those numbers do not match up. The IRS should be no different. Today, the number of armed federal agents is rapidly approaching the size of the United States Marine Corps. The lines have been blurred between the IRS's role as a regulatory tax agency and a law enforcement agency. The American taxpayers are providing the funding for these assets. The least they deserve is an accounting of their purchases. My amendment provides much-needed transparency on this issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I'll rise in opposition.
Gentlelady reserves.
Reserve, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is a continuation of the majority party's contention that there are these thousands of agents that are going to be at your door, armed to the teeth and ready to intimidate you. That's not true. It's a good political scenario, but it is, again, the demonizing of people who are trying to catch tax cheats, tax dodgers, criminals, drug dealers, and others, many of whom are very dangerous people and who are very heavily armed themselves. This is a defund the police argument that the Republicans are making. Why? Because they want to somehow intimidate. Now, I frankly don't care much about getting this information. I think this information is certainly worthwhile having, but it is not worthwhile in terms of its intent to continue ad nauseum contend something that is not true. Most of the agents that are going to be hired and have been hired are accountants, tax attorneys, and investigators to go through these voluminous tax returns that are filed by corporations and individuals. Now, this is, again, we could have included this in the report language. This is an add in and then add out language, so it has no fiscal impact. And it is unnecessary. And here we are, some 10 days from the close down of government. We're spending time on a number of these amendments, some of which votes have been asked for, while we twiddle our thumbs till February 17th without having resolved that issue. I think it's unfortunate that we continue to misrepresent to the American public that we are trying to make sure that people who do not pay their taxes do not put a greater burden on patriotic Americans, small, medium, and large, who do pay their taxes, and somehow give this misnomer, this mischaracterization, this misinformation that somehow, as they have said over and over again, these armed 87,000, absolutely untrue, are going to be at somebody's door trying to collect their taxes. What we're trying to collect is taxes from some pretty bad people. And the agents we asked to do that work are doing it for their country and putting themselves in harm's way. And some assertion that somehow the IRS has become an army of agents showing up at doors with machine guns is absolutely wrong. But I hear it all the time. Apparently it makes good politics because apparently some don't believe that people ought to pay their fair share of taxes, and that drug dealers who try to hide their money ought to not have somebody come to their door or come to their place of illegal business and say, you're a lawbreaker, you're a criminal, and you owe us and the American people money legally, and you're doing it illegally, avoiding your taxes. So I hope that this aspersion that somehow the IRS has become this armed army that's assaulting the American people is retracted by those who, for political purposes, continue to spew this argument. It is not fair to those people we ask to conduct the law enforcement business of America. vote no on this amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve or yield?
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Thank you. They could prove that they are not hiding anything and not stockpiling weapons by providing me the report that I have requested. I yield the balance of my time to my friend from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, and I appreciate the young lady. Let me correct the record on one thing my friend said. He referred to the continuing resolution that expires not February 17th, but this month, so November 17th. I just didn't want him to give the American people the appearance that we had a lot more time, because we don't.
Proximity of the date that being this month on the 17th.
Exactly.
If I said February, it was mistaken. I thank the gentleman for correcting me.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment. In full committee, robust discussion. I think the information we're working on right now is back in 2018 from the GAO. It's time for the IRS Commissioner to give us this information. I also want to congratulate the young lady for the Bedlam battle victory that they had this past week. And I yield back the balance of our time.
I yield back.
Both sides yield. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman, or pardon me, by the gentlelady from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Harshbarger of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to urge my colleagues to address the Biden administration's reckless decision to use taxpayer dollars to purchase weapons and ammunition for the IRS, which is a tax collection agency. Last year, the American people were shocked to learn that the Biden administration was providing billions of dollars to the IRS to hire 80,000 new agents, which job it will be to go after hardworking middle-class Americans. The IRS should be focused on assisting our constituents with tax compliance and ensuring Americans receive their entitled refund, not focusing on arming its agents with the aim of further extorting the American taxpayer. The majority of Americans don't trust the government to be good stewards of their tax dollars, and arming the IRS certainly will not inspire new hope in our system. Let me make one thing clear. Washington does not have a tax collection problem. It has a spending problem. And by disarming our tax collectors, this amendment offers us an opportunity to refocus the image of the IRS and restore faith in our government. After all, under President Biden, our government agencies have been weaponized enough. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I claim time in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition, as I mentioned before in the previous debate. We had a robust debate in committee about the issue in full committee and adopted an amendment which capped IRS firearms and ammunition levels as of July 13th, 2023. I think that's reasonable. This amendment would remove that cap. I understand that some of my colleagues have concerns about federal agencies holding vast amounts of firepower. However, we need to be careful not to deprive our agencies of the ability to purchase firearms to carry out their lawful duties. So it's under that circumstance that I oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves, gentlelady from Tennessee.
Well, I understand why the IRS criminal investigation agents carry weapons, but, you know, I'm looking at a 2019 report where it was reported by the end of 2017, the IRS already had 4,487 guns and over 5 million rounds of ammunition. I don't know what they need that for. So, you know, when we have more agents carrying weapons than we do Marines carrying weapons, that's a problem.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Generally reserves, gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'll yield to my friend, the ranking member of the full committee.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I adopt not only his premise that we have language in the bill that was fully debated in committee that will, I think, achieve the knowledge that we need. But in addition, I would reiterate, we ought to respect law enforcement, whether it's called IRS agents, because people are breaking the law. And for whatever reasons, people feel compelled, if they're tax cheats or drug dealers laundering money or some ilk like that, who are a dangerous group of people, particularly when they've got criminal gains and not paying any taxes on that, although it is clearly owed. It is unfortunate that we continue to, A, defund those folks and limit them. I think the chairman's absolutely right in his objection to this. But it demeans the officers who are risking their lives to do the duty that we have given them, and that they have a sworn responsibility to do. And if they were called the Rolling Heights Police Department, and you said, we're going to cap their weapons, we're going to do this, I think people would be on your side of the aisle, with all due respect, standing up and saying they're defunding the Rolling Hills the police department. Isn't that awful? But because they're called IRS agents to enforce the law, to confront crimes, that somehow they're lesser law enforcement officers at lesser risk. I think that's not the case. And I join the chairman in opposition. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, look, I would say, notwithstanding the fact that these federal agencies engaged in law enforcement activities, whether it's IRS, FBI, it doesn't make any difference. They're engaged in some very dangerous activities. Notwithstanding the fact that they're engaged in activities, we should all remember that part of their mission is also to train for these dangerous circumstances. And there are training events and weapons qualifications, all kinds of things that require the expense of ammunition, maybe not for a nefarious target downrange, but in order to be able to make them better at their trade should that circumstance present itself. So it's under those conditions that I oppose the gentlelady's amendment reluctantly, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Well, the last thing I heard, I think that we have a couple people who haven't paid taxes. Hunter Biden is one, and more than likely President Biden. And the IRS should not be the agency that goes off after criminals. That's called an agency by the letters of the FBI. And if they want to enforce the border with guns, then go after the 8 million plus illegals that are coming across the border, and also the known terrorists that we have in this country. And with all that said, this is my amendment, and with that I yield back, sir.
Gentleman yields. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentlelady requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 13, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Tennessee will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 16 presented in Part B of the House Report 118-269. For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the chairman. This amendment expands upon the base text. The base text says that none of these funds may be used to establish a central bank digital currency. And a central bank digital currency shouldn't be established. Establishing could mean, though, that it has already been created, waiting in the wings just in case we need it. So for Star Wars fans, imagine if we let the Empire build the Death Star as long as they promise not to turn it on. Let's not do that. Let's not build the darn thing in the first place. We shouldn't design it or develop it, and it shouldn't exist. So that's the point of this amendment. Stop wasting your time on something that the American people don't want and Congress hasn't authorized. So I think the base text sort of gets at that, but I wanted to expand upon that to be more clear. We don't even want it to exist. And why is this important? Well, on March 9th of 2022, the Biden administration released an executive order outlining the administration's approach to the risks stemming from digital assets and blockchain technology. And this included a directive to explore a United States central bank digital currency. On March 1st of 2023, the Undersecretary for Domestic Finance, Nellie Lang, gave a speech focusing on the administration's efforts thus far to design and develop a central bank digital currency. Quote, a CBDC would involve both a new form of central bank money and potentially a new set of payment rails. Both real-time payment systems and CBDCs present opportunities to build a more efficient, competitive, and inclusive U.S. payment system. Quote, the creation of the Treasury-led CBDC working group to complement the Fed's work on U.S. CBDC. These are excerpts from her speech. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve has made substantial steps towards developing a central bank digital currency as well. They've done numerous research projects on the design, but the San Francisco Fed is actually recruiting and hiring for a senior crypto architect of a central bank digital currency to develop a U.S. central bank digital currency. And Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution is clear. The authority for creating money rests with this body, and we clearly aren't authorizing that. In testimony, the chairman of the Federal Reserve has made it clear that they couldn't actually establish it without congressional authorization. We want them to stop building it. And what is a central bank digital currency? It is a corruption of the concept of money from its proper use as a store of value and a means of exchange into a tool for coercion and control. The version that's being studied is the same version that the Chinese Communist Party is implementing in China, which is a centrally managed, centrally controlled database. Now, I'm not saying that the United States would automatically do the same things China's doing with it, but it would have the same features, where the central government actually sees every single transaction. There's no intermediary, and in fact, the central government becomes the intermediary between the person and their own property. They would have a claim on it, but their claim would rest with the federal government. We do not need that kind of money in the United States. We don't want that kind of money in the United States. It's Orwellian. It's dystopian. Every dystopian future has some version of corrupted money, where the money itself is used as a tool for coercion and control. And in fact, the book of Revelation, what I consider scripture, talks about this. And in our time, we're seeing the technology that could do it. In over 100 countries, this kind of design and development work is underway. The United States should not partake in it. It's always depicted as evil. We should have no part in it. So I urge adoption of this amendment to be very clear. Not only do we not want it established, we do not want it to exist. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland, seek time in opposition.
I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I have a credit card in my pocket. It's a piece of plastic. And I'm sure that 150 years ago or 100 years ago, somebody said, well, that plastic, that's not money. But very frankly, most of us no longer carry significant sums of money because we use our credit cards. Now, I'm not an expert on this. This is an authorizing issue. The authorizers and the Financial Services Committee and the experts who deal with this should be deciding whether we ought to even look at it. And that's what this amendment would preclude, looking at an option. Now, I'm sure it's much more complicated than my simple analogy of a credit card. But I guarantee you, people 100 years ago thought, you can spend this plastic, and they would have said, are you crazy? Now, I don't know whether or not Treasury or the Federal Reserve will see something that makes it more efficient and effective to transfer money from one place to another, which is what we do with a credit card. We transfer it from our bank, not by going to the bank and doing a withdrawal slip. We do it by giving somebody plastic. They then put it in the system, and the system puts that my money in my account in the seller's account. Now, I don't know that that is so simplistic as to be inaccurate, but I do say that it is putting your head in the sand in a very technological age in which we live, in which things may be made more effective and more accurate and more user-friendly. I don't know the answer to that. But I certainly don't believe that we ought to say, don't look at the options. And so I would oppose this amendment. I'm sure it's well-meaning, and I certainly believe the gentleman is concerned about what China does. I don't know exactly what they do. I heard his brief explanation. But the fact of the matter is, looking at an option, and the gentleman is correct, we would have to approve that option. We, the Congress of the United States, the representatives of the American people, the Senate, approve that option, and we would have authority over that because, as he said, that's what the Constitution says. But not looking at options, I don't think, is a good policy for this country, for any business, or for any family. Look at your options. And I would urge us to reject this amendment.
Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman from Maryland, reserve or yield? Reserve. Gentleman from Ohio.
I think the gentleman's argument is not against the language of this text. The gentleman's argument's about studying something or researching it, and the clear language does not prohibit research or study. It does present designing or developing it. We don't want them to create it. Research all you like, understand how evil it is, and I assure the gentleman I am actually an expert in this field, and I am on the authorizing committee. And we have, as a committee, passed language that prohibits the use of a central bank digital currency by the United States of America. So the appropriation is aligning with the work of our authorizing committee, but this is not legislating, or it wouldn't have been made in order. It is a simple prohibition of the use of funds to do certain activities. We don't want them to create this. They can research, they can come and say, you know, we've studied this and we think there's some really interesting ideas. Here's a proposal for something that might exist someday. We simply don't want them to create it. I yield. Or reserve.
Maryland.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman from Ohio's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland.
Well, let me yield to the gentleman. Is the gentleman opposed to the working group that now exists?
The working group is, I think, within the purview of study and research. We just want to make sure that they don't cross the line into designing and developing, and it looks like they're starting to do that. We don't want them to create something and say, see, it already exists. We didn't appropriate money for them to do that. We didn't tell them to create it. We just want to be more clear on what we want you to do. By all means, research.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time, the gentleman indicates he's an expert, knows much more than I do about this. I take that as a given. Secondly, he's on the authorizing committee. That committee has full authority to do that. He says it wouldn't be an order, but it is authorizing. It is not authorizing, but it's a none of the funds, which means that whatever is going on can't use any funds to do this. He says it's about creating, not studying. I hear him, but this is an authorizing issue and ought to be in the hands and in the consideration of the Committee of Jurisdiction. And apparently it hasn't moved, which is why the gentleman is now trying to get it through by a backdoor, in effect, of saying none of the funds can be used for the purposes that are ongoing. And so I would oppose this amendment and urge its rejection.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ever since its ill-advised inception and inclusion in the Dodd-Frank Act, Republicans have largely unified about many, many issues with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Its unconstitutional, unaccountable leadership structure has been litigated before the Supreme Court. Its unaccountable funding structure, chiefly the fact that its funding comes from the Federal Reserve, not the duly elected members of Congress, will likely be addressed during the court's October session. None of us know, nor should presume to know, what the court will decide on the latter issue. But as written, the underlying bill addresses concerns with funding structures, with the funding structure by funding the CFPB through the regular appropriations process. This amendment retains that provision at a level of 0, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For purposes, the gentleman from Maryland.
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The CFPB is a vital safeguarding the interests of American consumers. You're on your own. That's the ongoing message that Americans hear from our Republican colleagues. You're on your own. We're not going to protect you. It serves, the CFPB serves as an independent agency dedicated to ensuring that financial products and services are fair, transparent, and free from deceptive practices. Very frankly, we're dealing with trillion-dollar financial institutions. And there is no consumer except the most expert who can, on their own, make sure they're getting a fair shake. On their own, make sure they're not getting rolled. Make sure that they're not being ripped off. That's what this agency is supposed to do. By holding financial institutions accountable, the CFPB protects consumers from predatory lending, fraud, and other forms of financial exploitation. That's the little guy. That's the little guy who can't do it for himself or herself and is counting on us to make sure that what is represented to them is, in fact, what's going to happen, is fair and not, as I said, ripping them off. The CFPB promotes fair and transparent financial markets by enforcing regulations and consumer protection laws. This oversight helps maintain the integrity of the financial system, fostering trust and confidence among consumers and businesses alike. And if we don't have it, if we zero fund it, guess what? Confidence is going to go away, and guess what? Financial institutions, some very small, some medium size, the large, maybe they'll get away with it. They'll be able to sustain themselves, but the financial system will lack confidence. And we know that confidence is critical to the financial community and our economy operating effectively. CFPB conducts investigations, issues fines, and enforces compliance to deter companies from engaging in harmful or fraudulent activities, ultimately reducing the risk of financial crisis and market instability. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose this amendment. Very frankly, as I've said in the past, in the 20s we didn't have these. The 1920s, not the 2020s. In the 1920s we didn't have any of these protection agencies. And the reason they were created in the 30s to try to stabilize the markets. And very frankly, we've had an extraordinary market for the most part. Now, I've been here when we've had some real downturns, and confidence was lost. But if we eliminate CFPB and other like agencies, or frankly reduce the resources that some agencies like the FCC have to make sure that our markets are safe and secure and transparent, then our economy is not going to be the kind of economy, frankly, that we want, and very frankly, that we have now in terms of a pretty vital, vibrant market creating some 13 million, 14 million jobs over the last 24 months. So I would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This is not about politics. This is about our economy, its stability, and the confidence that people have in it. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentlemen yield. Or reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's amazing to me, somehow this country made it a couple hundred years without the CFPB, and now we can't wake up in the morning without it. The CFPB operates off a fundamentally flawed assumption that our fellow Americans, the little guy, is a rube. They lack the agency and the intelligence to choose products and services that fit their needs, and instead must be infantilized while furthering empowering a government that does not have their best interests at heart. Their villainization of mundane services provided by banks and credit unions leaves our constituents with fewer, more expensive options. I yield to the good gentleman from Florida, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we should be in support of this amendment, and for one very important reason. The CFPB is unconstitutional. It is an agency that was given legislative powers through Dodd-Frank, one of the worst pieces of financial regulatory legislation ever to come through this chamber. And it has no accountability and no oversight from the members of Congress. They go to the Federal Reserve to get their money. They go out to the public and they actually are writing regulations that Congress has not even contemplated and putting out oversight that Congress has never actually voted for, and they're doing it with no oversight of the people's body. Just yesterday, the CFPB went to Apple, Google, and the payment firms and came up with new proposed rules on digital wallets, when this chamber has not even come out with legislation around digital wallets and digital assets. We've not done that work in the People's House. So to allow an agency like this to continue to operate with no oversight, they can go in and out of any company they choose to based upon the whims of Mr. Chopra, is not constitutional, and it is not be fit for an agency under the government of, by, and for the people. I will also add that the bill presented by Mr. Barr from Kentucky is a good step in the right direction, because it would at least give Congress Article I oversight powers over the CFPB. And it would allow us to do the thing that Mr. Perry is arguing for, which is frankly zeroing out this agency and eliminating it altogether. Let's speak to consumer protections, which the gentleman from Maryland has talked about. Before CFPB, consumer protections actually were within the purview of all the other federal agencies that are under the oversight guise of Congress. CFPB was created so that they wouldn't have to come here for oversight. I have no problem with making sure that consumers are protected, but not by a rogue, unconstitutional agency that should not exist. With that, I will yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Look, we've had this discussion a little earlier on Mr. Barr's legislation. This is before the Supreme Court. You're making a representation that this is unconstitutional. You're going to find out the answer to that probably by early summer of next year. We'll be in session. We can respond to that. This is a matter that ought to be considered out of the Financial Services Committee, ought to be reported to the floor, and we ought to consider. This was not adopted without thought. You may disagree with the conclusion that was arrived at, but it had a lot of discussion. And by the way, for those of you who have not been here a long time, it had a conference. Now, you may not know what a conference is, but what a conference is we pass legislation, the Senate passes, and they go meet. We hardly do that anymore, unfortunately, and that's sad. In my view, I've been here for a long time, and conferences are good. But that's the way the process ought to work, not just putting something here and zero funding an agency that was created. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair rather than to other members. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reminding everybody that the CFPB was all a Democrat conference. There were no Republicans. I yield time 1 minute to the gentleman, Mr. Norman.
Mr. Norman, gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I fully support Chairman Perry's amendment. This agency is a rogue agency. And let me give you an example to my friend to my left. The CFPB is irresponsible and reckless. In February of 2023, a CFPB employee made an unauthorized transfer of records to a personal email account containing personal information of 256,000 customers. It affected over 45 institutions. We've sat with Chopra during the hearing. He's unregulated. I don't know if you've ever been on a bank board. They're the most regulated group. And you know who pays the price of the fines that they come up with through vague, in today's world, climate change? All these customers up here that are trying to borrow money. It never should have existed, and to keep it funded and to keep it under this, as it exists with the personnel, we're going backwards. I fully support this. I yield back.
I reserve and yield the remainder of the time and to close to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Well,
gentleman from Kentucky has 30 seconds remaining.
Well, I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I compliment him and applaud him for introducing a very legitimate amendment to address the unconstitutional structure of the agency and the fact that they are a rogue agency. And there's no greater critic of the CFPB than me, and ask Mr. Chopra about that. But I reluctantly rise in opposition, surprisingly maybe to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to this amendment, not because the agency doesn't deserve a check the way Mr. Perry wants, but because it is important for this institution that we assert in the long run, the appropriations power of this body. And that's why I support the Womack bill, which funds the agency and deprives the court of the excuse to uphold the agency. And I yield.
All time for debate having expired, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentleman is recognized.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Ramirez of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bottom line is this: undermining the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau harms Americans' financial security. That is why today I'm offering my amendment supporting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, and its independence, which is essential in protecting Americans from predatory practices. I offer this amendment at the urging of the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights, an invaluable organization in my district. Established after the 2008 financial crisis, the CFPB protects Americans from predatory financial practices and lenders while fighting discrimination in the financial sector. In its first 12 years, the CFPB has been able to return or restore over $17.5 billion to American consumers in compensation, canceled debts, and other relief. And it's filed over 4 million complaints against companies on behalf of consumers. My amendment affirms that Congress should not meddle in an independent agency and acknowledges the importance of the Bureau in protecting consumers from exploitative practices, including when it comes to questionable, crushing medical debt. The CFPB's work is incredibly important, especially as medical debt continues to burden communities in my state of Illinois and disproportionately impacts Black and brown people. Across the country, 41% of U.S. adults, 41% of U.S. adults currently have unpaid medical or dental bills. I know many of them, and many of them in my own family. And during my time serving as executive director of an organization that worked to advance economic opportunity, I have seen medical debt destroy individuals and families' financial security and rob them of their financial futures. Medical debt puts people in impossible positions. They have to choose between seeking necessary health care and paying for their basic needs like food, like housing, like heat when it's 20 degrees in Chicago. And while we could solve the challenge of crushing medical debt through universal health care and Medicare for all, medical debt continues to plague the American people. We have to protect our communities from abusive and deceitful practices that compound challenges everyday Americans face navigating medical emergencies. One of those deceitful practices is deferred interest medical credit cards. Research from CFPB is exposing the exploitative practices around these medical credit cards, which have average interest rates 10 times higher than our average credit cards. I mean, think about that. Our credit cards already have extremely high interest rates. These are 10 times higher. Patients seeking medical help who are given this option are almost always unaware of the exploitative charges and costs of the full balance if not paid by their deadline. The CFPB's vital role also includes cracking down on debt collectors who try to trick and coerce patients into paying medical debt that unlawfully exceeds cost caps. And they've been working to remove medical debt from credit reports, as medical debt should never be an indicator of someone's worth and should never limit a person's opportunity for a prosperous and thriving life, including access to safe, stable housing and employment opportunities. It is why, Mr. Chair, that it is critical for the CFPB to maintain its independence from congressional meddling so that it can continue to address practices that are harming consumers, especially predatory lending that leads to medical debt, and hold bad actors accountable. Look, as someone who is deeply concerned with housing access and affordability, their work to remove medical debt from credit reports would literally change the outcome for thousands of working families. It would improve their credit scores of millions of Americans, opening up access to rental housing, insurance, the purchase of their first home, and even employment for many who experience barriers due to their low credit scores. We know that CFPB has reported that debt collectors use inaccurate or outdated information about their medical debt. It is clear that the CFPB serves as an essential function in protecting hardworking everyday Americans from predatory practices and financial exploitation. And let me say this loud and clear, an attack on the CFPB is an attack on everyday Americans and working families. We must protect the independent funding of the CFPB, and we have to reject every assault on their funding structure. We have to allow CFPB to move forward with this important work. Its job, number one job, is to protect the American consumers. I reserve my time.
A gentlewoman's time has expired. Does anyone seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment reduces funding for the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the CPSC, to FY 2019 levels, something that Republicans have made a central piece of any spending arrangements in this Congress. Under the Democrat FY 2023 omnibus, which every Republican last year voted against, the Congress appropriated over $152 million. The FY 2019 appropriation for CPSC was $127 million, which, when measured against the proposed appropriation in this bill, represents a relatively modest $12 million cut. Look, no one opposes the good intentions behind the CPSC, and in fact, this amendment doesn't gut the agency at all. Everyone here wants to make sure that our fellow citizens are safe. However, it is fair to say that the CPSC has certainly gone well beyond basic consumer protection. Earlier this year, the CPSC indicated that they plan to take up action on banning gas stoves. Obviously, that effort failed, but the fact that the CPSC even considered taking action on gas stoves because, heaven forbid, American people feed themselves is an indication of just how far this agency has gone off the rails. If an agency can regulate indoor air, what can't they regulate? I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Anybody seek time in opposition? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized. Gentleman is recognized.
helping the consumer does not seem to be the objective of the amendments that are made to this bill. You've heard numerous statements by others, ranking member, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and others about how the consumer is confronted with extraordinary, complicated, and big agencies and relying on the fact that what is being sold to them or given to them, sold to them for the most part, is safe to use. And they don't have the labs to analyze whether that's the case. They don't have the researchers able to understand that. And it's not that they're dumb. Somebody said, I thought they were rubes, I think one of the members that spoke here. That's baloney. I think they're smart, bright people. But they don't have the capacity to really know what's in that product. They can't analyze it. They don't know what toxics may or may not be in it. That's what this agency is about. And this would reduce the Safety Commission's funding below the fiscal year 2019 levels. Well, that was now 5 years ago. We're doing the fiscal year 24 budget now. And clearly would harm individual consumers who rely on their work, period. It would harm the agency's ability to halt dangerous imports from China, investigate deaths associated with consumer products, and research emerging hazards. This cut of $13 million would bring the CPC's funding level down from its fiscal year 23 funding level of $153 million to its fiscal year 2019, $127, a 20% reduction. Well, consumer, you're on your own. That's what the mantra is. Consumer, you are on your own. And I would hope that the committee chair would oppose this. As you know, these levels are significantly below the president's budget. Last year, 32 million people sought medical attention for an injury related to a consumer product. 32 million people sought redress for an injury related to consumer product. An estimated 57,000 deaths in 2021 related to consumer products. Under this amendment, imports of consumer goods would be significantly slowed. Companies seeking help with recalls would face significant delays, and CPSC's efforts to address the online sale of dangerous recalled products would be greatly harmed. Consumer, you're on your own. That's unfortunate, because the consumer, we call constituents, our fellow Americans, they need to have confidence. As they need to have confidence in the banking, they need to have confidence in products that are sold to them. So they have the confidence to buy them, to let their children use them, to have them present in their homes and in their businesses, and yes, even in their cars. So I would urge us as protectors of consumers, not Republicans and Democrats, but as people who want to protect consumers, to reject this amendment. I reserve.
Reserves, gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you. You know, I agree, and I think we all can agree that we want to keep consumers safe. But this is a modest $12 million cut to an agency that has gone beyond its purview. I live in a rural community. I live back in a valley on top of a hill. And on occasion, we have ice storms. And so having a gas stove is important to me and my family. And in rural America, having gas stoves, propane, is important to America. And yet this agency tried to ban gas stoves. Why? Because they're driven by a political agenda far beyond their mission statement of keeping Americans safe. This is why we need a modest cut to a rogue agency to send them a message to get back on track to do your job and quit pushing the woke Biden administration's agenda. I reserve.
First gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me address this gas stoves. That was a sidebar comment.
it wasn't anything about taking gas stoves out of people's homes or out of their yard or anything of that nature. But it was a political gem that has been seized on by the majority party to pretend somehow that there was an active effort to take away their Weber from their yard. Absolutely untrue. It was a sidebar comment by one commissioner about we need to look at gas stoves. It's like defunding the police or the IRS being an armed army. And furthermore, this is not a minor cut. This is a 20% cut, not this amendment, but when you add it to that which was reduced in the bill itself, it's a 20% cut in protecting consumers. I think that's a pretty big cut. I urge its rejection. I yield. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I guess that's common core math because attempting to block an increase isn't a cut. So we're talking about $12 million off the current appropriations. That's a modest cut. And by the way, the gas stoves, that was attempted through rulemaking. So my colleague, who I greatly respect, must assume that the American people are stupid because they attempted to regulate and ban gas stoves. That's a fact. It can't be disputed. And so I'm appalled that that was even mentioned, whether it be in passing. That being said, it should be noted that 2 Democrat presidents reduced the size of this agency's budget, both Carter and Clinton, at a time when bipartisan support was there for fiscal restraint. That's what we're asking for. That's what we should do. We should send them a message that enough is enough. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Mr. Chairman, I would urge adoption. We are in a crisis in this country. Our southern border is overrun. Spending is out of control. Agencies have gone woke. This president has failed us. It is time we get our fiscal house in order, and I urge adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Vote.
The gentleman has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It's now in order. Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I have pro forma amendment.
Does the gentleman rise as the designee?
Yes, I do. I rise as designee of the ranking member.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I think my friend has left the floor. Maybe he hasn't left the floor. But let me read you a message. You're going to reject it out of hand because it comes from the CPPB. For what it's worth, we never proposed a gas stove ban, period. Total nonsense. We had one commissioner say something in an interview, and then the chair shot it down. But there is no staff working on anything like this, no proposal to do anything like this, same as saying that Congress is doing something because one member of Congress is introducing the bill. Defund the police. Thousands of Army from the IRS. You ought to stop scaring the American people and giving them misinformation. That gas stove is baloney that you talk about, that the gentleman talked about. But it's a really great political talking point, you think. Because the guy with the Weber stove in the yard is going to think, the feds are out to get my Weber. Baloney. But it's a good talking point because if you keep saying a lie over and over and over again, maybe somebody will believe it. I try to tell the truth when I'm on the floor. The Bible tells me the truth shall set you free. Be honest with America. I yield back.
Gentlemen, now consider amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces the amount available for salaries and expenses of the Federal Trade Commission to FY19 levels at just over $306 million. It should come as no surprise that I disagree with the Biden administration's weaponization of the Federal Trade Commission. Much like others, the Biden administration approaches to financial service regulation, the FTC policies under Chair Lena Khan threaten to disrupt entire sectors of the American economy by moving away from the consumer welfare standard towards arbitrary metrics that aim to break up companies or stop them from merging simply because they are too big. I mean, we can't even be bothered with, the consumer not having, as my friend on the other side of the aisle says, not having the capacity to determine what's in their best interest, which is affronting enough. I mean, all us dumb rubes out here in America, we don't know what the heck we're going to do without government to tell us what to do. Well, we can't even do that now. Got to just come up with arbitrary things that we don't like and then weigh in. The FTC has targeted the following standard business and business practices, citing several concerns, including the charging of advertising and other fees to sellers that sell on Amazon or advertise using online platforms. Mr. Chairman, when you want to buy something, it's going to cost you something. Somebody has to pay for that. That's how business is done. The use of non-compete clauses in contracts, and the idea that mergers themselves, rather than downstream effect on consumers, negatively impact consumers. Unfortunately, this government seems focused on killing successful American business instead of staying out of its way. Most, if not all, of these practices are agreed upon in contracts between two willing parties. If you don't like what's in the contract provisions, whether it's a non-compete clause or you have to pay for your advertising, there's a simple remedy, not involving the government. Just don't sign the contract. It's pretty easy. In the last couple of years, the level of FTC salaries and expenses has increased from just over $300 million to $430 million in FY23. That's $130 million in extra salaries and expenses. I don't need to tell everybody here, I hope. We're 33, I don't know, the last time I checked the debt clock 2 days ago, $33.7 trillion. And there ain't no end in sight. As my young daughter tells me as she looks at it, she looked at the debt clock for the first time, she said, well, it doesn't stop. Yeah, no kidding, it doesn't stop. Because this place just keeps spending like there's no tomorrow. We keep going, there might not be a tomorrow for this country. I appreciate that the bill's author wrote it at a lower level than FY24. It shouldn't be a too tall of a request to lower that number even further to pre-pandemic levels when, oh, by the way, just a couple years ago, the government was still too big and was spending more money than it took in then. Especially given the questionable tactics of this administration's FTC. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chair. You're on your own, consumer. You're on your own, mom. You're on your own, dad. That's what they said in the 20s. I keep repeating it. You're on your own. And the markets went wild. And they crashed. And millions and millions and millions of people suffered badly. This bill already cuts FTC, and this amendment brings salaries and expenses down to its fiscal year 29 levels, to say that it cuts in half the complement of employees at the FTC. That's not a nick. That's you're on your own. Boy, the pleaders for doing things that are not legitimate, Mr. Chairman, must be a long line. We don't want to be regulated. Now, I'm not calling anybody a rube, but I will tell you, maybe you can. When I go to the gas station, I put the pump on, and the gas goes in, there's not a single way that I can tell whether that product is what they say it is. But you know what I rely on, Mr. Chairman? I rely on, both at the state and federal level, somebody's checking on that gas to make sure it's not going to blow up my car. But I can't do that. I rely on government to do it, to make sure that I'm safe, to make sure my car is not damaged by when I pull that pump and some liquid goes into it. I don't know what it is. I presume it's gasoline, I presume it's up to standard, and I presume it's safe for my automobile. Well, why do I presume that? Not because the gasoline company says it is, because the gasoline company may have some incentive to, hey, maybe shortchange a little bit of this and shortchange a little bit of that. But if somebody's checking, that incentive is eliminated. Just like when people are checking on making sure you're paying your taxes or doing the speed limit on the road, they think somebody's checking, and so they're more likely to do that. They're more likely to pay their taxes. But to the extent that the other side continues to try to nip away at the protections for the consumers and the investors and the purchasers of food and drugs and other items of consumer products, to the extent that we erode that, we're going to erode this economy. And we're going to diminish the quality of life of people and their security. So this agency was reduced significantly by this committee. And this is not just a nick at it. It's a cut of the muscle and the ability to do the job consumers and constituents, we call them, expect it to do for them, their families, their children. I oppose this amendment and urge its rejection. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, I thank the chairman. And the good gentleman from the state of Maryland says, well, you're on your own. You're on your own. I don't know. Well, you've said it over and over again. You're on your own, implying that we're saying you're on your own. Mm-hmm. In 2019, we were on our own somehow, I guess, because that's what this goes back to. And somehow we made it to 2023. By the grace of God, I guess, because the good gentleman also refers to the 20s. I imagine it's the 1920s. Well, it's the 2020s. And things have changed a little bit. I know that me and my good friend from the other side of the aisle are a little bit older, but neither of us are around in 1920. Things have changed a little bit. Now, as a young man, I pump gas for a living. And I do know the difference between gasoline and diesel and kerosene because I got a nose and I can read. Sure, do mistakes happen? Do people put gasoline and diesel and gasoline? They change the size of the nozzle, by the way, in case you can't figure that out. But if you can read, and most people in America can read, they can figure it out. The point is we're not a bunch of rubes, and we don't need the government to figure all this stuff out for us. We don't need the government wiping our rear end every time we go to the bathroom. But that's what you would have us believe, that's what we need, that Americans are so dumb they can't do it without the federal government. Somehow, this country survived a couple hundred years, and not only survived, became the greatest country on the planet. And it wasn't because the federal government was wiping our rear end the whole way. I urge adoption. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland.
I don't know that I'm going to dignify that with an extensive response, but I think the American public are very bright. But they don't have the assets. You may smell the gasoline. You may be an expert on that gasoline. I know what gasoline smells like. I put it in my lawnmower, put it in my chainsaw, put it in my car. I have no idea, beyond the smell, what's in there. That's my point. And my point is, they expect us to be making sure that when that big gas tanker rolls into that gas station and puts that liquid in there, that it's something they can use in their car and won't hurt their car, won't hurt them. And that's my point. And don't misrepresent my position as saying Americans are dumb. They're not dumb. They're smart. And they're smart enough to know that they need somebody checking up on the quality of that gas before they put it in their car. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman,
ask for a recorded vote.
Ask for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 25 will not be offered. It's now in order to consider amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Basheen, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is going to return funding for the General Services Administration GSA real property activities of the Federal Buildings Fund back to the 2019 fiscal year 19 levels. It's a modest cut of $12.7 million. For context, this amendment would cut 0.05% of the entire bill. I want to repeat that. 0.05% is what this bill proposes, amendment proposes. This is 1/2 of 1%. This amendment returns spending for this specific funding back to pre-COVID discretionary spending levels. To my colleagues, discretionary outlays by our federal government totaled $1.7 trillion last year, and last year's deficit was $1.7 trillion. That means 100% of discretionary spending is borrowed from our kids and our grandkids. 100% of all that we are discussing these last many weeks is borrowed money. We have to start cutting significantly. Can we not go back to fiscal year 19 as a start? Is that not enough government that we experienced in 2019? This amendment cuts a modest $12.7 million from a $5.7 billion allotted amount for rental space. It's not even being fully utilized by our federal agencies. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, released a report titled Federal Real Property Preliminary Results that show federal buildings remain underutilized due to longstanding challenges and increased telework. This report assessed 24 different federal agencies and departments' use of building space. The review was conducted between January and March of this year, long after the COVID-19 pandemic ended. 17 of those 24 agencies that GAO identified utilized only 25% or less of their headquarter building capacity. Even on the higher range, these agencies only used between 39 to 49% of their headquarters on average. For one agency that GAO did not name, GAO calculated that even if all of its agency staff were physically present in its headquarters, only 67% of the facilities would be occupied. This same report detailed that underutilized office space cost 24 agencies mentioned in the report $2 billion a year. $2 billion a year loss of wasted office space. And that was only for maintenance and operation costs. These agencies spend over $5 billion, additional $5 billion on leasing office space. At January 2023 meeting between the Federal Real Property Council, more than half of the participating agencies acknowledged that their headquarter buildings had excess space even prior to the pandemic. These are the headquarter offices. Not much less do we need to talk about the satellite offices. The GAO report also mentioned that all 24 agencies have reduced their in-office work and have not returned to pre-pandemic levels because of remote work. Even before the pandemic, federal agencies struggled to determine how much space they needed to fulfill their missions. Retaining excess and underutilized space is one of the main reasons federal real property management has remained on the GAO high-risk list since 2003. For 20 years, GAO lists this problem among its high-risk list. It's a 20-year problem. The GAO high-risk list seems to identify and help resolve serious weaknesses in areas that involve substantial resources. More than half of GSA's leases, which account for 83 million square feet, are set to expire between 2023 and 2027. Therefore, the time to reduce this inefficiency must be now. This amendment can help achieve that, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman in reserves.
I rise in
The
opposition.
gentleman from Maryland rise.
I rise in opposition.
The gentleman's recognized.
First of all, this bill urges every federal agency to return people to the offices. And then we're arguing, well, we don't need the offices now, so we can save money. You can't have it both ways. If you want people to return, you're going to need office space for them, and you're going to need to maintain it. And by the way, operational costs are going to go up, and capital costs are certainly going up when you purchase federal space, which may, and the existing federal space may not be in the right place, and maybe you need to go rent something as well. But here, rental space is already cut by $158 million. It's not a nickel dime there. It's a significant decrease. And this amendment brings that total down to fiscal year, as has been said, 2019 levels. I don't know, I haven't read the amendment, so I don't know whether it keeps rental costs down to 2019 levels or construction costs down to 2019 levels or other expenses attributable to the maintenance and acquisition of property. But I think it doesn't, and obviously constitutionally couldn't do that. So that reducing the costs without, reducing the revenues without reducing the costs is going to cause, obviously, a very substantial imbalance in the ability of GSA to operate effectively. This cut would bring the GSA's rental of space funding level down from fiscal year 23 to fiscal 19 of $5.4 billion, a 3% reduction, 6 times higher than a 0.05 reduction, but nevertheless not insignificant. GSA plays a critical role, as all of us know, in managing federal real estate procurement and tech services, by the way, including our own offices. Reduced funding may lead to delays, inefficiency, and increased costs in government activities. The chairman is not here, but I know that he believed, because that's what he proposed and that's what was adopted, that the appropriate reduction was $158 million. Now, in addition to that, of course, we had an agreement at 23 levels. 149 Republicans voted for that agreement. I don't know whether the gentleman who offered this amendment, Mr. Chairman, was one of them. It doesn't really matter. But a large number of us voted for that. 314 members in total. 75% of the Congress voted for a level of funding, which the Senate is doing, and because they believe that's the appropriate level. In light of the fact that it's already been reduced very substantially, I would strongly oppose this amendment and urge the Congress to reject it, and the House to reject it. And remember, they have office space, and they are worried about their own office space. Either it's rented in private sector or in public buildings, and they pay an offset in the public buildings. And know what's happened to their costs. Just each member, think of what's happened to their costs and act accordingly. And don't expect others in the federal government to do what we are not doing ourselves. And so I would ask to reject this amendment, stay with the reduction that has been made, which I frankly think is excessive myself, but nevertheless a very substantial reduction already. And going to fiscal year 19 levels was not contemplated by anybody that voted just a short while ago on the agreed funding levels in this bill. Now, I want to be fair. The agreed funding levels were not by item. It was an overall cap. But contemplating a cut of this nature is going to severely undermine the ability to operate in an efficient, effective way. And the GSA, I think, does that and needs the resources to do it on behalf of all Americans. And getting those people back in office is a good object. But reducing the ability to maintain those at the same time is not good business. I reserve.
First gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to reiterate this last year, the GAO said 17 of the 24 agencies that they surveyed used only 25% of their headquarter office space. It means they're only using 20, that means 75% of their office space at their headquarters of the largest agencies are seeing vacant office spaces. This is just returning back to 2019 levels. We're talking about $1 million, millions, 12 million in cuts for what the GAO says is a $7 billion problem. 20 years they've been talking about this, so much so it's been on their high-risk list for years. If we're going to account for a $1.7 trillion deficit, can we start by cutting millions out of billion-dollar problems? With that, I would yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma has yielded. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 27, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which would increase/decrease funding to express that the Office of Personnel Management should renew the security clearance of David Grush. See, Mr. Grush formerly served as the Reconnaissance Office representative to the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. He recently testified before Congress claiming that partial fragments and even intact vehicles have been found for decades by the federal government, our allies, and defense contractors. According to Mr. Grush, objects and vehicles retrieved are of, quote, exotic origin based on the vehicle's morphologies and material science testing and the possession of unique atomic arrangements and radiological signatures. Mr. Grush also told us that the U.S. is in possession of non-human spacecraft and dead pilots. And finally, Mr. Grush told us that he has spoken with the intelligence officials whom the U.S. military had briefed on, quote, football field-sized aircrafts, that the U.S. government transferred some crashed UAPs to a defense contractor, and that the intelligence officials were also briefed on malevolent activity from extraterrestrial beings. Now, of course, all of this is very interesting to me and a number of my colleagues on the Oversight Committee. And my first question, when I had an opportunity for Mr. Grush, was to say that those are pretty incredible claims. But I'm from the show me state. You're going to have to show me. And I requested specifics, information, which could not be conveyed in that hearing, not in a secure setting. And unfortunately, he's unable to provide us with any supporting evidence to back up his claims because his security clearance has lapsed. Now, my understanding is that Mr. Grush did go through the proper channels here by turning over classified information to the IC Inspector General. And he ultimately filed a complaint to the IC Inspector General alleging that the information that he presented to the IC has been illegally withheld from Congress. So I'd like to know more about these claims, and so would a number of my colleagues on both sides of the aisles. I'm certainly pleased that the Oversight Committee is working hard to bring the relevant Inspector General so we can cut through all of the roadblocks that have been presented since Mr. Grush stepped forward. But we need to cover all possible angles here, and if we can get Mr. Grush in a SCIF with an active security clearance, that would go a long way. This amendment simply expresses the support for the Office of Personnel Management to renew the security clearance of David Grush so that he can show us his work. Now, I'm a freshman member. I've seen a lot of these increasing, decreasing amendments, and while on its face they appear to not do anything, but it's my understanding that the agencies generally pay attention to the legislative history and intent, which is why I'm offering this amendment. And I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman seek time in opposition. Gentleman does not seek time in opposition. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Chair understands that amendment number 28 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Schweikert of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, a gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To my friend and colleague from Arizona and to the ranking member, what we're pursuing here is, during the pandemic, we all remember the EIDL loans. We have some documents that say there may be as much as $62 billion in impairment. And understand there's a difference between impairment and delinquency, behind those. We actually have an intense concern on some of the articles and other things that have come to our attention that a collection, and look, this is never a happy conversation when you're talking about going out and collecting loans, but this is money that is owed to the hardworking taxpayers. It's only fair. We made a deal. We actually believe if we take the mean of some of the reports we've been best able to get, there's about $33 billion that is ready for functioning some type of hard collection. They're substantially delinquent. We're here fighting over dollars. We're fighting over pennies sometimes. If there's billions of dollars out there that are owed back to the Small Business Administration, those things, we have the legal obligation to go collect. That's the deal. And the amendment here is trying to move away from an article here from the Washington Post that was basically saying the Small Business Administration had either slowed down or stopped pursuing collections. Let's go collect the money as we are, lifting every seat cushion around here trying to find resources. There's a stack of resources here. The other thing it also would help us understand is how much fraud ultimately there was in the program. And without the collection efforts, you actually cannot truly document those numbers. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm really not going to get too much into opposition, but I would make an observation. And I understand what the gentleman's saying. The IRS says there's $688 billion. Not chump change, not behind the sofa cushion, $688 billion. And they say if they have the resources, they can collect a large sum of that, which is really what the gentleman's looking to do in this amendment with this agency. But this bill provides for a 23% cut in enforcement on monies that are due and owing under the current law to the government of the United States. And the gentleman and previous speakers have said how concerned they are with the deficit. I would think that, again, and I use the collection department of a corporation as the example, you'd want to collect that money. And if the principle that you espouse is a good one, and I frankly think it is, that we ought to apply that to that $688 billion, $688 billion, which would have a substantial impact on collections. Let's say we just collected a third of that. That would be more money than all of these cuts combined in perhaps all of these bills. And I find it confusing and contradictory that you want to collect these debts, which, of course, the agency says would cost more to collect than would be collected. That's their position. Whether that's true or not, I'm not arguing that, but that's their position as I understand it. In the case of the $688 billion, what essentially, particularly if you're at the upper end, $1 of expenditure for $12 of revenue. Frankly, at the lower end, that's much less, $1 to maybe 167 or 87. So a relatively small return on the investment, but a big return on the bigger taxpayers, whether they're corporate or individual. So I think the principle that you enunciate is a good one. I would hope you would pursue it in talking about the IRS's ability to oversee very complicated, very lengthy returns that have resources that are not very transparent and are from sources that aren't withdrawn, because that might, in fact, help us get to where you want to get in reducing that debt. And I reserve the balance of my time.
First gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I inquire into time left?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To my friend from Maryland, actually, you'll be happy to know you actually accepted in bloc 2 of my amendments because I am blessed to chair oversight in Ways and Means. And within there is the use of technology. Because as we've actually had to deal with the reality, if you actually are reading some of the reports coming from our from the IRS, they can't seem to hire the people to do the audits. That apparently there's a shortage of people with accounting and that type of talent. So we brought actually 2 amendments, both were made into the block, so I appreciate that, to actually go and use AI and technology to talk about exactly what the gentleman from Maryland, and I actually believe in many ways that's a much more ethical and moral, because I can audit an algorithm. I can't audit someone's heart or their personal politics. And so we actually have demonstrations also on the customer service side, the use of chat AI and those things. But that's the IRS. We're here talking the Small Business Administration. And I'm just trying to be intellectually consistent. We did our amendments there to pursue in a rational using of technology. But if it's true, there may be, according to this article, estimated $62 billion in past due pandemic loans. If it costs more than $62 billion for the Small Business Administration to go collect $62 billion, the world has come to an end. I mean, let's be intellectually consistent here. We have the legal obligation, this agency has the legal obligation to collect these loans. And my fear is there may have been so much fraud that there's almost this discomfort of peeling back the onion and saying a third of the book, 20% of the book, what is it, is actually, will never be performing loans. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, to my friend from Maryland, this is actually just moving some money around so the Small Business Administration does what they're actually supposed to be doing and what's actually already part of the law. We're just now actually moving some resources so it can be accomplished. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 31, printed in Part B, House Report 118-269. It's now in order to consider amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from The chair understands that amendment number 35 will not be offered. Moving right along, it is now in order to consider amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prohibit the Treasury Department from issuing license number 8H, which was issued by the Office of Foreign Asset Control on October 25th. It represents a fundamental policy shift in our approach to Russia and ending its aggression against Ukraine. And this amendment is a recognition that the Biden Treasury Department's Russian oil price cap policy has failed. It is not curbing Moscow's war spending because the cap has proven unenforceable, especially outside of the G7. And Russian oil is trading well above the cap, funneling billions of dollars and, in fact, trillions of rubles into Putin's war machine. It is also a recognition that President Biden and climate czar John Kerry's climate agenda and war on American energy has come in direct conflict with our national security and our efforts to counter Russian aggression. Their climate policies have limited the tools available to them and pushed our country into pursuing a woefully ineffective price cap strategy in lieu of closing the huge loophole they created for energy-related transactions in their sanctions on Russian banks. That's right, for the Americans watching on television who have been given an impression that President Biden is being tough on Moscow, the truth is they're allowing oil sales to finance the war. That is the Biden policy, to create a huge loophole for energy-related transactions that allows Putin to finance this war. License number 8H is an extension of authorizations by this administration going back to the very start of the war in Ukraine. It permits U.S. persons to engage in any transaction with sanctioned Russian financial institutions if the transaction involves Russian energy. This is the Biden administration's weak policy towards Russia. It includes not only Russian energy sales, but even production, refinement, and transport. Despite sanctions, again, on Russia's leading banks, including restrictions on the central bank, OFAC licensing has exempted dealings that support the most vital source of export earnings for Moscow. Why this administration punishes American energy but rewards Putin's energy is beyond comprehension. This is simply perverse. On the one hand, the Biden administration is greenlighting Russia's efforts to earn hard currency for its war machine, even as it asks Congress for billions of dollars to defend and reconstruct Ukraine. The left hand destroys while the right hand rebuilds. But somehow, the administration is stumped that this war grinds on without end. Had Biden continued the Trump administration's energy dominance strategy, he would not be as constrained as he is today, and global energy markets would be far less dependent on Russian oil and gas, making a full embargo or sanctions without a general license far less painful for us and our allies. My amendment says enough is enough. If we want to help Ukraine, if we really want to help the Ukrainian freedom fighters, we have to end Russia's ability to wage war. And that means cutting off every avenue available for it to fund its hostilities. As the Wall Street Journal reported just this week, Russian tax revenues for oil and gas surpassed $17 billion last month, an increase of 25% from the previous year. These revenues are bolstering Moscow's abilities to threaten Ukraine, with the government planning to increase military spending by 70% next year. Under my amendment, the United States will not be complicit in these energy sales. It will ensure that sanctioned Russian banks are in fact sanctioned. The loopholes that Russia has enjoyed for over a year, thanks to President Biden, will be closed. And we will send a signal to the world that turning a blind eye to Russian exports is over. At the same time, passage of this amendment must be viewed in the broader context of the administration's multilateral efforts to ensure the continued supply of Russian energy. Even if we close off the U.S. and its financial system from these transactions, the Treasury Department has convinced our European allies to roll back EU sanctions under a price cap scheme for oil. Treasury's own data has shown that the price cap still allows Russia to earn billions of dollars each month in oil sales. Moreover, with Ural's crude prices rising, the World Bank recently concluded that the price cap, quote, appears increasingly unenforceable, unquote. The only way to counteract this trend will be to acknowledge once and for all that the war in Ukraine will not end until Russian energy dries up. That means enforcing sanctions, not rolling them back, and the first place to start is here at home with OFAC licensing. My amendment is an important step toward this goal. If you want to get tough on Putin, stop his energy exports. I urge my colleagues to support this measure and bring energy dominance back to the United States. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman in opposition.
I claim time and
Gentleman's recognized.
If you want to get tough on Putin, don't elect one of his friends president of the United States. This legislation that's been offered, as I understand it, wants to see a full sanction and prohibition on dealing with Russian oil. That may be a worthy objective, but I think the way to do it is to do it. We can pass legislation on that. 8H, as I understand it, is one of the principal ways in which we implement sanctions that we urge, and to do away with that ability without replacing it, and I may be wrong in what I'm saying, so the gentleman can correct me, does not seem to be a worthwhile objective. In other words, if you need more, let's legislate more sanctions, and we can do that. But don't take away sanctions that currently exist, even though, as the gentleman hypothesizes, they are not as effective as they ought to be. I hear what he's saying. I very much want to help Ukraine. I hope your speaker brings Ukraine to the floor pretty soon. That's really going to help Ukraine. And we need to do it sooner rather than later. I hope that we have 300 votes on average to help Ukraine. On average, 300 votes on your side and my side of the aisle. On his side, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that's the way we ought to go about it, rather than trying to do it through this, what is relatively clumsy in one sense of accomplishing an objective with which I may agree. I don't know all the ramifications of that, and I don't have the information from Treasury as to what adverse impact they think it will have, but it seems to me the way to do it is to do it and do it through the legislative process and have that debate and know the consequences of the action that the gentleman proposes. For that reason, I'm opposing the amendment and urge its rejection. I yield to my friend.
Thank you, and I appreciate the sentiment, and I'm with you on providing support for Ukraine, but the 8H license is actually the loophole. It's the exception to the sanctions. I give President Biden credit and Secretary Yellen credit and Wally Adeyemo credit for the sanctions on Russian banks and the central bank. The problem is the huge loophole they've created with the general license. What my amendment proposes to do, and I just came from a meeting with Deputy Treasury Secretary Adeyemo, great patriot. But what we're trying to say is the price cap is not working. Close the loophole, sanction Russian energy exports, and I offer that as a bipartisan amendment.
We're claiming,
and I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Let me ask you something. As I understand it, again, not having the information that you have available to you, one of the reasons those exemptions are given because of the fear that there will be a substantial price hike if that oil is not on the market. And that price hike will then go to what a lot of your colleagues have been talking about, these awful prices at the pump. Am I correct in that thought? I will yield to my friend.
To answer the question, good question, very good question. That's the key question. And to the administration's credit, they're trying to solve this difficult question. How do we impose sanctions on Russia and Putin without hurting our allies? Because our allies
and our consumers.
Because unfortunately our allies are over-dependent on Russian sources of energy. The problem is this price cap scheme that they've concocted. Russian oil is trading above the cap, so it's not actually affecting anything. And the truth is there's two solutions. Number one is to decrease our and our allies' dependence on Russian gas by increasing our own production. This is where the administration's climate agenda is in conflict with our national security. But secondly, the general license is the problem. If they repealed the general license and did what Treasury does all the time on sanctions, and to help our allies in case-by-case scenarios with a special license, let's say for Germany in a particular case, okay, that's fine. They retain that authority. Treasury would. But a general license that says Putin can sell all of his energy with no ramifications whatsoever through a general license is not tough on Russia.
We're running. Do I have time?
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
On that, I'm going to ask for a vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote.
No, I withdraw that request.
The gentleman withdraws. It's now in order.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote on that amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment prohibits funds from being used to implement the Biden administration's January 2021 executive order entitled Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad. The Biden administration issued this executive order under the guise of protecting United States national security and foreign policy. Yet Republicans see right through this. This executive order is yet another example of the Biden administration's effort to circumvent the People's House and advance their radical anti-American energy agenda by depriving the energy industry of the financing it needs from our capital markets. Perhaps if we want to work in our national security interest, Mr. Speaker, we should bring energy independence and dominance back to the United States by promoting, not working to prevent, the financing of the very capital-intensive energy sector. We should block misguided ESG initiatives where the ultimate goal is to politicize the allocation of capital and steer investments into the Democrats' desired climate transition. To protect national security interests, we should pass H.R. 1 and unleash American energy, not just for our economy, but for our national security. Instead, unsurprisingly, the Biden administration releases this executive order that calls for the U.S. to rejoin the Paris Agreement, creates a national climate task force consisting of members from multiple federal agencies, including the Secretary of Treasury and the Secretary of Defense, which will result in agencies taking their eye off the ball of real systemic risks in our financial system and global stability to focus on political initiatives, and calls for a government-wide approach to the climate crisis. But what might be the most egregious is the executive order's call to tamper with financial flows to align with a pathway toward low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development. The Biden administration is calling for the government to put its thumb on the scale of free-flowing capital, pick winners and losers, and pursue an agenda to starve energy companies of the financing that they need, and redirect capital into speculative green energy technologies that frankly are unproven and will not actually fix the climate. This is in direct contradiction with our national security interests, increases our energy dependence on our adversaries, and is once again showing us Democrats are exploiting the most envied capital system in the world to pursue their most radical and detrimental agendas. My amendment will put a stop to this. I urge my colleagues, for the interests of our economy, but also for the interests of national security, to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland.
I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
First of all, our economy is doing better than almost any economy in the world. I had numerous debates, Mr. Speaker, or discussions with the majority leader in the last Congress. He kept talking about American energy. And I kept pointing out to him almost every time he raised it, we were producing more energy than we had under the previous president. And yet they kept wringing their hands about how we were undermining the energy industry. Now, at the same time, we're not undermining the energy industry. We're also trying to deal with an extraordinary crisis that confronts the global community, and that is climate change. This amendment blocks any whole of government strategy led by the White House to build a resilience both at home and abroad against the impacts of climate change. Nationwide, communities are already facing severe impacts that will continue to intensify. In 2022, there were 18 separate billion-dollar weather and climate disasters that impacted the United States. Hurricanes, floods, wildfires, droughts, among other events. We had a very substantial investment we made in alternative energy. Now, I happen to be a huge supporter of alternative energy, particularly in nuclear. I've been a supporter of nuclear energy for a very long period of time, and I have a big nuclear plant in my district. And it is an alternative clean energy option. And I want to see that further expanded. Right now, it's somewhat cost prohibitive in terms of getting loans. But at a time of tremendous need and challenge, this amendment, Mr. Speaker, will make us less prepared to prevent and withstand the severe impacts of climate change that our country already faces on a regular basis, as does the world. The industries have recognized that need and are pursuing that need, not as vigorously as they perhaps were last year or the year before that, but pursuing it vigorously. And I visited a number of the energy companies themselves who are involved in the fossil fuel industry, also looking at alternative energy, because they see that as the future. And this amendment, I think, undermines both the focus and the process of moving towards that which the White House is trying to do. Why? Because they have responsibility for all Americans. And they have a responsibility to look at more than 24-month cycles. We in Congress are sort of hidebound by 24-month cycles. But we need to look long-term, and that's what the President Biden is trying to do. Look long-term and be prepared. Be prepared for a time when we are smothering our little globe and heating it up and melting the ice of the world, and making agriculture unattainable in certain areas, making life difficult in certain areas. So it's necessary that we look long-term, it's necessary that we have a longer vision, and it's necessary that we have an administration that has the ability and inclination to do just that. That's what they're doing. I think this amendment certainly speaks to one segment of the energy that we have in this country, and that's the fossil fuel. We're going to be using fossil fuel for some years to come, maybe some decades to come. But we need to look long-term at more efficient and effective energy sources that do not cause a danger to humanity. So I urge that we not pursue this. We allow the administration to continue its efforts, and that we admit that climate change is a crisis happening now, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time having expired, the question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentleman seeks a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you. I rise today in full support of my Amendment 39 to H.R. 4664. I want to thank Chairman Williams and my colleagues on the Small Business Committee for their support. This May, the Small Business Administration implemented a rule which disregards Congress's authority and makes its Community Advantage pilot program permanent. The program was created in 2011 and had been continuously reauthorized on a short-term basis by Congress. In fact, it's already authorized to continue operating through September 2024. However, not so fast. As the SBA got tired of relying on Congress to take our direction and decided to make the program permanent by creating an entire new class of lending entities. These new entities are called Community Advantage SBLCs, and now the SBA no longer has to come to Congress to make sure the program continues to operate. We all know this is not how agencies are supposed to work. If the Community Advantage program was successful, then it's the duty of Congress to evaluate it to make sure it should be permanent. Unfortunately, the SBA does not want to operate in this fashion and remove the elected members of the body from the equation. This amendment reasserts congressional authority over the process by prohibiting any funds from implementing and administrating any licenses for the new Community Advantage SBLC licenses. Not only does this amendment ensure that Congress's authority is not ignored, but it sends a strong message to all federal agencies. They cannot act outside their jurisdiction without consulting Congress. This is an important step to holding the federal government accountable to the American people, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
In opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
This program has been a very successful program, and it's been a successful program for this little guy, the small business. The pilot program has proved to be very successful and has been operated over 3 presidential administrations. The program expands access to small business financing for underserved communities, including women, minorities, veterans, and people in low-income areas. Obviously, the lending community believe this is a program that works. The permanent program includes all 112 of the pilot's lenders who wanted to continue SBA lending, along with 31 new mission-driven lenders that were recently approved. By blocking the SBA from continuing this program, Mr. Chairman, the amendment would deny economic opportunities for communities and small businesses that need them the most. I've talked about you're on your own. This is an area where small businesses need help. This is an area where apparently 3 administrations thought it was working, and now we're extending it. Now we hear about, well, it's in the Congress's ambit. Yeah, of course it is, and we could prohibit this, but the administration has made a judgment that it works. The lending community has made a judgment. Apparently they're not losing money on it, that it works. And I strongly oppose this amendment. And if I can, at this point in time, yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit the Small Business Administration from implementing the Community Advantage SBLC program. This amendment is an attack on veterans, rural and low-income entrepreneurs, and it should be rejected resoundingly. One of small business's greatest challenges is to obtain access to financial capital. And for over a decade now, the Community Advantage program has been helping close this funding gap. Community Advantage lenders are required to make at least 60% of their loans to underserved markets, defined as veteran-owned businesses, rural businesses, new businesses, businesses located in hub zones, empowerment zones, and other low-income communities. These are the types of businesses that too often find themselves on the margins. Their owners lack the ability to qualify for more traditional loans because, for example, they may lack a credit history or a pre-existing relationship with a bank. What's unique about Community Advantage lenders is that they are mission-based, primarily nonprofits focused on economic and community development. They go beyond just providing loans. They provide technical assistance to the businesses they serve. As a result, Community Advantage has been far more successful than the traditional Small Business Administration 7A loan program of reaching underserved groups like veterans. Community Advantage was operating as a pilot up until the SBA just this past month established the Community Advantage SBLC program to provide more permanency for the program and lenders. Congress needs to build on these efforts by providing statutory permanence for Community Advantage so that veteran, rural, and low-income small business owners can continue to be served. This amendment would do the exact opposite, eradicating this proven program and undoing all our progress. I urge my colleagues to support our nation's veterans, rural, and low-income entrepreneurs by rejecting this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's really irrelevant whether or not the program is doing a good job or not. They do not have the authority to make up their own rules and own programs without Congress. It's as if they've left the band and SBA is trying to start a solo career on their own. We were a team, we worked together, and the way it works is Congress is the one that enacts new programs to work with them. So whether or not whether or not it's a good program is irrelevant. They do not have the authority. Why even have a Congress if all federal agencies are just going to go out and do what they want? Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman for Texas, who just happens to be the chairman of the Small Business Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in full support of my colleague, Congressman Bean's amendment to H.R. 4664. Mr. Bean's non-controversial approach to ensuring government agencies do not overstep their authority. Serving on both the committees on small business and education and workforce, Congressman Bean is a passionate voice for our job creators in Congress, and I'm grateful to serve with him. So with all that in mind, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield my time back.
Gentleman, Florida reserves. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
Yes.
The gentleman
Yes,
is recognized.
And I'm asking the gentleman to yield.
Happy to yield. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I understand you say it's irrelevant whether it works or not. I think on my side, I think we probably think it's relevant. And as the gentlelady from California said, we think it's working. We think it's advantaging small businesses. We think it's advantaging minorities. We think it's advantaging veterans. And in that context, we think it's very relevant that it seems to work. The gentleman who's the chair of the committee didn't say it didn't work. He just said they hadn't come to Congress. Now, if they don't have the authority to do that, then we ought to raise that issue. I'm not sure that's the issue you're raising, but I think that's the issue you are raising. But the fact of the matter is, fine, then let's have a hearing on it. And again, let's have the authorizing committee that's responsible for this says, this is not working, or we think it is working and we ought to continue it. and absence a vote continuing it, then one could draw the conclusion that Congress withdraws its approval of it. But I think by simply doing this, members are going to be voting, in effect, blind on a program that we on this side thinks is working for the people that it needs to help. And in light of that, I would urge that we reject this amendment.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the interest to my colleague from Maryland. The issue is the one thing. The issue, does this agency or any agency have the ability to go out on their own on a solo career and not have congressional oversight? I say no. I say no. We can talk about the program in the cloakroom or in the fireplace room and talk about how great it is, but hopefully we will see eye to eye that federal agencies that don't have the authority to go in a particular direction shouldn't go in that particular direction.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Maryland.
My point is, we have the right to oversight. The gentleman has the right to call them, come and testify, call others to testify on whether this program works or doesn't. We haven't given up that authority of oversight, as the gentleman refers to, and I think we ought to exercise that. What I don't think we ought to do is eliminate a program that apparently works on behalf of people I think all of us want to help. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded
gentleman
vote.
from Maryland seek recognition.
Ask for a recorded
Ask for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my straightforward amendment that prohibits funds within this act from being used in violation of federal immigration law for sanctuary city policies. The concept of sanctuary city policies directly violate the rule of law. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of the United States Constitution gives Congress clear jurisdiction on immigration matters. A nation of laws must enforce established laws, not seek ways to circumvent them. These sanctuary cities are disregarding federal statutes by harboring thousands of illegal immigrants and providing a safe haven for violent criminals. My amendment prohibits the use of funds that are appropriated by this act from being used in contravention of Section 642A of the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996. This federal law prohibits sanctuary policies that obstruct law enforcement officials from sharing information regarding a person's immigration status within the Immigration and Naturalization Service. More than 200 state and municipal jurisdictions across the country have established policies that directly violate the law and shield criminal illegal aliens from enforcement. There is a complete and total invasion taking place at our southern border due to the Biden administration and the left's radical open border agenda. Since Biden has taken office, Border Patrol has encountered more than 6.3 million illegal aliens who have illegally entered America, released nearly 2.9 illegal aliens into our communities, and let more than 1.7 million known gotaways evade Border Patrol and enter the country with no record or knowledge of who these people are. The number of illegal aliens who have entered the interior of the United States under the Biden administration now is greater than the population of at least 22 states as well as Washington, D.C. It is not just illegal immigrants coming across the southern border, but enough fentanyl to kill every American 15 times over. This drug, mostly imported from China and continuously smuggled through our southern border, is killing children and destroying families throughout the country. Equally concerning is the fiscal last year alone. The FBI stopped more than 172 illegals on the terrorism watch list. Our porous southern border is literally a major national security risk. These open borders and sanctuary city policies are destroying America. Cities like Chicago, Denver, Houston, Los Angeles, and New York have continued to beg the federal government for more money to handle the unprecedented influx of illegal aliens rather than changing their illegal alien policies that have exasperated the problem. I thank the chairman of the committee and the committee's hard work on this bill, and I respectfully ask that my colleagues join me in support of the rule of law by voting in favor of my amendment. Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
I rise in perplexion.
The gentleman's
which I
recognized.
presume is objection.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I ask the gentlelady to yield for a question.
Gentleman's recognized. It's not my time.
I ask you to yield.
I have reserved. You're free to speak.
Yes, I'm asking if you'll yield for a question.
Sure. Ask your question.
What funds in this bill are used for the purposes you are opposed to?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the gentleman. I was getting clarification. This is precautionary.
Precautionary for what? I'm asking.
There are sanctuary city policies.
Yes, I understand. I understand what
that are in place that are allowing the refuge of illegal aliens in these cities, and there is an influx in crime and drugs.
I understand
in these cities, and there's no way for these folks to even report what is taking place because they are protected under this fake policy that has been created that is subduing the actual rule of law that we have in the Constitution of the United States.
Funds, right? I understand that. But what you've said is none of the funds in this bill can be spent for that objective.
And that is precautionary.
What funds are in this bill to be spent for that objective?
I have seen this administration use all sorts of funds
No, I
to
didn't ask
protect
you.
illegal aliens.
And this reclaiming
is
my time, Ms.
to
Boebert.
ensure that it will not be.
Reclaiming my time. There are no funds in this bill to do that. So this is just an opportunity for you to stand and perhaps speak about an important subject. I understand that, but there are no funds in this bill to accomplish that objective. You don't believe the chairman would put funds in to accomplish that objective, do you? I yield.
A question?
Yeah.
I do not trust this administration with any of the taxpayer funding that they are handling. They are mishandling our taxpayer fund. And if the gentleman says that there's no funds and agrees that this is precautionary, then I would urge that you support this amendment.
Do you understand, if we do this amendment, any subject that anybody has an interest in would be subject to such an amendment? Now, the Rules Committee has waived points of order. Contrary to what they said they wanted done when we were in charge, because then they didn't want points of order so they could raise them. But there are no funds in this bill, Mr. Speaker, for the objective that the lady wants to prevent. And I guarantee you Chairman Womack would not have included any funds to protect such activity. I know him. I know he feels strong. He feels strongly about this. So this amendment has no place in this bill because there is no money in this bill. You can argue about sanctuary cities, you can argue about the border, you can do all of that, but this is not the bill to do it in. And this raises, therefore, a suspicion that somehow there's money in this bill that Mr. Womack would have put in or that I would have sanctioned to accomplish that objective. That is simply not true, Mr. Chairman, and this has no place in this bill.
Okay. Gentleman reserve.
Reserved.
Gentleman reserves. Chair would remind members to direct all remarks to the chair and to formally yield and reclaim time when under recognition. The gentlewoman from Colorado.
I just want to state one more time that the White House has had a reputation of spending funds to protect illegal aliens that have broken our nation's laws to illegally enter our country. And I want to make very clear in this financial service bill that these funds cannot be allocated in that way. If we don't put the cuffs on this administration somewhere, they will continue to go rogue and waste the tax dollars that are being brought in by the hardworking Americans to fund these services for illegal aliens and to protect them in these sanctuary cities. So I am putting the handcuffs on the Biden administration with this common sense amendment. And if the gentleman, as I said, agrees that there are no funds, then there should be no problem to say we cannot allocate funds to protect these sanctuary cities and these illegal aliens. Mr. Chair, I have spoken my piece on this amendment. I'm prepared to close. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Maryland.
I think the gentlelady has said, I've said there are no funds. There are no funds. But she said because of this amendment, she's going to handcuff the administration. You can't handcuff the administration on prohibiting funds that don't exist. I yield back and urge opposition.
The gentleman yields. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 41, printed in Part B, House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment to the Financial Service and General Government Appropriation Act for fiscal year 2024 to prohibit performance awards or bonuses for senior executive service employees at the IRS. Joe Biden has weaponized the Internal Revenue Service against the American people. He started off with a big brother proposal directing the IRS to snoop on the American people's bank accounts to monitor transactions of $600 or more. He then spent $80 billion to build an army of 87,000 armed IRS agents to target middle and low-income families and small businesses with a flood of audits and draconian enforcement activities. It's clear the IRS has long lost touch with its mission to serve taxpayers. American families don't need more audits or red tape. My amendment helps return the IRS to its original mission and ensure hardworking taxpayers receive satisfactory customer service without having a fear of a supercharged IRS. We need to protect the taxpayers, rein in an unaccountable federal agency, and reverse course from this dangerous path of growing bureaucracy and heavy-handed federal government. I have a message to all of my colleagues here today. If you disapprove of the IRS leaking tax information about president's political opponents, then support my amendment. If you disapprove of the IRS targeting conservative groups for their political beliefs, then support my amendment. If you disapprove of the IRS ignoring congressional subpoenas, then support my amendment. If you disapprove of this agency stonewalling Congress, destroying evidence, and lying to the American people, then support my amendment. Finally, if you disapprove of IRS senior executives receiving bonuses for their work, then support my amendment. Again, I thank the chairman and ranking member for their continued work on the committee. And Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. The gentleman, for what purpose, the gentleman from Maryland?
Rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's so sad to hear on this floor assumptions made that have little or any basis in truth. It is so sad to hear a debate that if you're for or against something that's awful, then you're going to be against giving people who perform their services in extraordinary ways recognition of that, as the private sector does all the time. It is so sad to hear representation that we're eliminating gas stoves that we heard during the course of this debate on this bill, not in this instant debate, because it's totally untrue and it's defaming. Now, luckily for members of Congress, we're essentially constitutionally protected from defaming people. We can do that in the course of our business on the floor of the House of Representatives. But it's sad that some of us do it. It's sad that some of us demean people who are performing an outstanding, absolutely essential service for the United States government, for the people of this country, and to carry out the duties that we give them. And this assertion of this army of 87,000 people, armed guards at everybody's door, has been repeated, I think, probably 1 million times over the last 2 years or year and a half. It's not true. And they know it's not true. But they don't care whether it's true. They believe that the constant assertion of that fact, and unfortunately through social media and other means, becomes fact for people who do not know the facts. How sad that we have come to this point. And I say we've come to the point, we've been at that point probably for a very long period of time, where people assert things that are not true, but do it over and over and over again. We had a president of the United States who did that. And because he did assert it, they believed it. And then, of course, along comes their chief of staff and says, we knew it wasn't true, but we kept telling the American people until they believed it so much that they perpetrated an insurrection and trying to overthrow the legitimate course and duty of the Congress of the United States. This amendment ought to be rejected because it is irrational to say that in our enterprise, if you do outstanding work and do what we ask you to do, and you do it effectively, we're not going to recognize the fact that you did outstanding service because you're an IRS agent or you're an IRS executive. The IRS is the biggest agency in this, in the Treasury Department and in this bill. And it is on the basis of which all other agencies and departments operate, because that's where the revenue comes from. And the revenue comes from that as well to pay the debt when we don't have enough dollars to do what we've asked them to do. I would hope that we would not continue to defame and to demote. Maybe my hope is misplaced as we reduce federal employees one after another over and over to $1 in salary. because we don't like what they do. We don't like the policies they pursue for the administration. Vote no on this amendment.
The gentleman's time had expired. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have never been more thrilled to be a part of the Republican Party. I would much rather stand with the American people rather than stand in this chamber and defend IRS agents, 87,000 armed IRS agents. I have seen the recruiting requirements.
What's the amendment?
That say you must carry a firearm and be prepared to use deadly force. This amendment is straightforward, saying we don't want to give more money to IRS agents. We do not want to give IRS agents who target conservative groups, who release tax information about the president's political opponents, who ignore congressional subpoenas. We've had IRS whistleblowers before the Oversight Committee who said that they were told that they must protect Joe Biden's son. That's why they became whistleblowers. They said enough is enough. We are here for justice. We want what is fair. We are not supporting a particular party. They see the rot within the IRS, and they came forward. I am proud to stand with the American people and say that we should not issue bonuses to IRS agents. Taxation is theft, and arming 87,000 IRS agents to go after the hardworking middle class, well, that's just flat-out armed robbery. Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, and the member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is very simple. It deals with a man named Gary Gensler, who is the head of Securities and Exchange Commission. He has been implementing woke policies and abusing the rulemaking process. One of the Securities and Exchange Commission's primary responsibilities is to protect investors. However, rather than implementing his rules to protect and grow investments, which he's supposed to do, Mr. Speaker, Gensler is focused on catering to the left-wing mob. He's forcing companies to prioritize Green New Deal-style climate initiatives and diversity quotas over the interest of investors. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Gensler has abused the rulemaking process, which he's been called on the carpet by both parties. He continues to put forward many highly controversial rules with little time for public comments. During the last Congress, Republicans and Democrats both expressed their concerns, as I mentioned, regarding Gensler's habit of proposing rules without allowing adequate time for public comment. Biden's Securities and Exchange Commission has proposed nearly twice as many rules as the Trump administration has proposed in the same time frame. This drastic increase under Gensler's leadership demonstrates where his real priorities lie, Mr. Speaker. He's more committed to pushing a political agenda on publicly traded companies, which he has no business doing, than performing his official duties as chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Chairman Gensler's insistence on corrupting the rulemaking process to further the Biden administration's radical agenda at the expense of investors contradicts his duties as chairman of the SEC. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment in the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill to reduce Chairman Gensler's salary to $1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve?
I did.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Man is recognized for 5 minutes.
There have been over 55 of these amendments. There have been some passed on voice vote. Everyone put on the roll has lost, and this one will lose. It is a non-serious amendment and not offered as a serious effort to legislate, as so many requested be done, which is why they wanted so many amendments. These are not serious amendments. I oppose them.
Reserve? Does the gentleman yield back?
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Yes, sir. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my friend and mentor, the gentleman from Arkansas.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Tennessee, and I rise in support of this amendment. Now, to be clear, I have a record throughout this entire appropriations process that will demonstrate that I am not a supporter, writ large, of the Holman Rule. I personally think it's been overused. And the record can be reflected that I don't think I am on the record for voting for any of the Holman rules to date. So I want to make that disclosure up front. But that's just a personal opinion. That is what I believe. Holman Rule is a serious tool in Congress. And I think we have to be careful when we are establishing precedents on the use of it. But I do think there are times when the Holman Rule is justified. And unfortunately, in my opinion, the Securities and Exchange Commission under Chairman Gary Gensler is an example of a time when I think the Holman Rule can be used as a messenger to the SEC chairman. The health and vibrancy of our markets and our economy at large can be tested by an aggressive and overzealous rulemaking agenda. And over the last 3 years, that has defined the Securities and Exchange Commission. And let me be clear, this is not just about how the regulatory process is conducted. The weight of the issues and topics under review by Chairman Gensler must be considered thoughtfully and comprehensively. Unfortunately, they have not been. Reckless rulemaking requiring climate disclosures from not only public companies that the SEC claims, but also the private suppliers far downstream from these public companies. Or the SEC's private funds rule that will expand the disclosure regimen. And give me an additional 30 seconds.
I'll give him an additional 45 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for additional 45 seconds.
So in the interest of time, this list goes on and on to the tune of about 50 proposed and finalized rules by Chairman Gensler. A breakneck speed of rulemaking, given that he's been chairman for 3 years. To me, it's unacceptable. And we've had that dialogue in hearings. Speed and volume should not be defining characteristics of the rulemaking process. So I stand with the gentleman from Tennessee and the gentleman from South Carolina, the authors of this amendment, and I will support this Holman Rule in this particular case. And I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. And the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee has 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank, as I said, my friend and mentor, the gentleman from Arkansas, who when I first got up here was probably one of the most influential persons in my life on this floor. So I want to thank him for his friendship and his support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman,
I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Ask for a roll call vote.
Does the gentleman seek a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict funds at federal agencies falling under the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act from being used to finalize any rule or regulation that would have an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. The Biden administration has continually hamstrung the American people with agency rules that circumvent congressional oversight. Agencies like the SEC and the CFPB do nothing to combat the hundreds of billions of dollars in regulatory costs that our constituents have been faced with since President Biden took office. In fact, they perpetuate them. Unreasonable regulations relating to climate and ESG disclosure requirements, as well as aggressive and abusive IRS enforcement measures, are just examples of hurdles that our financial agencies place upon everyday Americans. My amendment seeks to prevent these types of abuses from these agencies before finalizing major rules or regulations, which often involve major policy decisions that should be decided by Congress, elected officials, not unelected bureaucrats. By including my amendment in this bill, we restore Congress's Article I authority by preventing agencies from imposing rules behind closed doors. Instead, we commit ourselves to the way the process is intended: transparent, open governance in Congress, in the People's House. For example, under Chairman Gary Gensler, the SEC has bombarded the financial sector with more rules and regulation proposals than any other predecessor since the 2008 global financial crisis. The SEC has put forward a total of 47 proposals that substantially affect financial markets since Gensler took the chair. In fact, these 47 proposals all have $100 million more of industry impact apiece. According to the Financial Times, the current SEC stands out for their number of proposals that are not mandated by congressional legislation. Just 17% of Gensler's SEC proposals were required under Dodd-Frank financial reform, meaning that the majority of the SEC's proposals may not be necessary, let alone constitutional. This regulatory regime is the quintessential example of executive overreach. And as the Wall Street Journal editorial board puts it, if it moves, the SEC will regulate it. Specifically, the SEC's predictive analysis, analytics rule, and climate disclosure rule are perfect examples of costly, misguided agency regulations. The predictive analytics rule seeks to prohibit certain technologies that investment firms and advisors use to automatically inform investors about financial news. Under this rule, companies who offer accessible, zero-commission trading would be hamstrung by compliance costs that favor firms with larger investment operations. And speaking of compliance costs, the SEC rule of climate-related disclosure requirements would litter public companies and financial disclosures and institutions with unnecessary reporting requirements. Banks and companies would have to disclose greenhouse gas emissions and conjure up plans to mitigate these climate-related risks. Like many other federal agency rules, there is no clear legal basis for these requirements, as they are meant to ultimately advance a political agenda rather than the will of the people. It's simple. Congress should have oversight of these burdensome rules and regulations. We should have an open and transparent process. And great thing about this amendment is it is bipartisan, and the same language was passed earlier this year on this very floor. Let's reassert Article I authority. Let's make Congress accountable, open, transparent, and take the power back from this overreach. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Florida reserves. For what purpose, the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise in opposition. This amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment will block all major rulemaking by the administration. That is not a policy that we ought to adopt, and would be challenging at best and harmful at worst to our country and to our economy and to our people, and I urge its rejection.
Reserve? Gentleman reserve or does?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite sure where my colleague on the other side of the aisle, who I respect greatly, is thinking that this would be harmful to put more power in the hands of the people's elected representatives. In fact, this would encourage transparency. This would encourage members of Congress to do the work that we are hired to do rather than unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats in a basement somewhere in Washington. I think that this is critically important that we reassert our authority as prescribed by the Constitution. With that, I know the gentleman from Georgia would like to speak, and if I can inquire as to my remaining time.
1 minute remaining.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the lady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the gentlelady of Florida's amendment and ensure Congress is conducting the proper oversight of the executive branch. This amendment mirrors the REINS Act, of which I'm a proud original co-sponsor. This bill passed in the House earlier this year with overwhelming support, and it's clear that the American people believe the overreach by the executive branch must come to an end. There are over 2.1 million bureaucrats and not nearly enough transparency into the rulemaking process. This amendment appropriately defines a major rule so that more attention is put into a rule or regulation that has an effect on the economy. It is our constitutional duty to keep the executive branch accountable, and that's exactly what this amendment does. Checks and balances must be reasserted, and we must stop wasteful spending. The American people do not want bureaucrats making impactful decisions when they are struggling to afford everyday items. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
The reason I'm opposed to this is not because I'm opposed to making regulations more clear, less burdensome, and less undermining of economic development. The reason I'm opposed to this amendment is a blanket amendment across the board. That, I think, is harmful to the administration of government by any administration, Republican or Democrat, how many or how few those regulations may be if they make a determination that regulation is necessary. I appreciate the gentlelady saying we ought to do our work. This Congress is not doing that very well, of course. Had trouble electing a speaker, had trouble electing a second speaker, and it's having trouble passing appropriation bills. So somebody's got to sometimes act. We're not doing a very good job of that, and we ought not to preclude across the board an administration from doing any major rulemaking. I think that's a mistake, and I oppose and urge the opposition to this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits any funding from being used by the Office of the Vice President for salaries and other expenses. Kamala Harris has been a failure as Vice President. From her inability to manage her team effectively, leading to high turnover, to her disastrous job as border czar, where she has failed to secure anything. I mean, let's look at the numbers. Since the Biden-Harris administration took office, there have been over 6.2 million illegal crossings of our southern border. In September alone, there were 269,735 illegal immigrants encountered at the southern border. That is an increase of over 300% since September of 2020. Customs and Border Protection has seized over 27,000 pounds of fentanyl just in fiscal year 23. 169 people whose names were on the terrorist list were stopped trying to cross the border. Cartels are making more than $13 billion a year from smuggling people across our border. The Biden-Harris far-left border policies are to blame for this crisis. And what has this border czar done about it? Nothing. The only thing our vice president has succeeded at is failing us in our reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. The gentleman from Maryland seeks recognition.
I rise in opposition, and I hope the chairman will be in opposition to this amendment.
The chairman is, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of vice presidents I haven't agreed with. I would have never contemplated offering, Mr. Chairman, an amendment to strike their ability to carry out the duties to which they were elected by the American people, any more than I would suggest a member of Congress that doesn't perform very well or very efficiently or very effectively have their offices defunded. They were elected by the people, and they're entitled to the resources to carry out those duties and responsibilities given to the American people. I hope this amendment is overwhelmingly rejected. I yield back. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I think that the facts speak for themselves on our border czar, and I reserve.
I yield to my friend, the chairman of our committee.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my ranking member, and with all due respect to my colleague, I rise in opposition to the amendment. This bill funded the office of the Vice President at a 20% cut from last year. So we've taken steps to send that message, that power of the purse message, to the office of the Vice President. This amendment would completely eliminate funding for the salary and expenses of any employee in the office. Now, I agree that the Biden administration is pursuing an agenda that is in conflict with what I believe. There's no question about that. But I think it's wrong for us to take our grievances out by just carte blanche eliminating funding for the office of the Vice President of the United States. Now that's just a bridge too far as far as I'm concerned. And look, we need to have these debates about whether or not border security is correct, or pick from the menu of all of the various things that divide Republicans and Democrats. But to go this far, I would strongly encourage the Congress, the House of Representatives, to take a very sober view of an amendment like this and understand that these kinds of things cut both ways. And I would caution us not to enter into the territory where, because of an issue that we might have some disagreement on, that we find it within our ability or the course of action to just eliminate the funding for the office of the Vice President. So I strongly oppose this amendment, and we yield back my time.
Does the gentleman from Arkansas yields back? Does the gentleman from Maryland reserve?
I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm a businessman. Number one problem in this country is that southern border down there. It's wide open. Got folks flooding across that place. We don't know what they are. We got hot spots all over the world. We've already announced how many terrorists from the watch list that we've caught down there. Now, as a businessman, I look at it and I say, who's in charge of that? That's Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, if you can't change out who's in charge of it, then it's our duty as Congress and representatives to make sure that she doesn't get paid for not doing her job. The American people should no longer be on the hook for Vice President Harris's failures. And I urge all my colleagues to adopt this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is for what purpose, gentlemen?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlemen, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part B on House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the chairman. We rightly recognize one of the chief rivals to the United States is China. Really, more specifically, the Chinese Communist Party that's got a grip on power over the people of China. And one of the key tools for their power is their currency. The amendment I'm offering today would limit the Treasury's ability to go along with an organization we helped to create, the International Monetary Fund. Now, the International Monetary Fund is supposed to support financial stability in the world. And part of the way they do that is with something called special drawing rights. This is a basket of currencies that they extend to others. And they added the Chinese RMB. In 2016, they officially joined the IMF's elite basket of currencies, which determines the value of the IMF's special drawing rights. Special drawing rights are not only a reserve asset in central banks around the world, they also serve as a unit account for the IMF. The IMF's decision was something of a coup for Beijing, as the RMB now sits in this exclusive club with only the dollar, the euro, the pound sterling, and the yen. I believe the IMF's elevation of the RMB was premature at the time. China lacked rule of law, as it still does today. Nevertheless, the IMF thought validating Beijing anyway would somehow encourage their government to pursue reform and work within the international community. None of this has come to pass, of course. China went on to assault Hong Kong's democracy. They've increased state control of their economy. They threatened Taiwan actively. They act as a lifeline to Putin's regime in Russia. And they're actively carrying out a genocide against Uyghurs in their own country. Rather than look at these facts, the IMF chose last year to not only have the RMB in the special drawing rights basket, but to increase its weight from 10.92% to 12.28%, making it the third most prominent currency in the basket, behind the dollar and the euro. Even leaving aside China's aggression at home and abroad, the IMF undertook this move despite China's lack of an independent central bank and a free-floating currency, as well as China's non-transparent policies for their exchange rate management. I want to highlight this point. China's currency management and monetary policy, the CCP controls them, and the value and interest rates of the special drawing rights are influenced by that now. In turn, the special drawing right interest rate helps determine the borrowing costs for IMF member countries, and that rate should be based on transparent economic governance, not black box deliberations of the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Chairman, enough is enough. My amendment would prohibit the Treasury Secretary from supporting an increase in the RMB's weight in the special drawing rights currency basket. A similar initiative, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act, has passed the Financial Services Committee unanimously in February. And this amendment aligns our appropriations with our authorizing committee. While I remain baffled as to why Treasury would have allowed the RMB to enter the special drawing right currency basket in the first place, and certainly to increase its weight, we must prevent this bad situation from getting worse, and that's what this amendment does. I urge all of our colleagues to support it, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is, for what purpose is the gentleman
Thank
from?
the gentleman. I rise in opposition to
The gentleman is recognized.
to articulate the Treasury's position. Their response to this amendment is that first, it's unnecessary as the IMF Executive Board will not review the SDR basket during this U.S. fiscal year. So this will not have an impact on this fiscal year. Moreover, the Treasury says, while we agree with the goal of this amendment to limit the internationalization of the RMB, we believe that it is important to retain some flexibility over the composition of the SDR basket so that we can incentivize China to improve its behavior in the international monetary system, including with respect to its foreign exchange practices. Treasury then says we will continue to urge the IMF to push countries with SDR basket currencies to adhere to the highest levels of transparency and to correct deficiencies or inaccuracies in their reported data. Essentially, they believe, A, it's unnecessary at this time, and B, that it will not be considered during this fiscal year, and therefore oppose the amendment. I yield back and reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I'm pleased to receive the update that the administration doesn't anticipate changing it. But let's be clear, it doesn't prohibit them having flexibility. They can actively work to decrease the weight of the RMB. They simply can't work to increase it. And since they say that's their stated policy goal, I think it provides them exactly what they need. Reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I think the chairman, this is a common sense amendment. It checks the power and growth of the influence of the Chinese Communist Party and their currency, the RMB. It should not grow in its influence. That's what this amendment could help accomplish. I urge all our colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye, and those opposed say no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does a gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Emmer of Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regulation by enforcement is a practice all too common with this administration. This is particularly the case at the SEC and Chair Gary Gensler's approach towards our capital markets and financial services industry, but especially with our emerging digital assets community. My amendment seeks to put an end to Chair Gensler's pattern of regulatory abuse, a pattern that is crushing American innovation and capital formation without undermining our ability to go after criminals and fraudsters. Specifically, my amendment prohibits the SEC from using funds for enforcement activities related to digital asset transactions until Congress passes legislation that gives the SEC jurisdiction over this asset class. This will keep Chair Gensler, who has proven himself to be ineffective and incompetent, in check while Congress continues working to give this industry a chance to grow and develop right here in the United States. Let's just look at the facts. Under Gensler's leadership, the SEC has pursued dozens of enforcement actions against the digital asset industry, despite never finalizing a single rule or regulation for the industry to follow. Chair Gensler refuses to provide the marketplace with clear criteria for digital assets that he would consider to be a security. How can this industry comply if there are no rules or guidelines to follow? On top of that, Chair Gensler has developed a track record of going after actors like Coinbase, a publicly traded company desperately trying to survive and innovate right here in the United States instead of going offshore like so many are forced to do. And Gensler has done this while missing bad actors like FTX and Terra Luna. At a time when clear guidance is desperately needed, Chair Gensler instead spends taxpayer resources praising himself for targeting celebrities like Kim Kardashian, while Sam Bankman-Fried was running a Ponzi scheme right under his nose. What's worse is the SEC doesn't even have jurisdiction from Congress over this asset class to begin with. Yet, the SEC has no shame in trying to expand their jurisdiction to swallow and destroy the digital assets industry through regulation by enforcement. Last year, the SEC's Director of Enforcement admitted during a House Financial Services Committee hearing that the SEC pursues enforcement actions on entities that are actually outside of its jurisdiction. One of these extra-jurisdictional enforcement cases was the SEC's landmark crypto enforcement case against Ripple, alleging that XRP is a security. In July, the Southern District of New York sided against the SEC, asserting that XRP is not itself a security. In August, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit found the SEC to be acting arbitrarily and capriciously in its refusal to approve Grayscale's Bitcoin spot ETF application. And just last month, the Government Accountability Office found the SEC to have created an illegal crypto accounting rule that is actually out of compliance with the Administrative Procedure Act and the Congressional Review Act. The unique characteristics of digital assets make it hard to fit this asset class into any existing regulatory framework. That doesn't mean crypto is up for grabs by whatever federal bureaucratic agency has the most taxpayer-funded enforcement resources to burn. Congress is working on legislation to establish a framework for how we classify specific digital assets as a security or a commodity, which will dictate the regulator of jurisdiction. Importantly, while Congress works to pass this necessary legislation, my amendment will not prevent future bad actors like FTX from being pursued and punished to the fullest extent of the law. The Department of Justice, the Treasury, and the Office of Foreign Asset Control all have the existing and sufficient authority to prosecute criminal acts of fraud, abuse, tax, or sanctions evasion. Some would even argue that these entities have done a better job of attacking fraud and criminal activity in this space than Gary Gensler and the SEC. This amendment is designed to send an important signal, not just to the SEC, but to every regulatory entity in the federal government. Congress will hold unelected bureaucrats accountable. SEC Chair Gensler cannot continue to abuse the powers of his agency to fulfill a political agenda of driving the new and promising digital asset industry offshore. Congress must be allowed to finish its legislative work so the future of digital asset innovation is determined by Americans, not by unelected bureaucrats in D.C. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Reserves, gentleman from, for what purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the chairman. I rise in opposition. I'm not going to make a major opposition to this. However, I want to say that we're doing the financial services business in this bill. Now, we are the Financial Services Committee to fund regulatory agencies, so to that extent, I understand its relevance. But I must say that it's going to be difficult for members who haven't seen this process by the Financial Services Committee to fully understand the ramifications of the proposal, and I think that's unfortunate. Having said that, I also believe, again from a non-member of the committee, that this cryptocurrency and crypto financial instruments certainly need to be looked at and are being looked at on both sides of the Congress to ensure that the Fried-Brinkman thing actions don't happen to defraud a lot of people. I really think what will happen here is when we go to conference, assuming we go to conference, that this is going to be looked at. We're going to hear from Treasury on it, and also, obviously, the SEC to see where we ought to land on this issue of no funds to carry out any, I presume, any enforcement action related to crypto asset transaction. I understand the gentleman's comment that there are at least 3 other agencies that would have the ability to move. And Mr. Chairman, I think that the best thing to do is this amendment obviously going to move forward, and I'm going to urge both SEC and Treasury and the administration to look at it as it moves toward conference. I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, and I appreciate our friend from Maryland and his comments. And I do want to point out that you are absolutely correct. The concerns here are bipartisan concerns. This is not a Republican-Democrat issue. This is an issue about the digital asset space in this country. And the whole purpose of this amendment is to try and stop what we believe. Oh, thank you. I'd urge support.
The gentleman's time had expired. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The question then is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 47, printed on Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Fishbach of Minnesota.
Pursuant House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my amendment to prohibit funds from being used by the SEC to regulate or require the disclosure of data regarding agricultural emissions. Mr. Speaker, the SEC under Chair Glessner has been marked by a radical and tyrannical enforcement agenda that stretches the bounds of the SEC's jurisdiction and buries hard-working men and women in bureaucratic busy work. Look no further than the SEC's climate-related disclosure rule, which would require public companies to disclose the emissions data of their supply chains. For food companies and agribusiness that rely on farmers and ranchers, that means collecting emissions data at the farm level. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, the SEC has no authority to regulate farmers and ranchers. Yet that is exactly what the chair is attempting to do. The SEC is charged with protecting investors and facilitating financial market activity, not policing the tens of thousands of family farms in my district. Yet the proposed rule would burden my constituents with mountains of paperwork and regulatory burden if they want to do business with a public company. These are farmers that, unlike their publicly traded counterparts, do not have the compliance, legal, and scientific departments to satisfy the requirements under this rule. Production agriculture is already regulated by the EPA, the USDA, and state and local governments. As a result, farmers and ranchers are climate champions, not villains. The last thing they need is more unelected bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., who have never set foot on a farm, telling them how to do their jobs. This amendment eliminates the duplicative, unnecessary, burdensome, and ultimately inappropriate regulatory effort and allows farmers in my district and throughout the country to do what they do best: feed and fuel the world. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Discussing this. What's the section? In section 550 of the bill, it seems to do the same thing. Am I incorrect in that, Mr. Chairman? Do you know, or I'll ask Ms. Fishbach? Reading from the bill itself, it says, none of the funds made available in this act may be used to finalize, implement, or enforce the proposed rule entitled the Enhancement and Standardization of Climate-Related Disclosure for Investors, federal reg, et cetera, or any substantial similar rule. Does that have the same effect as this amendment?
It may be duplicative, but it's twice as nice. So, yeah, we'll proceed.
Well, I'll be half as articulate about it. I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I feel that there is no issue in being duplicative and very clear on what we are trying to accomplish with this amendment, because it is important to make sure that we are protecting the farmers, those people, like I said before, that feed and fuel the world. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to Mr. Womack.
The gentleman from Arkansas has yielded 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman, thank the gentlelady for her amendment. I rise in support. Plain and simply, environmental policing is not within the SEC scope. It's just not. And I know this process that we've undergone this morning sounds a lot like we're ganging up on Gensler. And maybe we are. And for good reason. Scope 3 emissions are hard to quantify, requiring the shifting of information needed from outside partnering companies like family farmers. The information that will need to be reported to bigger companies the farmers rely on for business is overly burdensome. Farmers are American heroes. They don't need any more negative input factors on how they feed and clothe and fuel this nation. They've already got enough to deal with. High inflation, markets, weather. Somebody's got to stand up for the family farmer. And that's why I am proud to support my colleague from Minnesota's amendment here. I support the amendment. And I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. The farmer needs an advocate, and that's what we're doing.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves.
Reserve, I believe.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
What I understand the chairman saying, standing up twice is twice as good as standing up once. I want to say something about my friend, Mr. Gensler, however, whom I've known since he was a young boy, and his father was a friend of mine when I was in the Maryland State Senate. He's a good man. He's been in 2 administrations at least at this point in time, doing an important job. Some people may differ with him, but he is an honest, hardworking, extraordinarily intelligent representative chosen by the administration to carry out their policies. And I would be negligent not to say that of somebody I've known as long and who I believe has great integrity, although he may have differences with people. But we've already said this. We're going to say it again. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time is left?
The gentlewoman has 1 minute remaining.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that, echo some of the things that the chair said regarding protecting the farmers. We have to protect the farmers. It is a national security issue. It is a food issue. It is a fuel issue. And it is important that we make sure that we get the legislation, the bills right, the language right, in order to protect them. And so I would urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields back, and the question is on the amendment from the gentlewoman from Minnesota. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment would repeal the subpoena authority of the Treasury's Federal Insurance Office. Additionally, it removes the subpoena authority of the Office of Financial Research. For about over 150 years, state insurance regulators and the laws passed by those state legislatures have regulated insurance companies, and it's worked out very well. The Federal Insurance Office, FIO, created under Dodd-Frank, has grown increasingly aggressive in collecting data from insurance companies, most recently issuing a proposed data collection to assess quote-unquote climate-related financial risk. Despite working with state regulators on previous efforts, FIO intentionally chose to not collaborate with state regulators on this climate data call. Not only has the office been unclear with how they intend to use the data they collect, the effort would be duplicative in many ways, as many states already collect similar, but maybe not the exact set of data as required by the federal government. Any efforts by Treasury or FIO to sidestep state insurance regulators blatantly undermines congressional intent, and that is why I introduced the Insurance Data Protection Act to repeal FIO subpoena power. The amendment would have the same effect as the bill, and I'm pleased many of my colleagues have supported that. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back, or reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from... For what purpose the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
All right, an objection. I'm not going to be strong, but I will tell you this. This is another time when we retreat from oversight. We talk a lot about oversight on the Appropriations Committee. We talk a lot about oversight in the authorizing committees, that we need to find out whether people are doing what we ask them to do, that they're doing it properly, and that they're serving the American people as we wanted them to do. The same is true, of course, of those folks who serve in the regulatory agencies and Treasury and others, to make sure that the consumers are being treated fairly. I don't know why we keep retreating from that. If they do wrong, we ought to call them out for doing wrong. If they're doing too much, we ought to call them out for doing too much. But to say that they can't do it undermines the consumer. And undermines the American people who are expecting us to make sure that people are treating them fairly and on the up and up, and not taking advantage of them. Not because they're not smart, they are, but they may not be expert on what they're dealing with. So I would oppose this, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Yield.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I would just once again say, Mr. Speaker, state regulators have done a wonderful job in this area for many years, and I think they should continue to be the focus of any of this data collection, and I would yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. The opposed, no. In the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, are we on Amendment 39?
49.
49, which is 30. It might be 39.
39?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would prohibit funds being made available to the FTC from being used to issue any rule defining or describing unfair methods of competition for purposes of the Federal Trade Commission Act. The FTC has issued substantive rules concerning, quote, unfair methods of competition, UMC, as it's referred to in financial services, including a near blanket ban on non-compete agreements. Since Commissioner Khan has taken over, the FTC has become a partisan weapon to enact sweeping antitrust policy that expands agency power and discards decades of precedent. Chair Khan is basing this authority on tenuous legal ground that predates the major questions doctrine. As the Supreme Court made clear in West Virginia versus the EPA, an executive agency needs a clear authorization from Congress to issue a regulation that has great, quote, economic and political significance. Unfair competition rulemaking would be a claim of quasi-legislative power that would distract the agency from its core mission of case-by-case expert application of the FTC Act through administrative actions. It would also be inconsistent with the explicit grants of rulemaking authority that Congress has given the FTC on consumer protection issues. This is not what they're looking for on competitive grounds. Allowing this much authority to the FTC, which oversees nearly all aspects of our economy, would open the door to significantly more harmful rules that would empower this administration to coerce companies to bow to its radical, what I consider radical agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve or yield back?
Reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. For what purpose, gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to read the remarks of the Commission in response to this amendment. They say the amendment would prevent the FTC from implementing, administering, enforcing any rule it may promulgate pursuant to the national proposed rulemaking, notice of proposed rulemaking, that propose a ban on employers imposing non-compete restriction on workers. Workers are locked in sometimes because they have no other option. It then goes on to say, evidence shows that non-compete restrictions are reducing the competitiveness of labor markets and depriving business of a talent pool that they need to enter, build, or expand. The FTC estimates that the proposed rule would increase workers' total earnings by nearly $300 billion per year, and about 30 million Americans are bound by non-compete clause. In other words, what the effect of this amendment would have is having 30 million workers get less pay because of the non-compete, because they have no place to go. We passed legislation on non-competes, which have been used by businesses over time their employees in doing for them. But this amendment is so broad that may be used to implement, administer, or enforce any rule defining or describing unfair methods of competition. Why would we adopt an amendment that says the FTC cannot tell people of unfair competition? I can't conceive of any member wanting to say to the American public, we're not going to let them even tell you that there are unfair competitive practices going on. That doesn't seem to me to make common sense, and it certainly doesn't make sense for employees. And I would hope that we would defeat this motion as way too broad and way too harmful to men and women in the workplace. FTC, I don't know the figure, but the FTC says 30 million people, as much as $300 billion in wages, reduced wages, and that's 30 million people, so that's a lot of people. And I would urge that the Congress, at this point in time, on this bill, not do this without much greater thought of the ramifications to 30 million people. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my short answer would be because this is our job. Not the commissioner's job. This is our job. That's the point of the amendment, is to put the power back in the hands of Congress and not have these rogue agencies. And I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I rise in support of his amendment, and I agree, it's our job. The once measured, productive, and independent FTC has in recent years, certainly under this administration and Chairwoman Khan, turned into an agency that is disposed of tested and proven operations and rulemakings. Gone are the days of competition based on prices, products, and business innovation. Today we have an FTC that is guided by political winds and I guess the overall notion that big has to be bad. So as a result, numerous rulemakings have raised serious questions for the American people and American businesses of all size. Especially true for rules developed under the FTC's unfair methods of competition standard, which this amendment prohibits, including the ill-advised non-compete rulemaking. So I stand here today in support of my friend from Wisconsin's amendment in order to rein in the Biden administration's FTC by prohibiting Section 5 actions and the suspension of the early termination pre-merger notification filing. So I thank him for his thoughtful amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. And the gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Look, this is, I think we all understand that the chair of the FTC is a controversial figure. I get that. But to draw a piece of legislation of none of the fun this broadly, I think misserves the role that the Congress established the Commission to pursue. And we can certainly step in when there are abuses. This says any rule, good rule, bad rule, no rule, none of the funds to implement, administer, or enforce any rule, not the rule that's necessarily under consideration that we've been discussing, any rule. I think that's bad policy, and I think, as I've said, it's dangerous to the American worker and the American purchaser of goods. And I think that we ought to hone in on this particular and not paint with the broad a brush that I think will cause harm to the ability of the agency to do what we set it up to do. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Speaker, I would simply once again urge an aye vote, and I would yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The question is on the amendment from the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-269, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Marlano of New York. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin. Amendment number 15 by Mrs. Hasberger of Tennessee. Amendment number 18 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 21 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 24 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 37 by Mr. Barr of Kentucky. Amendment number 38 by Mr. Barr of Kentucky. Amendment number 39 by Mr. Bean of Florida. Amendment number 42 by Mr. Bichette of Tennessee. Amendment number 44 by Mr. Collins of Georgia. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is requested for a recorded vote on Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Molinaro of New York.
A record vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested vote for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a record vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 336 and the nays are 86. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is requested for the recorded vote on amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 for the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gothman, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269. Offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a record vote should rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. vote. The yeas are 115. The nays are 306. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for the recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Mr. Hashbarger, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Harshbarger of Tennessee.
A recorded vote being requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes with an electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 187, the nays are 238. This amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request of the recorded vote on amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 140. The nays are 286. This amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a record vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 183, the nays are 246. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request of a recorded vote on the amendment number 24, printed by Part B on House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those supporting the request of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 172, the nays are 257. The amendment is not adopted. He's switching out.
The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 250 and the nays are 174. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 30 seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 220. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 175 and the nays are 252. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 106 and the nays are 322. The amendment is not adopted. It is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118-160. The House will come to order. The Committee of the Whole will come to order. It is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
At the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This amendment would prohibit the FTC from bringing cases under Section 5 that deviate from traditional antitrust statutes, commonly known as the Sherman Act and the Clayton Act. Since the start of the administration, the FTC has taken several steps that stray from traditional procedures and norms. While pushing the limit on statutory bounds, Congress had already placed a limit on this area. The FTC Act does not define, quote, unfair methods of competition. In 2015, the FTC issued the Statement of Enforcement Principles that clarified the priority of consumer welfare in the application of the antitrust law through the FTC Act. In particular, it has confined its Section 5 cases to conduct that diminishes consumer welfare by harming competition or the competitive process, as opposed to conduct that merely harms individual competitors or poses public policy concerns unrelated to competition. In the 2015 statement, it was replaced by an ambiguous new statement in November of 2022 that causes confusion and strays from the rule of law. Rather than promoting competition, the FTC is imposing more costs on businesses, driving up prices for consumers that simply pile on to inflation. If the FTC and the unaccountable bureaucrats at other agencies, such as the FDIC, continue to stray from the rule of law, Americans will face higher prices, less innovation, and reductions in quality as these agencies seek unchecked authority to regulate and micromanage the American economy. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would prevent the FTC from implementing its policy statement explaining the scope of the Commission's authority over unfair methods of competition. It would create confusion and legal uncertainty in cases in which the FTC seeks to use this authority to stop unfair methods of competition that hurts consumers, honest small businesses, and workers. The November 22 policy statement informs the public business community and antitrust bar how the agency interprets the law based on principles from prior case law and agency. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that that's the issue, is that there's more confusion now that the FTC has kind of wandered away from what ultimately was legal precedent. So I would reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I oppose, and I yield back the remaining time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I simply would urge an aye vote, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment would prohibit funds from being made available to the FTC to enforce the suspension of early terminations to merger filings made under the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act. The FTC is authorized to terminate this waiting period early upon the request of the parties or on their own. After determining that a transaction does not pose significant competitive concerns, the ruling will be made. In February 2021, the early termination process was quote-unquote temporarily suspended due to the impact of COVID, and the suspension remains in place nearly 3 years later. Prior to the suspension, early termination was granted in approximately half of all reported transactions. The world has obviously, we've moved on from COVID, and it's time for the FTC to move on as well, and I urge my colleagues to vote aye on the amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve? Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Current law requires that a party wishing to complete an acquisition must delay the transaction for at least 30 days following the submission of a pre-merger notification to give the FTC and DOJ an opportunity to review the transaction and determine whether to investigate it further. The statute gives the FTC and DOJ the ability to grant, in individual cases, exemptions from this requirement to wait 30 days. Granting this early termination, however, consumes agency resources, and the delay for parties associated with suspending early termination is minimal. I strongly oppose this amendment and urge a no vote. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Mr. Fitzgerald, gentleman from Wisconsin, is recognized.
I would simply move an aye vote, and I would reserve. And
does the gentleman reserve or
reserve?
Yield? Yeah. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
We oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, we also
Fitzgerald.
yield. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 52, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to prohibit the Office of Management.
The gentlewoman will suspend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman for North Carolina, Ms. Fox, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to prohibit the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, from implementing its April 6, 2023 revisions to OMB Circular A4. These revisions are an attempt to rewrite and water down the regulatory guardrails currently in place so that the Biden administration can promulgate regulations that dramatically overstate the benefits and underrepresent the cost. The Biden administration has big plans to spend your hard-earned money and reshape your way of life. They are working to concoct all manners of massively expensive regulations including rules on climate change, social equity, income redistribution, and creating a, quote, social cost of carbon, end quote. However, even the profligate Biden administration has realized that it faces checks and guardrails on its regulatory authorities as a result of OMB Circular A4, which provides objective and nonpartisan guidance to agencies for considering the impacts of different regulatory actions. OMB Circular A4 came from a 1993 Clinton-era executive order providing agencies with a framework and guardrails for considering different regulatory approaches that truly maximize benefits for the American people and minimize the cost. The April 6, 2023 revisions to OMB Circular A4 are a departure from bipartisan and widely accepted practices and principles and are a thinly veiled attempt to push through the radical leftist agenda by stacking the deck in favor of extremely costly regulations. Perhaps the most egregious part of these revisions to Circular A4 is that they will allow agencies to consider not only the benefits of regulations to Americans, who are the ones footing the bill, but benefits that accrue across the entire world. This will surely result in agencies dramatically overstating the purported benefits of regulations that can be seen as having global benefits, such as anything invoking the phrases climate change or social cost of carbon. In order to enact its radical agenda, the Biden administration needs to rewrite OMB Circular A4 so that the cost of its regulatory regime can be minimized and the benefits dramatically overstated. We must reject the attempt to, quote, stack the deck, end quote, so the Biden administration can radically reshape our lives and reach even deeper into our pockets. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does a gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The proposed revisions that this amendment seeks to block to OMB Circular A4 include updates that consider the social cost of carbon and other climate-related factors in regulatory impact analysis. This change recognizes the urgency of addressing climate change and aligns federal agencies with efforts to mitigate its impacts. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge a no vote.
Gentleman reserves. A gentlelady from North Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time. We do not need this concoction of social cost of carbon visited upon us in this country that will cost us lots and lots of money. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. A gentleman from Wisconsin.
We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. A gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we need to stop the Biden administration from invoking its revisions to OMB Circular A4, implementing its revisions. We don't need to water down the regulatory guardrails currently in place and dramatically overstate the benefits and underrepresent the cost of their rules. This needs to be stopped. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does a gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Fry of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to introduce an amendment that prohibits the funding of the Treasury Department's wasteful Climate Hub initiative, which was rolled out by the Biden administration in 2021. My constituents sent me to Washington to restore fiscal sanity in our federal government and get back to the basics. It makes zero sense to have a climate hub under the Treasury Department. This country is over $33 trillion in debt. Americans are tired of seeing their tax dollars used to bloat and embolden federal agencies. They're tired of seeing these agencies usurping power to pursue extreme agendas. And they're tired of this administration turning a blind eye to address real problems that Americans face while pursuing an agenda that only liberal elites benefit from. They've loosely defined their so-called climate strategy while pumping billions and billions of dollars to pursue and enforce out-of-touch regulations. Mr. Chairman, as our country sinks deeper and deeper into debt every day, I see no basis for a climate hub to exist in a department that should be focused on our country's finances. Instead of prioritizing legitimate functions within the Treasury Department, such as promoting economic growth in America, managing our government's finances effectively, and ensuring the soundness of our financial system, Mr. Chairman, the Treasury Department's Climate Hub is just another example of how Democrats and this administration want our federal government to grow in scope and power and ignore the core functions of their mission. Time and time again, we've seen this administration embark on rogue spending spree in the name of climate change and apply its own definition of fiscal responsibility to its decision-making. Rather than confronting the immediate challenges that face our country, Washington bureaucrats are caught up in their own climate policy echo chamber, and it seems to me that many of them care more about a photo op than enacting sound and well-thought-out policy. This administration has telegraphed to the American people that climate change is the only threat to our humanity and is more serious than nuclear war. Everyday Americans can see right through the hypocrisy of this administration, and I would like to remind everyone that Americans deserve better from their government. My amendment would put an end to the Treasury Department's wasteful climate hub. The United States Treasury has absolutely no reason to use taxpayer funds for this initiative. I'm committed to standing up for that fiscal responsibility, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Treasury's Climate Hub was created to leverage the department's finance and financial mitigation efforts to confront the growing threat of climate change. In just over 2 years, the hub has been instrumental in the implementation of the tremendously successful Inflation Reduction Act. The hub also contributed to successful negotiations that led to a substantial public-private climate finance commitment with South Africa and Indonesia. This amendment would impede Treasury's climate policy strategy as our nation faces growing climate threats. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, I think the basis of this, and I'll continue to reserve, is that we must get back to the basics. The Treasury Department has no basis for undertaking this initiative, and I continue to urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
We oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We cannot accept that every agency can focus its time and its resources on aspects outside of their design and control. If we ever hope to get our economy back on track and our country back on track, we can't continue to allow this administration or the Treasury Department to ignore its core responsibilities. I'm proud to introduce this amendment and once again urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The FBI wants a massive new complex for their Washington, D.C. area-based activities. They want to spend more than $300 million on that complex, though the FBI has an employee base that's about 2.3% of the United States military. Mr. Speaker, they're literally asking for something that is larger than the Pentagon for the FBI, and so my amendment would disallow any planning, spending, distribution of funds for that purpose. I don't believe that the FBI deserves a massive new headquarters or Washington field office. The activities inside of Washington, the greater Washington metro area, have really driven a lot of the investigative work we have done. It's not bad folks from the FBI out at some field office in middle America or elsewhere in the country. It is the Washington, D.C. based activities that have pressured other field offices for no good law enforcement reason. It's the D.C. based entities that have suppressed credible investigative leads into criminal conduct over the objections of other bureaus and offices. And they've initiated investigations into American citizens merely for engaging in constitutionally protected speech. They've attempted to entrap members of the United States Senate by holding false classified briefings. That's testimony we got from Senators Grassley and Senator Johnson. They've also worked hard to censor factual information harmful to their preferred political candidates, notably the Hunter Biden laptop story that the FBI based in the D.C. metro area were involved in cajoling censorship of. Building a new headquarters would condone, reinforce, and enable the Washington field office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's nefarious behavior. We shouldn't do it, and we should adopt this amendment to ensure that's the case. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my thanks to the minority side for giving me an opportunity to speak. I rise in opposition to the gentleman from Florida's amendment. We're not always going to hate the FBI. I realize there are people on my side of the aisle that don't like some of the activities of the FBI. I'm not going to pick an argument on that. But what I will argue is that it is bad policy for the Congress to be taking steps to deny a federal agency that is in serious need, in my opinion, of an improvement to their headquarters. Now, notice I said improvement. I didn't say some massive, big expansion necessarily. But what I do know is that when I toured the FBI headquarters, I saw it in a state of disrepair that is going to need the attention of the owners of that property, and that's us. And so to deny the FBI the opportunity to be able to explore other alternatives, I think is a bit short-sighted. Give me an additional 30 seconds.
Additional 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
The fact is the building is crumbling, and there's going to be a need to do something. What that something is, I'm not an expert on, but I think it would be wrong for us to be taking this action today, pursuant to this amendment, without having at least a hearing and an opportunity for the people responsible for the facilities, FBI, GSA, any other stakeholder, to be able to help us understand what the situation is today and what the needs are of tomorrow. That discussion can take place, should take place, but I think it's a bit short-sighted and premature for us to be taking the action that this amendment would call for here today, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is not my grave concern that the FBI's building is crumbling. It is my grave concern that the civil liberties of Americans are crumbling, and I wish we were more worried about that and less worried about whether or not we got new carpet and wallpaper at the FBI building. My colleague from Arkansas says that the FBI headquarters is in a state of disrepair. Mr. Speaker, it is the FBI itself that is in a state of disrepair. And so while my colleague from Arkansas may be right that we may not always hate the FBI, how about while we are most concerned about the things they are doing, we not go build them a new $300 million building? My colleague says there needs to be a hearing. Well, let me tell you about the hearing that mattered to me, and frankly, many of my Democrat colleagues who are also worried about civil liberties. The hearing where we learned that the FBI has conducted over 278,000 illegal queries on the FISA system. Or the hearing that said that the Inspector General found that 38 times an hour these people were violating FISA. The notion that we would stand here and defend them, frankly, is deeply disappointing, and I think those folks deserve to sit in the rat-infested J. Edgar Hoover building until they get their act straight with America's civil liberties. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding. I thank the chairman for his comments. And I understand what the gentleman, Mr. Gates, is saying, and his ire is directed at people. The people will be transitory. People come and go, members come and go from the Congress of the United States. What will not be transitory is the ability to have a critically important agency for us in the long term to carry out its duty, which is, after all, to defend America, our Constitution, from enemies both foreign and domestic, and their duties have been changed to a significant degree since 9/11. So what this structure that is proposed to be built is supposed to do is to accommodate not only the fact that the present building is falling down and is dangerous to those who work there, some of whom are clerical people not making any decisions with respect to policy. And I would think the gentleman would be concerned about their safety, as am I, and as the chairman, and the safety of those, frankly, who walk around the building. Because if the gentleman visited there, he's going to see netting around the building because the concrete is falling off the building. So I would share, obviously, the chairman's view, and I'm not totally objective. They're going to build it somewhere in this region. I live in this region. I'm supportive of this region. But I think to transfer ire against the people who are in positions in the FBI at this point in time, but this building, when and if it's built, is going to be built sometime in the future, but is absolutely essential. And FBI directors preceding the present FBI director for a number of times have said this is needed. Experts have said it's needed. The GSA says it's needed. And I would hope that we would not, because of the temporary displeasure or ire or anger or stronger feeling, if you want to express it, of the present occupants or the actions they are taking, would not adversely reflect on the judgment as to whether or not a new capital facility for a critically important agency is necessary at this time. So I would hope the gentleman would withdraw his amendment. I don't expect that to happen. And if it doesn't withdraw it, I hope it's defeated, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Where I think Leader Hoyer is correct is that this effort would be incomplete in the absence of major reforms to FISA and the other authorities that are abused no matter who the people are. But the people have changed, and the corruption has remained the same at the FBI. Under Republican and Democrat leadership, we've seen consistent abuses of America's civil liberties, and to take tax money away from our fellow Americans who are the victims at times of these abuses and then build a new center for the FBI seems deeply unwise to me. I'll yield.
Gentleman yields.
I don't want any misinterpretation that I adopted the gentleman's premise as to the activities of the FBI. I disagree with it.
I appreciate that clarification, and I don't think anyone would confuse your views with mine as it relates to the FBI.
Thank God for that. But let me say that in the concept of what we're doing, this is necessary. Forgetting about any of the other issues. I understand what you're saying. I disagree with you, but I appreciate your position and why you're saying it. but to be so, in my opinion, short-sighted that we delay further. This building has been delayed. The first request for new facilities was 2009. So we're now talking a decade and a half, essentially.
Yeah.
So that was my point. But I don't want to be confused that I adopt your premise on the FBI activities.
Well, I appreciate the distinction, and I am grateful that there are a number of Democrats like Ms. Lofgren and Mr. Nadler who are working very closely with Republicans to try to reform these authorities so that people's Fourth Amendment rights are violated, but doing that alongside creating some new $300 million monstrosity for the FBI that is quite literally larger than the Pentagon sends entirely the wrong message, and that would support adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
We stand with the bipartisan statesmen who've argued against this amendment, and we oppose the amendment, and we also yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Recorded vote.
The recorded pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment that would ensure that no taxpayer dollars are used to implement a vaccine mandate. This amendment applies across the federal government as well as to the District of Columbia, since the district falls under the oversight of the Congress and uses taxpayer dollars for its operation as the seat of the United States government. We cannot forget how the COVID lockdowns were exploited by the government to infringe on the personal liberties of Americans. These tyrannical lockdowns and mandates were used to inflict unneeded economic damage on small towns in rural America and on business owners across the country. The government crushed the economy during COVID with unjustified lockdowns, lockouts, restrictions, mandates, and more. The government harmed and mistreated our children during COVID, closing schools, requiring masks, and forcing vaccines on those who were never truly at risk from the virus. The government suppressed information and perpetuated lies. The government prevented documents and healthcare providers from doing what they believed was best for their patients to combat COVID. The government trampled on basic liberties such as the freedom of speech and expression, the freedom of worship, the freedom of assembly, the freedom to make a living or to operate your business, the freedom of movement and travel, the freedom to educate your children, and much more. The government lied about the risk of the virus. The government lied about the vaccine, the effectiveness of the vaccine. The government lied about the need to wear a mask. The government treated everyone like those who were truly at risk, the elderly and those with extra comorbidity factors. The government forced the termination of frontline medical personnel, first responders, law enforcement, and military personnel for not getting a vaccine, regardless of whether or not they were at serious risk or had already had the virus and therefore had natural immunity. The government stripped away the right to privacy, medical freedom, and bodily autonomy. The government didn't follow the science. History will judge the government harshly for the harm done to the American people, especially to our children, during the pandemic. President Biden mercifully, finally, declared the COVID-19 public health emergency over just on May 11 of this year. This was long past due. Unfortunately, though, vaccine mandates are still in place in some places across the country. In fact, nearly 100 universities across the country still require a COVID-19 vaccine just to attend school this year. For college students who were never at serious risk for the vaccine. It's time we protect taxpayers from unwillingly funding more restrictive mandates. More importantly, it's time to protect Americans' most basic fundamental liberties. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from D.C. request seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment would prohibit the District of Columbia from using its local funds to require an individual to receive COVID-19 vaccine. How D.C. spends its local funds, which consist of local taxes and fees, should be a decision for D.C., not Congress. If D.C.'s local elected officials want to spend local funds on requiring individuals to receive a COVID-19 vaccine, they should have the authority to do so. If they do not want to spend local D.C. funds on requiring individuals to receive a COVID-19 vaccine, they should have the authority not to do so. D.C.'s local elected officials are accountable to D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like the decisions of their local elected officials, they can vote them out of office. D.C. residents, a majority of whom are black and brown, are capable of and worthy of governing themselves. If House Republicans cared about democratic principles or D.C. residents, they would bring my D.C. statehood bill, which would give D.C. residents voting representation in Congress and full local self-government to this floor. Congress has the constitutional authority to admit the state of Washington, D.C. It simply lacks the will. I say to every member of Congress, keep your hands off D.C. If you want to legislate on local D.C. matters, become a D.C. resident and get elected mayor or council members. I urge colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Woman, D.C. reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague from the other side that yes, this amendment would prohibit the requirement of the COVID vaccine in Washington, D.C. Not just the COVID-19 vaccine, though. Can you believe they really still want to require the COVID-19 vaccine now, nearly 4 years later? But we're talking about vaccines more generally and more broadly. You know, we need to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority. Unfortunately, D.C. has demonstrated they certainly need the congressional oversight that is afforded to this body in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 restrictions hurt millions of Americans, countless businesses, and many communities in our great nation. Too many people were forced to make a choice between freedom, basic fundamental freedom, and keeping their job. The virus was going to do what the virus was going to do. We all got it. There was nothing we could do to prevent from getting it. The federal government, however, was the worst offender, imposing draconian measures and mandates to stop the spread. We all remember that. How many employees were fired because they made their own personal medical choices? Not to mention our service members who were dishonorably discharged for exercising their freedom not to get the vaccine. Taxpayer dollars should never flow to any entity that forces people to take an experimental shot. We must safeguard personal freedoms. Isn't that the fundamental responsibility of this government and this Congress? And protect the right for all Americans to make the best medical decisions for themselves. We must say, in no uncertain terms, never again with what we allowed the government to do to the American people during the COVID pandemic. My amendment simply blocks funding from going towards any authoritarian vaccine mandate, anyone. And I urge my colleagues to support me or join me in support of this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Then I yield.
The gentlewoman from D.C. is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 56, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Good of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration promised us that they would be the most transparent administration in our nation's history. Unfortunately, but not surprisingly, they've not followed through on that promise. In fact, the White House visitor log policy provides the American people the ability to see who is lobbying this administration. However, the Biden administration has made significant efforts to ensure this policy is nearly impossible to take effect as intended. Despite Republicans sending correspondence to the administration requesting the disclosure of this information, the White House has not followed through and remains highly secretive. While they've released some portions of visitor logs, the American people deserve full transparency. Here's just a few examples of the Biden administration's secrecy. The White House has deliberately omitted Hunter Biden's visitor logs from the database. They've made it apparent that no records of visitors to the Delaware residence exist, but when asked to disclose the details, they denied any intent to publish visitor access logs at the president's Delaware home. But mind you, the president has spent well over 200 days of his presidency at that location, which was also investigated when confidential classified documents were found. Their failure to disclose all visitor logs between the White House and the president's Delaware property have directly contradicted this administration's claims of being the most transparent administration. These failures prove the administration's commitment to, quote, restore integrity, transparency, and trust in government is merely lip service. We've seen this all across all levels of the Biden administration, whether it's the press secretary selectively allowing only cherry-picked questions, or the White House hiding the visitor logs to his retreat in Delaware, where he was keeping classified documents. This amendment would simply require the White House to be transparent and prohibit them from failing to disclose visitor logs in a timely and accurate manner in any way. We can no longer allow the Biden administration to use a lack of transparency as a shield to mask their actions from public accountability. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman of Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the amendment doesn't do anything. It simply says funds in the bill can't be used to prevent voluntary disclosures. The administration is already doing this. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I would help my friend across the aisle with the examples that I just gave. They have deliberately omitted Hunter Biden's visitor logs, and they certainly have omitted visitor logs from the president's residence in Delaware, where he spent over 200 days. And I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
As I said, the amendment does nothing, and we oppose it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yield back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 57, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Mr. Graves.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when our constituents go to the ballot box and they vote for their member of Congress, they expect that it's going to be someone that actually represents them, represents their values, represents the community. What we've seen in this administration is we have seen bureaucrats, people that are unelected, people that are unaccountable, draft new regulations that impose incredible financial hardship on the American people. In fact, during just the first 2 years of the Biden administration, there are estimates that show that hundreds of billions of dollars in new regulatory costs were heaped upon American businesses and heaped upon American families. Let me say that again. Hundreds of billions of dollars in additional regulatory costs, compliance costs. That otherwise said it's a hidden tax. Mr. Chairman, this is not you and I. These are not members of Congress that are approving, that are drafting these regulations. They're bureaucrats. So what our amendment simply does is it says that those bureaucrats can continue to draft the amendments. But if their regulation is going to cause over $100 million in compliance costs, then it must be submitted to the Congress to allow for their elected representative to either affirm or deny that regulation, that cost on the American people. It's a very simple amendment, Mr. Chairman. I want to make note this amendment has been accepted into included in previous appropriations bills. I hope my friends on the other side agree that we need to be representing our constituents, not unelected bureaucrats. And I hope that they share the concern I have that hundreds of billions of dollars in invisible taxes being heaped upon American businesses and families is inappropriate. Reserve.
From Louisiana reserves, the gentleman from Wisconsin. For what purpose are state recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would fully block any rulemaking that the Office of Management and Budget's Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs determines to be significant. Each year, that division can review anywhere from 300 to 700 rules. There is no available data to determine how many of these reviews result in a significant determination. However, roughly 100 rules each year clear the higher economically significant threshold. This amendment would block any work on the roughly 100 economically significant rules the government promulgates annually and likely blocks countless others that result in a significant determination. This amendment would grind government to a halt and interrupt vital work to improve the lives of Americans across a range of policy areas. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman's concerns, but let's go ahead and think about what his concerns are based upon. The gentleman raised concerns that if this amendment passes, it's going to prevent the Biden administration from unilaterally implementing regulations 100 times that each cost over $100 million to comply with. I'm sure my friend shares the concern that these really need to be actions of the Congress where we come in and affirm congressional intent. We come in and affirm the interpretations of law if a bureaucrat is going to impose that type of cost on American businesses and, most importantly, on American families that are already struggling with record high energy costs, with interest rates, with inflationary costs that are all being imposed on these family members. This harms those who can least afford it the most. And so it really seems like my friend could reconsider the objection that we could simply allow for members of Congress to represent their constituents as opposed to unelected bureaucrats. Again, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
We oppose the amendment, and we yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to simply say I regret that the gentleman is opposed. Actually, just earlier this year, he voted in support of an administrative pay-go provision that takes a very similar approach here, that puts in a threshold that requires that additional scrutiny be applied to any regulation or it be offset with additional cost. I think this is compatible with that, takes it next step to ensure that American citizens are represented by their members of Congress. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report 11-269. It is now in order to consider amendment number 559, printed in Part B of House Report 11-269. It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. It is now in order to consider amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. Look how many we're going through, it's great. We're gaining ground. Okay. It's now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269. First is the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I rise as a designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger.
Does the gentleman move to strike the last word?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So 62's on.
62.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I rise to point out something that is pretty obvious to everybody, and that is that this process that we are going through right now is can come across very complicated, but it's a broken budget process system. And what I would like to see happen as we matriculate through the remainder of the Financial Services and General Government Bill, and as we move toward trying to get something done on Commerce, Justice, Science, and Labor, Health, and Human Services, that maybe we would have this moment of sobriety as a House and recognize that fixing this broken budget process is going to be essential if this Congress is going to be successful. We are sitting here today with a clock ticking, sands in the hourglass, running right through to where on November 17th we could be facing a government shutdown. And there have been many opportunities for us to complete our work on appropriations, move bills through the House, get them conferenced with the Senate, get them signed into law. And of course, we're working against a deadline at the end of this year that will require a 1% sequester if we don't get all 12 bills through. So it is my, fervent belief that Congress can fix this issue if Congress will recognize that it has an issue. I think the American people recognize it. We are looking right down the barrel of a government shutdown if we can't find the resources to prevent a lapse in government funding by next weekend. And then even at the end of this year, we are, as I said, facing that 1% sequester. So we have a lot of work to do that is going to require the cooperation of the left and the right to be able to come to terms, fix our broken budget process system, and get this regular order system back working for the American people. With that, I'm going to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman cannot reserve. The gentleman of Arkansas is recognized.
I was kind of hoping for some buy-in from my friends on the left because they too recognize that this process, but I guess they look at us and say, well, it's, you're the governing majority. It's up to you to make this thing work. But look, it has been broken with both sides being in control. So it is essential, I think, that we do that. And with that, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. It is now in order. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mrs. Harshbarger of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Mrs. Harshbarger, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support my common sense amendment, which would defund and effectively eliminate the Biden administration's pro-abortion and pro-transgender Policy Council, which is housed in the Executive Office of the President. The Biden administration has declared war on science, basic biology, and the concept of gender. The American taxpayer should not be funding an office in the White House that is dedicated to spreading this administration's woke DEI agenda. Americans should know what DEI really stands for: division, exclusion, and indoctrination. Through various directives, such as the Department of Education's, President Biden has made it abundantly clear that his priorities are not promoting policies that benefit the majority of Americans, but promoting an extreme agenda. Forcing our daughters to compete against biological males in sports, forcing young women to share locker rooms and bathrooms with men, launching pressure campaigns to encourage minors to take life-altering hormones or undergo experimental surgeries. One must ask, why are we promoting these radical policies, and why is the taxpayer funding it? The Gender Policy Council's executive director wants to lecture Americans, specifically our children, about her belief that racism and sexism are somehow built into our health system. The White House Gender Policy Council exists in a White House that is incapable of defining what a woman is. This amendment is as much about curbing wasteful and unnecessary government spending and being good stewards of taxpayers' money as it is about putting an end to the Biden administration's far-left ideology being forced on Americans and their children. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee reserved. Gentleman, for what purpose? Gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to my distinguished colleague from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, I so appreciate your promptness that we run on your subcommittee. I was just giving you the promptness through this process, so that's why I was allowing you to use the time you had, but just want to explain that so you realize why I was sitting back. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The White House Gender Policy Council is vital in advancing gender equity and equality. It helps ensure that all individuals, regardless of their gender, have equal opportunities and rights. The Council takes a holistic approach to addressing gender issues, looking at areas such as economic security, healthcare, education, and violence prevention. This comprehensive strategy allows for a more effective response to gender-related challenges, leading to better outcomes for individuals and communities. By establishing a dedicated council at the highest levels of government, the White House sends a clear message about the importance of gender equity and inclusion. The White House Gender Policy Council is important for advancing gender equity and equality. We strongly oppose this amendment, and we urge a no vote, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Well, I guess I have a question as to why we even have a Gender Policy Council when the authority should fall under the Department of Health and Human Services under Secretary Becerra. So I think it's a redundancy that we do not need. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York.
Just 1 minute.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1 minute. To the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for the minute.
I want to thank my distinguished colleague from the great state of Wisconsin for yielding time to me on this amendment and on the underlying bill. Question was just asked, why do we have a White House Gender Policy Council? It's a pretty simple answer to that question. Because here in America, there are two contrasting visions as it relates to reproductive freedom. Democrats believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. Extreme MAGA Republicans have a very different view. Extreme MAGA Republicans want to criminalize abortion care. Extreme MAGA Republicans want to impose a nationwide ban. Extreme MAGA Republicans want us to live in a society where women have government-mandated pregnancies. That's the dichotomy that we confront right now. Reproductive freedom is at issue all across America. And you're either on the right side of that issue or you're on the wrong side. And we believe that my Republican colleagues continue to march us toward a nationwide abortion ban. Just look at the underlying legislation, which by its very definition restricts hundreds of thousands of people here in the District of Columbia as it relates to reproductive freedom. Why is it in this bill? It's because there's a real policy difference. House Democrats support a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, period, full stop. A choice that should be between a woman, her doctor, her faith, her family, not a bunch of extreme politicians. But that's the vision that's being offered to us by our friends on the other side of the. That's the reason why the White House has taken the step forward to make sure that they're protecting women all across America from efforts to try to criminalize abortion care. And I wonder, what lesson has been learned from the events of just this week? What lesson was learned in Ohio? What lesson was learned in Virginia? What lesson was learned in Kentucky, the deepest of red states? Why does this continue to happen? Jam an extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the women of America. That is what we're against. That is why we oppose this amendment. That is one of the reasons why we oppose this underlying bill. Now, from the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear, we want to find common ground with our Republican colleagues on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, if it relates to making life better for everyday Americans. House Democrats are all about putting people over politics, fighting for things like lower costs, growing the middle class, safer communities, things that will make a difference, solve problems in the lives of everyday Americans. And part of the challenge that we faced is that the extreme MAGA Republican agenda continues to be focused on the wrong things. Extreme MAGA Republican agenda focused on defaulting on America's debt, shutting down the government, crashing the economy, criminalizing reproductive freedom, cutting Social Security and Medicare, impeaching President Biden, and doing nothing to deal with affordability issues or improving the quality of life of everyday Americans. That's a shame. And so, yes, we're going to continue to oppose Republican efforts to criminalize abortion care. Now, tomorrow, next month, next year, and forever, until this effort to take away reproductive freedom is buried in the ground, never to rise again. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. And the gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, nowhere in my remarks did I mention the Hyde Amendment. I'm talking about a gender policy council that should not exist. And for over 40 years, we have had the Hyde Amendment in place to where American taxpayer dollars didn't go to fund abortions. And nowhere did I say that a woman shouldn't have a right to do what she wanted to do. But with the Roe v. Wade reversal, that decision went back to the states where it rightly belonged. And in my opinion, over the last 40 to 50 years, women have been indoctrinated to think it was a constitutional right to abortion, and it never was. So I'm here to set the record straight. It went back to the states where it belongs. All I'm trying to say is we need to get rid of the Gender Policy Council. If they want to put that anywhere, HHS is a department that should fall under. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
You've heard from our Democratic leader. We strongly oppose this amendment, and we yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the committee chair, the ayes have it.
I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is in order to consider Amendment Number 64, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does a gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I rise today to offer an amendment that I hope will garner bipartisan support. I do this with my colleagues on the House Financial Services Committee. Chairman Blaine Luetkemeyer, Missouri, is here with me today. And in 2021, Mr. Chairman, the Treasury Department approved $650 billion in an allocation of special drawing rights at the International Monetary Fund. Boy, that's a bunch of technical words. But in plain English, this means that they were lavishing $650 billion on all the countries of the world with no strings attached. The Biden administration claims that this allocation is necessary to have the global adequacy of funding and reserves in each of the sovereign countries of the world. In other words, these reserves from the IMF went to healthy countries, countries that don't need the money, like countries in Europe or the United States, and many countries ended up using this IMF money just to pay short-term bills. Worst of all, this special drawing rights allocation provided billions of dollars of unconditional liquidity to some of the worst regimes in the world, $40 billion went to China. $17 billion went to the Putin regime in Moscow. And Iran, the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, the funder of Hamas, the killer of Israelis on October 7th, received $5 billion to boost its reserves. That's completely at odds with American policy, completely at odds with our sanctions policy against some of the worst regimes in the world. So the amendment we propose today would prohibit the Treasury Department from allocating any more special drawing rights from the IMF to the Ayatollahs in Tehran. Following the October 7th attack by Hamas against our friends in Israel, it would be unacceptable for the IMF to once again bolster the reserves of Iran. Money is fungible, and that money goes to Hezbollah, and that money goes to Hamas. Now, some of our colleagues might counter that prohibiting more SDRs for Iran means prohibiting them for everybody. Not true. Mr. Chairman, the IMF has the authority to do special allocations and allocate these special drawing right reserves to countries of a particular need or concern. We don't have to give this kind of largesse to wealthy countries like the Netherlands or the United States, or to rogues like China, Iran. Some may argue that excluding this is too dramatic, and that Treasury itself can designate the whole country as a jurisdiction of primary money laundering concern and therefore can't get it. Well, look, this administration has already freed up money for Iran in their recent hostage deal. So if Treasury really wants to argue that the world's foremost state terror sponsor, Iran, should receive more no-strings-attached money, then come to Congress. Make the case. But this is significant, and it should be decided by the elected officials in this body, not agency officials at the Treasury. Last month's assault on Israel was a clarifying moment for so many people around the world. This amendment sends a unified message: no more money for bad regimes around the world. And I reserve.
Arkansas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment doesn't belong in this bill. We don't deal with the IMF and special drawing rights. That would be in the State and Foreign Operations Bill, which we've already taken up on the floor. So I would urge the sponsor to take that bill up in the fiscal year 25 bill, assuming we ever get to that. And I urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I don't consider that a very convincing argument to support this amendment. This amendment is a good idea to counter a bad policy. Blanket money for rogue regimes through the IMF, approved by our Treasury Department, encouraged by the Biden administration, is bad. Voting for this amendment is good. It sends a message to rogue regimes: you don't get a free lunch from the United States of America. I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. As we said, we're not debating the merits of the amendment. It's just not appropriate in this bill, period. So we oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
How much time do we have remaining, Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Well, let me say in conclusion, this is the Treasury bill. This is the bill that appropriates money for the Treasury. The Rules Committee made this amendment in order because it concerns spending money at the Treasury for bad ideas. Those on this side of the aisle want to counter terrorism, counter bad ideas, counter profligate spending by the IMF to back up rogue regimes. So I have to say, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, I encourage all members who want to counter terrorism, counter rogue regimes, speak up for freedom in Israel, speak up for freedom in Ukraine, speak up for freedom on the island of Taiwan. They should support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 65, printed on Part B of the House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in a way, this is sort of a continuation of my friend, Mr. Hill's amendment, and earlier today, Mr. Barr's and other amendments that we have talked about today, which is really about whether we are going to allow the largest state funder of terrorism to continue to have access to hard dollars, continue to have access to the capital that is funding groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad. Mr. Speaker, the deadliest terrorist attacks of October 7th made one thing abundantly clear. The United States cannot continue to allow the Iranian regime access to funding that in turn could be used against our allies and even American citizens. I'm pleased to offer this amendment today, and I hope it will receive bipartisan support because a very, very similar amendment, Mr. Speaker, received a voice vote in 2016, right along these lines. So as I was saying, last month's barbaric attack against our friends and allies in Israel was a powerful reminder of the dangers posed by Hamas and others. By the way, Hamas, which receives 93% of their total funding from Tehran, and as we had mentioned, Tehran and Iran being the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, they must be cut off from their ability to wage hostilities abroad. So as far-reaching as our Iranian sanctions are, it may surprise some of my colleagues that we have not actually closed all of the financing loopholes. The administration still enjoys significant discretion to permit trade and financial services with these bad actors, even if it has nothing to do with humanitarian purposes. My amendment would change this. Under Executive Order 13902, the Trump administration made the construction, mining, manufacturing, and textile sectors of the Iranian economy subject to U.S. sanctions, in addition to the sanctions that have been put in place. Many of those going back, I might add, to the 2012 NDAA Act. The Treasury Department later added the financial sector to this group, blacklisting 18 Iranian banks in October of 2020. At the same time, Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control, also known as OFAC, retains broad discretion to license transactions with sanctioned Iranians. Under the Obama administration's nuclear deal, for example, Treasury licensed aircraft sales to Iran Air, which had previously been sanctioned for providing support to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, also known as the IRGC, and to the Defense Ministry. An amendment to the FSGG appropriations bill to prohibit these licenses was adopted by the House in 2016 by voice vote. We must not let licenses undermine sanctions under these executive orders, which is why my amendment would prohibit them if they allow Iran to use the U.S. financial system. It's that simple. The attack on Israel has underscored how we cannot become complacent when it comes to blocking Iran from the goods, technology, and hard currency it needs to fund terrorist groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and many others. In addition to being the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, Iran has been designated by Treasury as a jurisdiction of primary laundering concern. Now, Mr. Hill just referenced that actually in his amendment, that Treasury does have the ability to put these jurisdictions on money laundering. But they have rescinded that, Mr. Speaker, right? They allow these exemptions. That's why Mr. Hill's amendment, my amendment, and other amendments are trying to narrow that down and tighten that down. So clearly, we should shield our financial institutions from contact with the country to the fullest extent possible. Now, let me address potential objections. Some might ask about humanitarian aid under this measure. My amendment does nothing, let me repeat, nothing to affect existing exemptions for agricultural commodities, food, medicine, medical devices. These exemptions have long been codified into our laws, and this amendment does not change that. This is explicit in the text of the amendment. Now, Mr. Speaker, you might be asking yourself, you've heard those and seen those media reports, though, about phantom false billing that might be happening, or black market deals where those goods and services are delivered, yet they are going and being misused and even sold on the black market for that cash. That's another issue, and we need to address that, but that is not what we are getting after here in this one. So others might ask whether this amendment could limit Treasury's ability to license transaction as future ransom for hostages, for example, or even as part of a new nuclear deal. While I did not support the Iran nuclear deal,
Gentleman's time has expired.
With that, I encourage my colleagues to vote for my amendment.
Gentleman, time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Treasury Department has identified significant technical concerns with this amendment. Specifically, the agency has concerns about how the amendment's construction would impact general licenses authorized by the Office of Foreign Assets Control. I strongly agree with the need to enforce the sanctions included in Executive Order 13902 with respect to any person determined to operate in the construction, mining, manufacturing, and textiles sector of the Iranian economy. However, some terms like Islamic Republic of Iran and for or on behalf of are vague and would create confusion as to how they would relate to existing authorizations. Treasury believes this phrasing could cause unintended consequences outside of the intended scope. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment and recommend a no vote, and I will also yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yield back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Independent chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 68, printed on Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the dais.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Luetkemeyer of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luetkemeyer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to offer this amendment today, as also with Mr. Hill as a co-sponsor, who was a minute ago, and I'm confident it will garner bipartisan support. My amendment would prohibit funds from this bill from being used to support a shareholding increase for China at the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. The IMF is the world's lender of last resort, and it plays a critical role in ensuring multilateral cooperation on a wide array of financial matters. As the IMF's largest shareholder, the U.S. is the only member to wield a veto over important decisions at the fund. This includes decisions that change country shareholding weight at the institution. Across administrations, the U.S. has advocated for the IMF to support fiscal responsibility among borrowers, responsible governance of exchange rates, and transparency in sovereign lending. These principles support global financial stability, but they have now been put at risk by China's dictatorship. Put simply, the emergence of China as the world's largest official creditor has saddled countries around the world with opaque and onerous debt that the IMF has been called upon to resolve. None of this lending complies with international rules and norms like those established by the Paris Club and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Although the Chinese lending to developing countries has declined since its heyday in 2016, it still racked up $79 billion in commitments across the board in 2021. Much of this lending is shifting from infrastructure to emergency lending. In other words, China itself is adopting a role that the IMF has been traditionally playing. Moreover, China's flouting of international lending standards mirrors its non-transparent management of its domestic currency, the renminbi. It's shocking but undeniably true that the IMF has limited insight into the exchange rate regime of the world's second largest economy. This is why my amendment is so important. The IMF is finishing a review of its shareholding by the end of this year. China continues to argue that its shares, referred to as a quota at the fund, don't accurately reflect its weight in the world economy. It has pushed and will continue to push for a greater say on the board of IMF. My argument boils down to this. Shareholding at these institutions is not about the size of a country's economy, but rather its commitment to international rules and good faith cooperation. As long as China dismisses every principle of the IMF's foundation, we cannot reward it with a stronger voice at the fund. It would be absurd to increase its shareholding weight at the IMF when it is refusing to restructure much of its predatory lending to the fund's borrowers. The Treasury Department represents us at the fund, and I am pleased that it has conveyed Congress's skepticism toward a quota increase for China. But there is no formal agreement at the IMF yet, and this amendment will help ensure that boosting China's influence is off the table. The amendment also sets a marker for future shareholding reviews, where my colleagues on the Financial Services Committee and I will insist on real accountability from Beijing. China would have us believe that the U.S. threatens global cooperation by denying it a more prominent seat at the table, but the opposite is true. It is China's disregard for transparency making our opposition to its influence at the IMF and other multilateral organizations absolutely vital. I would add that China's abuse of human rights at home, including its genocide of the Uyghurs, is yet another reason why legitimizing Beijing at international institutions is unacceptable. We must draw a line in the sand, which is what my amendment does. I urge my colleagues to support it and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment doesn't belong in this bill. We don't deal with the IMF and shareholding. That would be part of the State and Foreign Operations bill, which has already gone through this body. I would urge the sponsor to take up the issue in that bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just argue that the Treasury Department is in charge of various activities with regards to the governance of these boards, whether the World Bank, IMF, et cetera. And these are entities that we fund. We are on these boards, and these boards direct funds that we have put in these entities, and it's our job to make sure that the Treasury Department does its job, which is to monitor this, be on the boards, behave in a responsible fashion, and also to stop the nonsense going on around the world with bad actors such as Iran, and in this situation, what I'm talking about here, China. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
We oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yield back. The gentleman from Missouri is
I'll yield back as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The gentleman from Missouri will yield back, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that the amendment number 69 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 87, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my amendment number 70 to H.R. 4664. In May of this year, the Small Business Administration implemented a final rule on affiliation and lending criteria that eliminated long-standing guardrails and prudent lending standards for its flagship 7A loan program. Chief among these changes is the SBA's decision to eliminate the prescriptive lending criteria that has allowed the program to function with integrity for decades. The 7A lending program offers government-backed loans to businesses that are guaranteed by the taxpayer up to 85%. By removing the prudent underwriting standards for all lenders in the program, the SBA has opened up the program to increased fraud and losses. These changes will add risk to the SBA's loan portfolio, and if enough of these loans go bad, Congress will have to step in and bail out the program to keep it operational, meaning the weak underwriting standards implemented implemented by this rule could lead to a significant loss of taxpayer dollars. And, Mr. Chairman, such added risk is unacceptable when taxpayers are on the hook. This year, our country experienced the largest bank failures we've seen since the 2008 financial crisis. The SBA should not be moving forward with their plan to reduce underwriting standards in the 7A lending program during these uncertain economic times. This important amendment would undo the troubling underwriting changes made by the Biden administration. This common sense measure will restore guardrails on these loans and ensure the longevity of the 7A loan program. I would like to thank Small Business Committee Chairman Roger Williams, along with Representatives Lukemeyer, Stauber, Elzey, and Alford, for their co-sponsorship of this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. For years, the Small Business Administration has rightly been concerned about small businesses from underserved communities accessing SBA loans. Through the agency's affiliation rule, the agency aims to combat persistent gaps in accessing capital that affects these small businesses. By modernizing the lending criteria and conditions for SBA's small business loan programs and reducing red tape for SBA lenders, we will see improved access to capital for underserved business owners, including women, minorities, veterans, and rural entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, this amendment pulls out the rug from underneath the SBA's important effort to better support these businesses. I strongly oppose this amendment and urge a no vote, and I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further speakers at this time, and I am prepared to close. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
We oppose this amendment, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will strengthen the already meaningful piece of legislation we're considering today, which cuts wasteful spending and reduces burdensome, costly regulations on small businesses. Of particular importance, the underlying legislation prohibits the Biden administration from implementing the SEC's climate disclosure rule, which prioritizes ideology over capital formation for investors. The legislation also rightfully brings the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau under the purview of the congressional appropriations process. The CFPB has lacked transparency and accountability for years while being funded directly by the Federal Reserve, and this bill will give Congress the authority to provide appropriate oversight. Additionally, the bill will halt the CFPB's implementation of its onerous 1071 Small Business Lending Data Collection Rule, which places undue costs and compliance burdens on America's small businesses and lenders. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 4664 is a win for taxpayers, consumers, and for the American financial system, and my amendment will help make it an even greater win for small businesses by protecting the soundness and integrity of a program that offers access to affordable and reliable capital for entrepreneurs. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment and the underlying legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to push back against what could become one of the greatest government surveillance threats of our time, a central bank digital currency, or CBDC. My amendment would simply prohibit funding for the CBDC working group led by the Treasury Department. A CBDC, commonly referred to as a digital dollar, would be issued and easily tracked by the federal government. Make no mistake, a federal digital dollar can very easily be used to spy on American citizens and become a social credit system. In communist China, the digital yuan is being used to spy on its citizens and crack down on dissent. Do not think for a second that the Biden administration would not use a digital dollar to track your gun purchases. House Republicans have been clear that the Federal Reserve does not have the authority to issue a digital dollar without an act of Congress, and we have reaffirmed that in the Financial Services Committee on which I serve. However, right now, the Federal Reserve is contracting with the private sector to build potential digital dollars for the United States far beyond what could be considered traditional research. Early last year, President Biden issued an executive order directing government agencies to study creating a federal digital currency, which led to the creation of this CBDC working group. This working group is vaguely tasked with supporting the Federal Reserve's central bank digital currency efforts. To be clear, Congress has not given the executive branch or the Federal Reserve any direction when it comes to federal digital currencies. I'm grateful that the underlying bill prohibits federal funding for the establishment of a federal digital currency, but Congress cannot give an inch. Regardless of your thoughts on a potential digital dollar in the United States, I have severe concerns that Congress should not surrender any authority on such a significant issue. If this White House wants to research a government surveillance tool that the overwhelming majority of Americans oppose, that direction should come from Congress. That is why my amendment prohibits funding for the CBDC working group to prevent the executive branch from bypassing the will of Congress, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, and I reserve balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment. It seems short-sighted to defund an effort to even look at an issue. The Central Bank Digital Currency Working Group is intended to complete the Fed's efforts by considering the implications of a U.S. CBDC. It would be a good idea to examine whether there are economic benefits, including lower transaction and borrowing costs for U.S. households, businesses, and government. In addition, the U.S. uses sanctions and other financial measures to address national security threats and deny criminals and other illicit actors access to the U.S. and international financial system. Development of foreign CBDCs, including multi-CBDC platforms, could diminish the use of our dollar and the effectiveness of our tools in this space. I think it's at least worth letting Treasury look at the issue. I oppose this amendment, urge a no vote, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from West Virginia is recognized.
We have no further speakers. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the gentleman for yielding. I do want to point out that 130 countries right now, 90% of the world's central banks are studying, they're doing research on digital currencies and, in particular, government-backed digital currencies. So this amendment would prevent the United States from researching an area that 130 countries are right now researching. So it would put us very far back at the end of the pack. Mr. Chairman, as ranking member of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4664, the Financial Services Appropriation Bill, and the misguided amendment that would essentially prevent our government from exploring and researching a government-issued central bank digital currency. This year witnessed the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and other U.S. mid-sized banks holding a combined $500 billion in assets, an institutional banking crisis requiring decisive action by the FDIC, Treasury, and the Federal Reserve to protect American investors and the U.S. economy. We're also in the immediate aftermath of a catastrophic demise of the crypto market following the abrupt implosion of FTX, Celsius, BlockFi, and other crypto companies. Just this week, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Friedman was convicted of 7 counts of financial fraud and conspiracy after he stole up to $14 billion from FTX customers and investors. Yet in this climate that demands regulatory oversight and thorough understanding of this market, this appropriations bill actually guts funding for critical agencies that serve to protect American investors, including the Securities and Exchange Commission. Moreover, to the great detriment of U.S. global economic leadership, The amendment under consideration would prevent the Treasury from even examining
The gentleman's time has expired.
government-backed central
The
bank
gentleman's
currency.
time has expired. The gentleman from... I'm sorry, repeat the time.
I would yield an additional minute.
The gentleman has yielded an additional minute. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
As
can
I said,
continue.
Mr. Chairman, more than 130 countries and 90% of the world's central banks are exploring their own government-backed digital currencies. We should not be suppressing innovative approaches without fully evaluating its benefits and the risks to the American public. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill and the amendment that would impede common sense regulation and research and innovation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
We oppose this amendment, and I yield my time back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from West Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 73, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. And for what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Mooney of West Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to push back against one of the Security and Exchange Commission's, or SEC's, many reckless and irresponsible rules. My amendment simply prohibits funding for the costly and unnecessary private fund advisor rule. I oppose this rule because the overwhelmingly majority of private and equity investments, which this rule would affect, go to small businesses. This rule would have a detrimental impact on the many small businesses across America and in my home state of West Virginia. Private funds are essentially pools of money collected from multiple investors that the advisor then invests primarily in small and medium-sized businesses. This SEC rule will reduce the ability of private fund advisors to continue supporting small businesses in West Virginia and America by placing burdensome compliance costs on these funds, such as new quarterly statements and annual audits. Furthermore, the SEC has been unable to articulate how this rule will increase funding for small businesses. Private fund advisors who manage these funds are already well regulated and legally required to act in the best interest of the investors. Unlike the public stock market, it is wealthy individuals and sophisticated institutions like pension funds and university endowments that invest in these private funds. This is nothing more than regulating for the sake of regulating. When the SEC proposed this rule, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle expressed concerns about the negative impacts this rule would have on small businesses. Just last year, Congress asked the SEC to conduct a full economic analysis of this rule, which the Commission failed to do. Many of my colleagues also wrote to the SEC expressing concerns about the negative effects and impact of this rule on the access to funds for small companies. However, SEC has not addressed these concerns and has not adequately responded to the letters sent by many members, including Chairman Womack. Given high interest rates and the new capital rules that will further restrict bank lending to companies, now is not the time to restrict the ability of private funds to invest in West Virginia's thousands of small businesses. According to the American Investment Council, 85% of equity-backed companies are small businesses, and 89% of public pensions invest in private equity funds. This rule would only unnecessarily restrict the efficient operation of private funds, and it will crowd out smaller and emerging funds and increase the cost to investors. SEC Commissioner Hester Peirce put it best when she said that this rulemaking is, quote, ahistorical, unjustified, unlawful, impractical, confusing, and harmful, close quotes. Unlike Gary Gensler, instead of making the public markets more attractive, the SEC has focused on making the private markets less attractive. My amendment will refocus the SEC on its core mission of protecting retail investors while promoting capital formation and efficient markets. The private fund advisor rule needlessly imposes a one-size-fits-all approach and restrictions on sophisticated institutional investors. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and support funding for the small businesses in their district. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. It's an admirable thing, what the gentleman from West Virginia is proposing, protecting investors, making sure investment money is secure and well protected. But this is attacking the SEC's private fund advisor rule, and that is something that protects investors. It's been designed with the intent to enhance regulatory oversight and transparency within the private fund industry. The private fund advisor rule increases investor protection by subjecting private fund advisors to registration and regulatory scrutiny by the SEC. When you hear the word regulation, think protection. The rule promotes market integrity and stability by minimizing the risk associated with private fund operations. Private funds can significantly impact financial markets due to their size and the extent of their investments. The SEC's private fund advisor rule aims to enhance investor protection. It improves market integrity. It establishes a consistent regulatory framework for private fund advisors. This is exactly the kind of protection we need to instill confidence by investors in the market and keep capital flowing in this country. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from West Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from Arkansas, Chairman Womack.
The balance of your time is yielded to the gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the gentleman, and I rise in support of his amendment. Despite what my colleague on the other side says, when I hear regulation, I don't necessarily hear protection. Sometimes I hear just more red tape and more bars to success. The private fund advisor rulemaking is a perfect example of the aggressive regulatory posture Chairman Gensler has taken that has threatened our markets and our financial systems. Bureaucratic overreach has been a hallmark of this administration's SEC, and it's past time, Mr. Chairman, that these rules be stopped. The sweeping proposal for private fund advisors is a prime instance of the agency's failure to conduct thorough economic analysis, missing the serious potential impact of underserved businesses and emerging asset managers. This proposal could create additional hyper-regulatory hurdles for those who've overcome obstacles of their own to break into the market. So therefore, I support the gentleman's amendment, and we'll yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from West Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Moore of Utah.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2015, the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council was created specifically to improve, quote, the transparency, predictability, and outcomes of the federal environmental review and authorization process for certain large-scale critical infrastructure projects. One of its core missions is to enhance coordination between federal and state environmental reviews and provide more transparency. As my constituents in Utah and my colleagues here know, our permitting system has long been too complex. Earlier this year, the House passed H.R. 1, the landmark bill aimed at lowering energy costs and improving our permitting process. We also passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act this year, which includes important wins to expedite permitting, broadly accepted, broadly supported. Members of Congress on both sides of the aisle understand the importance of permitting reform because we cannot reduce emissions, lower energy prices, or address vulnerabilities in our supply chain without it. Unfortunately, in September, the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council proposed a rule to limit the scope of mining projects eligible for this expedited process. This proposed change is short-sighted and exacerbates the permitting delays that stifle the domestic mining industry and our efforts to produce cheaper, cleaner energy. This will hurt critically important mining projects in my home state of Utah and across our entire nation. Congress established the Steering Council to address the delays that continue to be one of the most substantial risks to meeting mineral production goals. This proposed change will threaten U.S. national security and mineral production objectives. I urge the administration to reverse course, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does any member claim time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you. I'll just close with this. We have a shortage. We have to rely on foreign sources for some of our critical minerals. And if this rule goes through, it will limit the scope of what we need. It will limit the scope of what we need for our Department of Defense, for national security, and for the environmental agencies. We have to be able to look at what we can do better here in America so we can provide cleaner technology. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Utah yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 76, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
What my amendment does is prohibits the use of funds to finalize, implement, or enforce a proposed rule entitled Conflicts of Interest Associated with the Use of Predictive Data Analytics by Broker-Dealer Investment Advisors. On July 26, 2023, the SEC proposed a new rule that requires broker-dealers and investment advisors to confront challenges posed by predictive data analytics and related technologies like artificial intelligence. They did this despite no evidence that this technology harms investors. While technological innovation has significantly enhanced the financial industry's capabilities in auditing, reporting, record-keeping, trading, and surveillance, the SEC's proposed rule, despite claiming to be technology neutral, appears to be fundamentally hostile to these advancements. This rule creates a comprehensive regulatory regime governing any analytical or computational tool whereby information potentially relevant to investments is presented to the public. This misguided paternalistic rule declares it is, quote, conflict of interest for a firm to communicate to customers any information generated using technology that so much as takes into consideration any interest of the firm. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Chair, claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this particular amendment. Again, it's about protecting investors. The SEC's rule addressing conflicts of interest in the use of this so-called predictive data analytics by broker-dealers and investment advisors places a strong emphasis on protecting investor interests. It's a rule that promotes unbiased decision-making by requiring firms proactively to manage and disclose conflicts associated with predictive data analytics. By addressing conflicts of interest, this SEC rule contributes to market integrity and fairness, and that's what we need for the constant flow of capital to where it needs to go in this country. So I urge my colleagues to vote no. Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Just like my good friend from Arkansas said, anytime I hear an arm of the federal government saying it's going to protect the public, that means another fine, it means another tax, it means another regulatory commission controlled by bureaucrats. This proposal is misguided and rests on a false premise that delivering information to customers should be presumed harmful simply because it is consistent with the firm's interest. The new rules would impose significant operational challenges and expensive burdens on broker-dealers and investment advisors that use virtually any technology to any degree, without citing any compelling authority or evidence of abuse or wrongdoing. It's abuse at its highest. It's vague at its highest. The scope of the new rules also presents challenges. As SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce observed, the proposed definition of covered technology could include technologies long used by broker-dealers and investment advisors, such as spreadsheets, commonly used software, math formulas, and statistical tools. Early urged my colleagues to support my amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time to my good friend from Arkansas, Colonel Womack.
Does the gentleman yield the balance of his time to the chair from Arkansas?
I do.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and thanks to my friend from South Carolina. Look, I'm just going to be really brief. What we don't need is a disruption of innovation. That's what we don't need. What we do need in the financial industry are clear rules of the road, not confusing compliance standards within the analytics space. So I am pleased to support the gentleman from South Carolina's amendment, and we'll yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 77, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 77, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, what my amendment does is prohibits use of funds by the OMB to consider the, quote, social cost of greenhouse gases. Try to define social cost. It just resulting in another fine by a government bureaucrat. And it's used in the development and implementation of budgets, federal procurement processes, or environmental reviews. President Biden is directing agencies to consider the flawed social cost of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets in the federal procurement process and environmental reviews. Democrats use the social cost of greenhouse gas metrics to justify sweeping climate policies and strict regulations, and I might add, strict fines. This impacts everything from purchasing goods or services, conducting environmental reviews for all kinds of projects, and levying climate penalties against private businesses. This is against every private business that is under a lot of stress right now in this country. This is all this bureaucratic process does. The social cost of greenhouse gas is an extremely inefficient policymaking tool that can easily be manipulated. And by boosting the climate cost of projects, regulators could use the social cost of carbon to derail everything from energy and infrastructure projects, not to mention the cost of complying. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The inclusion of the social cost of greenhouse gases in regulatory analysis ensures that the full spectrum of costs associated with greenhouse gas emissions is considered. This is about full and open and honest accounting. It includes not only economic costs, but also health, environmental, and societal costs, providing a more accurate and comprehensive assessment. The social cost of greenhouse gases accounts for the health-related impacts of climate change, such as heat-related illnesses, air pollution, and the spread of diseases from mosquitoes, ticks, and fleas. Inclusion in regulatory analysis leads to decisions that prioritize the protection of public health, reducing the burden on healthcare systems. This leads to a more comprehensive cost evaluation, encourages emission reduction, preserves the environment, and promotes sustainable economic growth. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Reserve my balance of time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Again, this is just another attempt by this radical administration to put up another commission to fleece the American taxpayers who are struggling as it is. On January 21st, 2021, President Biden signed the Radical Climate Executive Order 13990, which established an interagency working group on the social cost of greenhouse gases and directed the working group to publish interim estimates of the social cost of carbon, nitrous oxide, and methane. Biden is now directing agencies to consider the SCGHG in the development and implementation of their budgets, federal procurement processes, and environmental reviews. Social cost of greenhouse gas metrics are an inefficient policymaking tool used to justify sweeping radical climate policies and strict regulations that are interpreted by lifelong bureaucrats. I urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I'll close. 12 states, including South Carolina, filed a lawsuit against the Biden administration claiming its calculations and use of social costs of greenhouse gases is arbitrary and capricious and would harm their local economies. Urge the passage of my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 78, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Mr. Speaker, what my amendment does is prohibits funding for the SEC's proposed rule entitled Substantial Implementation, Duplication, and Resubmission of Shareholder Proposals under Act Rule 14A-8. Since its origins in the 1940s, the shareholder proposal process has evolved from a modest effort to give shareholders an additional tool for influencing corporate governance to a complex and over-politicized process. Under the current SEC rules, even small shareholders who meet the $2,000 ownership requirement for at least 3 years can submit proposals on public company ballots. This process is overwhelmingly exploited by activists driven by social or political agendas and leads to hundreds of resolutions being filed related to environmental, social, and political issues rather than focusing on a company's growth and competitiveness. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in opposition to this particular amendment, which would block a rule that promotes meaningful shareholder engagement by requiring a higher level of shareholder support for resubmitted proposals. It's a rule that helps streamline the shareholder proposal process by discouraging the repetitive submission of proposals that have failed to gain substantial support in the past. By requiring shareholders to demonstrate substantial support for their proposals, the rule encourages responsible activism and discourages the use of the shareholder proposal process for purely symbolic or nuisance proposals. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, any time I hear government say they're going to streamline anything, it kind of raises my eyebrows. In fact, based on the SEC's own data, a single shareholder proposal can impose costs of more than $100,000 to many firms reporting significantly higher costs, which is ultimately borne by the company's shareholders. The Congress never granted the SEC authority to make it mandatory for companies to include shareholder proposals in their corporate proxy statements, especially after companies having already rejected substantially similar politically charged proposals. Not only does this rule overstep the authority given to the SEC, it also raises numerous constitutional concerns and is a clear violation of the First Amendment's prohibition on government-compelled speech. Political performance does not belong in the boardroom. Instead, companies should focus on maximizing shareholder value. Again, all this does is add another bureaucratic nightmare to the taxpayers that are already struggling. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 79, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. And for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 79, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Mr. Speaker, this is just another long list that you've witnessed today and really all through this administration of bureaucratic oversight and fines to administer on the taxpayer. What my amendment does is prohibit use of funds to implement, finalize, or enforce a proposed rule entitled Enhanced Disclosures by Certain Investment Advisors and Investment Companies about Environmental, Social, and Government Investment Practices. On May 25, 2022, the SEC proposed rules that mandate additional disclosures for funds incorporating or contemplating ESG factors in their investment strategies. If adopted, the rule would reflect a significant shift in the SEC's current disclosure regime for private fund sponsors by focusing disclosures on a particular targeted aspect of the investment process. The primary purpose of this rule is to address the risk of greenwashing and furnish investors with more comprehensive information regarding ESG strategies. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment as well. Contrary to the misrepresentations made by environmental, social, and government's opponents, the SEC disclosure rule on ESG investments takes no position on the merits of these approaches. The rule does not define ESG or stipulate any particular approach to it. Instead, this is a rule that requires for those who make such investments the disclosure of information about how ESG is defined and implemented in applicable investment portfolios. The rule will offer increased transparency for investors and protect them from exaggerated or unfounded claims related to ESG investments being made. Now, if it passes, my friend from South Carolina's amendment would leave investors in the dark and leave them vulnerable to getting misled or bamboozled about ESG claims. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Well, I take issue with my good friend on the opposite aisle. In fact, I would note the Supreme Court's recent decision in West Virginia versus EPA raises concerns about the Commission's ability to implement both this proposal and the broader climate disclosure rule under the major questions doctrine. This is over-excessive. It's excessively broad, intricate, overly prescriptive, vague. And again, this is just another bureaucratic commission set up to fleece the taxpayers and fleece the people that made this country. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Hi, Mr. Chair. For the reasons previously stated, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 80, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consideration of Amendment 8, Cybersecurity Incident Disclosure Rule.
And the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 80, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer an amendment which I'm proud to co-lead with my colleagues from New York, Mr. Garbarino. This amendment prohibits funding to implement the Cybersecurity Risk Management Strategy Governance and Incident Disclosure Rule. Now, as someone who has served for more than 2 decades in cybersecurity, both in the U.S. military as well as the Chief of Counterintelligence at ODNI for Cyber, the National Cyber Counterintelligence Officer, as well as service in the Obama administration's White House as part of the National Security Council, combating cyber attacks from foreign adversaries are important to both my colleagues on the left and to us here on the right. But irrespective of this, the SEC's intent to standardize these requirements, these new and expansive disclosure requirements, have the opposite effect on our cybersecurity and safeguards here at home. Instead of working to achieve a regulatory harmonization across the federal government, this rulemaking creates duplicative, burdensome regulations and causes even more confusion in our public and private sectors. Worse yet, the SEC's cybersecurity disclosure rule compromises the confidentiality of each company's cybersecurity program, opening them up to potentially further attacks that can harm instead of protect both the companies and the investors that they're charged with protecting. This rule mandates disclosure of any material cybersecurity incident within 4 business days. The disclosure requires companies to disclose when it is a victim of a cyber attack, as well as the nature, the timing, the scope of an incident, and its material impact, oftentimes before law enforcement even had the opportunity to fully evaluate this. Disclosure of this type of information to the public before it's remediated would achieve the same effect as disclosing these vulnerabilities before there is even a patch, leading other bad actors to exploit the same vulnerabilities potentially for themselves, in effect providing a best practices to the worst actors. It's clear that we must work together to be able to increase resiliency in cybersecurity across the board. But the SEC's rule falls short and fails to strike the right balance between the regulatory burden and improving security outcomes. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm offering this amendment to ensure that we do not inadvertently jeopardize companies' confidentiality reporting strategies and publicly divulge bad information to bad actors to further threaten the United States. And with that, I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. It's an amendment that would block the SEC's rule to require companies to disclose material cybersecurity incidents to their investors. As SEC Chair Gary Gensler puts it, whether a company loses a factory in a fire or millions of files in a cybersecurity incident, it may be material to investors. Mr. Chair, many public companies already provide their investors with cybersecurity incident disclosures. These rules merely make such disclosures more consistent and comparable in a way that can be useful for those making investment decisions. Why in the world would you want to invest in a company that hides its cybersecurity incidents? Efforts like this amendment would undermine transparency and provide investors with less useful information regarding material cybersecurity events. And so I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge a no vote. I retain the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully disagree with both the premise and the impact my colleague has represented here. Look, we have multiple lines of effort when it comes to protecting cybersecurity, particularly for Americans and our small and medium businesses in this area. First and foremost, the Department of Homeland Security has primacy on this issue. When there is a violation, the Department of Justice must be informed. When we have CISRA who lays out the requirements for reporting standards, and then we have unelected individuals at the SEC who weigh in on top of this with new regulation that are actually in conflict, we find ourselves not only confusing the issue, but exposing some of our most sensitive information to our adversaries. We have seen time and time again the threat imposed by foreign actors who look at what we are doing and disclosing as a way to attack us. They are using it as not only a model, but as a playbook to go after us. Let's secure our cybersecurity and ensure that our investors and our cyber hygiene are protected before we rampantly put out in the public space information which could truly harm national security. With that, I reserve my time.
From Pennsylvania is recognized.
This amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support a strong cybersecurity hygiene in this space, hold the SEC accountable, and support this amendment. And with that, I yield my time, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields. Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 81, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 81, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Nunn of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I rise today, like many of my colleagues, to offer an amendment to push back on yet another ill-informed and arguably reckless proposal. This amendment, which I'm proud to co-lead with Chairwoman on Capital Markets, Ms. Ann Wagner, is a straightforward amendment to protect businesses in states like mine in Iowa, but many communities across America, and to mitigate harm to investors at every level. This amendment would prohibit unelected bureaucrats at the SEC from using funds in this legislation to require a small business to be forced to consider unrelated external factors as they review financial statements. Like my colleagues, again on both sides of the aisle, I agree that preventing fraud and maintaining financial reporting integrity is essential to U.S. capital markets. However, this proposal is unnecessary and extremely burdensome. If passed, it would divert valuable resources away from a business's principal responsibility to rigorously evaluate financial statements and make every auditor into some kind of pseudo-attorney, a situation no small business can afford. Small businesses are already the subject of highly complex and often technical laws and regulations at both federal, state, and even local authorities impose upon them. The vague and complex language included in this proposal creates ambiguity that would only lead to adverse outcomes for U.S. businesses, including increased legal and compliance costs for all that ultimately are passed on to everyday Americans. In fact, the estimated report from this proposal could triple the annual costs for public companies to a tune of more than $55 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, I came to Congress, like so many in this room, to be able to serve my constituents and to roll back the type of bureaucracy and bureaucratic requirements that are crushing everyday Main Street businesses in my hometown and towns like it across Iowa. By an imposed non-elected person somewhere in Washington who sits behind a desk and writes these regulations with no consideration of the impact to hometown America, we do ourselves a disservice. And so with this amendment, I believe it is a step forward to fulfilling so many of our commitments that we share on both the left and the right, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. It's an amendment that would block the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board's proposal to strengthen standards for public company auditors to more proactively identify, evaluate, and communicate a company's noncompliance with laws and rules. Why in the world wouldn't we want to warn investors about scofflaw companies? The PCAOB's proposal will increase auditor vigilance against fraud and general noncompliance with laws and regulations. Steps like these would encourage companies to take more timely action to remediate issues and reduce harm to investors. So this amendment would represent a significant setback to PCAOB's common sense efforts to combat fraud. Let's protect investors. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But like the roughly 80% of businesses that commented on this proposal, I would have to respectfully disagree with my Democratic colleague. You know, we have a folklore hero in the heartland called Will Rogers, and he says, you should write your member of Congress frequently, because even if they don't read it, they'll at least know there's a problem out there. Well, we've heard back overwhelmingly from individuals who are operators in this space. The feedback highlights the imperative in evaluating the effectiveness of any rule and striking the right balance between not only fraud prevention and audit quality, but by preserving the essential financial reporting duties, something that they have been doing ardently for years. The PCAOB has failed to engage in a productive dialogue with so many, not only in my district, but across the country on this critical matter, and taken into account the detrimental impact that it's going to have to small businesses across America. So again, while I respect my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I would urge them to consider all the good work that's already being done in this area and ask that the PCAOB do its job and start listening to Americans and implementing exercises that will assist, not regulations that will terminate. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair, and yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 82, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 82, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits the funds appropriated by this act from being used to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandates. I was fortunate enough to introduce this amendment during both the energy and water as well as interior appropriations, and I'm happy to do it again today. That being said, we're in the post-COVID world. People are educated on masks and whether or not they want to use them. And so instead of imposing this type of mandate on individuals, let's trust their judgment. Mr. Chairman, I yield time to my colleague and friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Mr. Ogles' amendment, which will prohibit the funds from being used to institute mask mandates. Mr. Speaker, when President Biden admitted that there's no federal solution to COVID-19, he admitted that the mask and vaccine mandates were never about public health. They were about control. Placing mask mandates on the American people and dictating that they must comply or else runs contrary to our commitment to America. Let's not forget that throughout the entire pandemic, Democrats ignored their own masking rules while forcing children to wear them at school and even outside on extremely hot days. Liberal elites were even spotted without their mask at hair salons, fancy restaurants, and more. While those same hypocritical leaders shamed others who did not comply with the mask mandates that they ignored. The American people see right through Democrats' masking political theater and will never forget how they played politics for our children by shuttering their schools and masking their faces, even as doctors were noting the harm those mandates were causing our children. As a pharmacist, I trust patients to work with medical professionals and their families to make healthcare decisions that work best for them. A decision to receive a vaccine or wear a mask is a personal one and should only be done in consultation with a trusted healthcare professional. That is why we need policies that empower workers to work, allows children and families to thrive, and encourages patients to foster relationships with their healthcare providers. Not one-size-fits-all mandates that are nothing short of government overreach in its most tyrannical form. I thank Representative Ogles for working on this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment and oppose President Biden's unconstitutional mask mandates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, acknowledging that there's probably no member of this House happier than I am not to have to wear a mask this afternoon, I rise in opposition to this amendment. It is a useless amendment. The COVID public health emergency has ended. This is water over the dam. We should stop wasting the House's time on useless amendments. I oppose the amendment, and I urge a no vote. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to point out with mask mandates, that includes any mask can be utilized or worn. And even N95 masks, the gold standard of masking, it was pointed out in a New York Times opinion piece by the epidemiologist Tom Jefferson that masks did not show as an effective means to blocking the virus. So that being said, Mr. Chairman, I would ask adoption of this amendment. I ask my colleagues and my friends from the other side to support. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Chair, the amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 83, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 83, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits funds to implement or enforce the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's rule entitled the Small Business Lending Under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. That's a mouthful, Mr. Chairman. Quite frankly, I would argue the CFPB is unconstitutional, should not exist, and they should not be making this rule. That being said, the CFPB's final rule implementing Section 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Act requires lenders to report data on small business loan applications, including applications from minority-owned, women-owned, and LGBTQ-owned small businesses, information that is private to them and should have no bearing on credit worthiness, but rather is an intrusion into their privacy. There's no reason why the government should be requiring the collection and disclosure of this information. There's no reason why money should be allocated to enforce this rule. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would hinder efforts to promote transparency and accountability in small business lending and create hurdles for lenders and community organizations working to help women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses access capital. The CFPB's rulemaking will provide small business owners, lenders, and the public with critical information about the $1.7 trillion small business financing market this amendment would harm all those who stand to benefit from this expanded transparency and accountability. Now, small businesses are the engines of our American economy, and Congress should not take actions such as this amendment to hurt their ability to prosper. So I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do respect and appreciate my colleagues' comments, but I do want to point out the CFPB, which I would argue is an unconstitutional boogeyman for so many small businesses, American businesses, want to force lenders to report data from women-owned businesses. And when in committee, I asked Mr. Chopra, what is a woman? And he couldn't even answer the question, chose not to answer the question. So I would argue, how does this information, how does this data even reliable when they can't define what a woman is? And Mr. Chairman, this is one of those situations that in the name of transparency, the government is collecting more information that they don't need in order to warrant or grant credit worthiness. There's a point at which you stop in collecting data. There's a point at which you have an obligation to protect the consumer when you look at all the data breaches that our own government and banks have had over and over again. I would urge adoption, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Again, I thank my colleague for his comments, and I respect his opinion. I would urge adoption, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 84, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 84, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our republic depends on our bureaucracies faithfully implementing the laws and policies set forth by our elected officials. However, a misguided rule proposed by the Office of Personnel Management could threaten a president's ability to ensure that the executive branch is appropriately staffed to carry out his or her policies. During the Trump administration, some career federal employees were either unwillingly to appropriately carry out President Trump's agenda, more often found themselves ill-equipped to make, implement, or communicate policies with which they disagreed. All presidents, Republican or Democrat, have this problem to some degree, and they have a right to staff their offices. President Biden now outrageously finds himself facing resistance by State Department employees who disagree with his opposition to Hamas. I would urge that we allow this amendment to pass. It empowers a president, regardless of policy, regardless of party, to do their job to staff their offices. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Same time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment. A nonpartisan civil service ensures federal agencies carry out their missions with professionalism, safeguards the rule of law over partisanship, and ensures continuity between presidential administrations. This didn't used to be a dispute in Washington, D.C. There was a clear, long-standing bipartisan consensus behind these principles until the previous administration attempted to undermine statutory merit-based protections for federal civil servants. Their effort would have moved tens of thousands of career federal employees to a new job classification that would remove their employment protections. This amendment seeks to block the Office of Program Management's efforts to uphold these vital protections and works to undermine the integrity of a merit-based, nonpartisan civil service. So for these reasons, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleague for his comments. It should be noted we have civil service protections to protect career federal employees from being fired or demoted just because the president or their supervisor disagrees with them politically. However, we must allow an administration the flexibility to decide that certain people are a bad fit for certain key roles and to let them transfer people so that the role can be filled with someone better suited for it. That's all we're asking. That's all this does. To accomplish this, the Trump administration created Schedule F, which identified positions that had a confidential, policy-determining, policy-making, or policy-advocating character, and provided that the administration could change who served in those specific roles to make sure that they were willing and able to advance the agenda of the president that they chose to pursue. And again, this would apply to Biden. This would apply to Trump. This would have applied to Obama, regardless of party. My amendment simply defunds a Biden rule that blocks the president from using, or presidents from using, a similar policy in the future. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my friend and I thank the chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would block the Biden administration's proposed rule titled Upholding Civil Service Protections and Merit System Principles, which would help prevent any future administration from reinstating the so-called Schedule F. Gentleman who's the author of this amendment says all we're asking for is flexibility. Balderdash. We already know that the Trump putative presidency in exile has plans for moving 50,000 federal employees initially into this new Schedule F, not authorized by Congress. That's not flexibility. That is gutting civil service protection that's been in place since the 1880s. Congress created by statute a politics-free, professional cadre of federal employment to protect federal employees and the public from the previous corrupt spoil system and political interference of president after president, irrespective of party. Going back to that system is an enormous step backward and a huge disservice to federal employees and to the public they serve and we serve. If we're going to do this, then Congress has to be consulted. No president should have the unilateral authority to create a new profound schedule for the civil service. If it was created by statute, then a change to it this profound must also be heard by Congress and acted on by statute. The Schedule F would be a destructive instrument at the whim of any president. And the gentleman says, well, Obama could have had it if this were in place. So could Trump, so could Biden. That's the problem. No president should have this kind of breathtaking power. And I think the time is ripe for Congress to stand up for its own prerogatives, protect the original legislation creating a nonpartisan political service, and protect the federal employees who serve our public. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would argue that it's time that Congress empowers any president to be able to staff their office, and if they have a member of their administration who is undermining their policies, that they are able to, and it's not that we're saying fire these individuals, it's a matter of putting them in another role where they're better suited so the president can carry forward on their policies. It's my understanding that you have people within Biden's own administration who don't agree with him on policy. That's not their call. That's the president's call. It's the call of Congress. So this is empowering the president, the administrative office, to be able to run more like a business. Mr. Chairman, I would ask adoption of this amendment. I think it's good, sound policy, and it puts a check and balance in place on career politicians who are more focused on their agenda than serving Congress or serving the president. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Request the yeas and nays on this one.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. Chair understands that amendment number 85 will not be offered. And it is now time to consider amendment number 86, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 86, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits funds to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce the CFPB's rule entitled Registry of Non-Bank Covered Persons Subject to Certain Agency and Court Orders. Mr. Chairman, there is a recurring theme here. That's because the CFPB is unconstitutional, their funding is unconstitutional, and I would hope and expect the Supreme Court to rule in that way so Congress can rule and administer funds appropriately. But that being said, we have an obligation to rein in their out-of-control regulation. The CFPB's proposed rule seeks to publicly identify so-called repeat financial law offenders by establishing a database of enforcement actions taken against certain non-bank covered entities. Specifically, the proposed rule would require certain non-bank entities to register with the Bureau and to provide regular updates on such covered orders. The proposed rule also includes obtaining enforcement actions against organizations that have already settled with state or local authorities. Mr. Chairman, this is empowering an agency that has already gone too far. It's gone beyond its mandate. It is unconstitutional. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Congress gave the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the CFPB, the job of ensuring that consumer protection laws are enforced consistently and that companies do not engage in unfair, deceptive, or abusive practices. The statute's clear that this authority extends to oversight of non-bank companies that offer financial services or products. Now, consistent with its mission of protecting consumers from abusive practices, the CFPB's non-bank registry will provide increased transparency over this sector and deter bad behavior. This amendment would stymie the CFPB's important effort on behalf of consumers and block the agency from preventing abusive practices by non-banks that offer financial services or products. Congress has to focus its attention on strengthening consumer protections for working people, investors, preventing companies from charging junk fees, and supporting enforcement to crack down on unscrupulous behavior. These are things we should be doing. I strongly oppose this amendment. I do urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Excuse me. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The CFPB is essentially orchestrating a name and shame scheme with this registry and is openly weaponizing the power of the federal government to target market participants. It could be weaponized. It could be leveraged. So if they don't like how you operate, if you're not woke enough, if you're not green enough, they could put you on a registry. To be clear, the CFPB does not have the authority to promulgate a robust set of registration requirements, nor does it have the authority to establish a database for a particular category of information. Such a registry will result in cost compliances, measures for covered non-bank entities, many of which are small businesses, and we're hearing this from the banking sector, from the adjacent sectors as well, that the cost of compliance because of the CFPB, because of their rulemaking, is off the charts. And ultimately, the consumer pays that cost. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Again, I thank my colleague, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I would ask that this amendment be adopted and ultimately that the CFPB be dismantled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 87, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 87, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment prohibits funds to finalize the Federal Labor Relations Authority's proposed rule, which would restrict federal employees' ability to opt out of membership in a labor union. I'm not against the union per se, but the right for someone to opt out. They should have that right. In its Janus decision, the Supreme Court affirmed that government employees have a First Amendment right to retain their jobs while choosing to abstain from funding or participating in a public sector union. However, the Federal Labor Relations Authority has proposed a rule to violate the intention of that ruling. First, it restricts federal employees to a limited window each calendar year to opt out of having union dues deducted from their paychecks. Then, preposterously, it requires agencies to assume that employees who have already opted out of paying dues want to resume paying dues in the future, which requires the employee to then opt out again. This is not the intent of the Supreme Court decision. The employee should be empowered, not basically hemmed in by a regulatory rule. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Federal Labor Relations Authority's proposed changes to rules around how and when federal employees can cancel payments of their union dues merely restores a longstanding policy about dues payments that had been in place since 1981. The policy merely establishes that employees may opt out of their union dues payments during a certain time period each year. Under this long-standing procedure, federal employees that choose to join their agency's union are made aware of the annual dues revocation period. Every year, some members choose to revoke their membership and cease paying dues, a fair process that has worked well for decades. This amendment would block these decades-old rules and introduce less stability, less financial security, and less predictability for federal employee unions. And so I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to point out in its Janus decision, the Supreme Court affirmed that employees have a First Amendment right to opt out. The decision didn't say that you have a First Amendment right 1 month out of the year. It said that you have the right. So this rule is unreasonable in that it requires an employee, if they need or decide they want to opt out, they have to wait 11 months. That's not what the decision says. You have a First Amendment right to say no. Furthermore, once you've opted out, why then can the union then ignore your First Amendment right and opt you back in the following year? That's not the intent of this decision, and it is not our obligation to ensure the stability of a union. Moreover, this decision was to protect the rights of workers. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. Chair understands that amendment number 88 will not be offered. It's now in order to consider amendment number 89, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 89 will prohibit any funds made available in this act from being used to enforce the Federal Supplier Climate Risk and Resilience Proposed Rule. This rule is part of the Biden administration's plan for the federal government to reach net zero procurement. The rule seeks to impose impractical and overly burdensome climate reporting standards on a large and medium-sized government contractors, of which small businesses make up 29% and 64%, respectively. Climate and emission standards should not be integrated into financial reporting, especially for the small businesses who lack the resources to meet these environmentalist extreme standards. These government contractors play a critical role in providing essential goods and services, such as weapon systems to our military and the very uniforms that they wear. Wool from Montana is used in the design and the production of our Army's uniforms. Currently, only 10% of medium-sized contractors and 31% of large contractors disclose their GHG emissions. These reporting requirements represent a substantial burden, especially for contractors who lack the infrastructure to collect emissions data. To comply with these overly burdensome regulations, these small businesses will be required to invest significant amounts of time, money, and manpower to establish entirely new emissions reporting regimes. Such an endeavor will be financially crippling for many of them. As Congress, we should ensure that the best companies for the job are the ones who get the contract, not just the massive government contractors who can produce time-consuming reports. We should not be imposing these impractical emission reporting standards on any businesses, particularly on the family ranches that produce our military uniforms. This amendment is about ensuring that our government remains impartial and does not become a platform for large corporations to stifle competition. We must champion true and fair competition within the government contract space, promoting economic fairness and a level playing field over an environmentalist agenda. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, which aims to protect the interests of small businesses and uphold the principles of fairness, competitiveness, and financial responsibility. I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment blocks an important rule requiring major federal contractors publicly to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks and set science-based emissions reduction targets. The federal government is the world's single largest buyer of goods and services, purchasing over $630 billion in the last fiscal year alone. Accordingly, the rule recognizes that the federal government also faces significant financial risks from climate change. This amendment would have us bury our heads in the sand and ignore the federal government's exposure to climate change impacts and prevent us from walking towards common sense climate goals. So for those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just so everybody understands, this proposed rule from the Biden administration requires major contractors to annually disclose Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions and to establish science-based target requirements. Let me tell you what Scope 1 is. Greenhouse gas emissions from sources that are owned or controlled by the reporting entity. If I'm raising wool, am I supposed to follow around behind each and every sheep that runs through the pasture to check the flatulence that they are releasing from their derriere? This is absolutely ridiculous, and this is the kinds of things that the other side of the aisle is requiring. I am not going to go around a northbound sheep on the southbound end of him trying to find out how much is being emitted. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have very quickly demonstrated how ridiculous this standard is, and I would hope that all my colleagues would support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 90, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 90, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My amendment number 90 would prohibit any funds made available by this act from being used for the purchase or construction of any new federal building in Washington, D.C. Our nation is over $33 trillion in debt, with an expected annual deficit this year of nearly $2 trillion. We need to find innovative ways to reduce this spending. The federal government spends approximately $25 billion annually to operate, maintain, or lease over 278,000 buildings. Some realtors out there are getting very, very wealthy managing these properties. A recent GAO report found that in early 2023, well past COVID home working, 2/3 of federal agencies used a mere 25% or less of their space at headquarters. That you cannot keep vacancy rates like that on any commercial enterprise and stay in business. The same report also found that on the higher range, agencies used an estimated 39% to 49% of the capacity of their headquarters. The federal government wastes billions of taxpayer dollars to own and maintain buildings and barely uses them. This is unacceptable, and quite frankly, it's an insult to the taxpayers of Montana. Moreover, having all our federal agencies in Washington, D.C. makes them less accountable to the American people. One of President Trump's accomplishments was moving the Bureau of Land Management headquarters to Colorado. Agencies should be close to the constituents where their actions have the biggest impact. Unfortunately, Secretary Haaland reversed course and moved the BLM's headquarters back to Washington, D.C. If the BLM was still headquartered in Colorado, maybe, just maybe, Director Stone Manning would be more accessible to the constituents whom her disastrous rules have harmed. Our nation is trillions in debt and wastes billions on underutilized federal buildings. No organization can operate this way successfully. The status quo must change. My common sense amendment would simply prohibit funds for constructing or purchasing new buildings in Washington, D.C. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would block the construction of federal buildings in Washington, D.C. And with all due respect to the gentleman from Montana, it's based on a fundamental misconception. It's not like these projects go up at the whim of the administration. Buildings have to have appropriated funding, and there's a prospectus process on the authorizing side. This is a misguided amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me reiterate this again. Federal agencies used, 2/3 of federal agencies used 25% or less of their space at headquarters. This was not during the peak of COVID, when we had a lot of people working from home. This is a report that the GAO just produced from 2023. We have vacant buildings. People are probably wandering around there wondering what the echo sound is. In January of 23, a meeting of the Federal Real Property Council, more than half of the agency officials acknowledged that their headquarter buildings had excess space prior to the pandemic. That was even prior to the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we have too much real estate. We need to liquidate some of these assets. We need to get some of those buildings off of the books, and then we can have a conversation about where new construction can take place. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, at this time it's my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Mrs. Norton.
The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my good friend for yielding, and I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment would prohibit the use of funds in this bill for the purchase or construction of any new building in the District of Columbia. The purchase or construction of new federal buildings can save taxpayers money and improve government operations. The ongoing consolidation of the Department of Homeland Security headquarters at St. Elizabeth's in the District of Columbia is a prime example of how new construction can result in significant savings for taxpayers. The department is currently housed in more than 50 separate locations throughout the National Capital Region, and 79% of these leases will expire in the next 5 years. Consolidating the department at St. Elizabeth's will reduce the department's leasing portfolio and costs by at least 20% in accordance with the reduce the footprint policy of the General Services Administration as required by Congress, and is estimated to result in $1.17 billion in savings. If this amendment were adopted, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and the Office of Intelligence and Analysis will be forced to extend expensive short-term leases at significant taxpayers' costs. The consolidation of the department at St. Elizabeth's is important for streamlining operations and coordination among key department agencies and offices. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 91, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My amendment number 91 would reduce funding to the Commission by 50%, saving American taxpayers approximately $69 million, not including the savings from the unnecessary regulations on the industry and the obligation that the regulatory state has created on them. Biden appointed CPSC commissioners began talking about banning gas stoves this past January. After major pushback, the chair of the CPSC said that they weren't looking into a ban on gas stoves. However, the Biden administration still moved forward with the Department of Energy rule on gas stove emissions. I was proud to vote for Representative Kelly Armstrong's Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act in June, and I am pleased that the base text of this bill includes a provision to protect Americans from unserious and evasive emissions standards. However, this ordeal has led me to lose any confidence in the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which should probably not exist in the first place and should only issue recommendations. These unelected bureaucrats get paid to work out of a Beltway office and decide what products Americans can buy. It's time to rein them in. American people and businesses should be the ones making those decisions. If there's a particularly egregious product, consumers have legal recourse, and Congress can step in and make a law, not unaccountable bureaucrats who are invested in keeping themselves employed by continuing to over-regulate products. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. For more than 50 years, the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission has worked to fulfill its statutory mission to protect the public against unreasonable risk of injuries and deaths associated with consumer products. Well, now, by cutting the CPSC's budget by half, this amendment would gut the agency's staff and undermine its mission. It's an extreme measure that would place children, families, and communities around the country at greater risk of injury and death from product hazards. This amendment would leave consumers vulnerable to products that pose a fire, electrical, chemical, or mechanical hazard, or that can injure children. So I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Besides trying to ban gas stoves, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has also proposed other ridiculous rules. For example, on October 25th of 2023, not the early 1900s, 2023, the Commission proposed a rule on furnaces that states the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission has determined preliminarily that there is an unreasonable risk of injury and death associated with residential, gas-fired, central furnaces, boilers, wall furnaces, and floor furnaces. This is all gas furnaces and boilers. Let's get to the crux of this. This agency is trying to put the natural fuels that we have in our country out of business. This is another ploy by the Biden administration to drive us all to this broken idea of relying upon renewable energy. It's not realistic. This is just another agency that's trying to perpetuate that, and they do not need more money to attack the American people and the American industries. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Under the legal theory espoused by the Commission, all manufacturers and retailers would be liable for injuries caused by consumers' negligence or even intentional misuse of a safe product, even when the manufacturer provided warnings and instructions on safe use. This is nothing more than a trial attorney's dream come true. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 92, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the chair.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 92 would prohibit funding for President Biden's new Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Since President Biden took office in January 21, our Second Amendment rights have been under an assault. And now, with the stroke of a pen, President Biden created the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, allowing his administration to bypass Congress unilaterally and implement the left's gun control agenda. This office would be overseen by Vice President Kamala Harris and staffed with radical former gun control lobbyists, allowing the swamp to have total control of the Biden's gun control agenda. In Montana, 64% of the households have firearms, and Montanans will not go along with the White House attempt to undermine our Second Amendment rights. People often say, what are they afraid of out there in Montana? Why do they need so many firearms? I will tell you, we're not afraid of anything. And it's because we do have our firearms. It's unacceptable for the hard-earned tax dollars of gun owners in Montana to fund the salaries of unelected, gun-grabbing bureaucrats who are hell-bent on branding law-abiding, responsible gun owners as criminals. My amendment would throw a wrench in the gun control lobbyist plans and severely hamper the Biden administration's ability to impose further restrictions on our Second Amendment rights. It's time we drain the swamp and kick the gun control lobby out of the White House. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this senseless amendment. The White House Gun Violence Task Force is committed to treating gun violence as the public health crisis it is. By approaching this issue from a public health perspective, the task force aims to reduce the staggering number of deaths and injuries caused by firearms in the United States. The task force emphasizes the importance of data-driven and evidence-based policy decisions that will create solutions that balance the rights of law-abiding gun owners with the need for public safety. Mr. Chair, as a gun owner myself, I tell you that task force seeks to enact common sense gun safety measures that the majority of Americans support. These include background checks for all gun sales, closing the gun show and online sale loopholes, and implementing red flag laws temporarily to disarm individuals who pose a danger to themselves or others. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've referenced, VP Harris possesses no special credentials to run the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and will act as nothing more than a figurehead. The office will rely on left-wing special interests and lobbyists to enact the Democrats' war on the Second Amendment while also rewarding President Biden's donors with cushy jobs at the White House. Rob Wilcox, the Deputy Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, led federal policy at Everytown for Gun Safety, which is primarily financed by Michael Bloomberg. All the time that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to undermine and compromise our Second Amendment rights, they fail to recognize the prosecutors that they have put in place around the country that refuse to charge and prosecute the criminals that should not have guns, that have been doing crimes with illegal firearms. That's where the focus needs to be. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, at this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment to eliminate the White House Office on Gun Violence Prevention, which President Biden took historic action to create. This year, there have been more shootings than days in the year. It's been a deadly year, and that's why the American people want to see us take action, not tear down the simple efforts they're owed. But my colleagues aren't listening to the American people. They're listening to the gun lobby. They're listening to the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby that emailed everyone about this amendment that we're debating right now, saying they endorse against any politician who votes with common sense. An email filled with pure hyperbole saying that this office was made to take guns away. This office is not created to take guns away. It's created to save lives. The American people fear for their safety. It should be more important than Republican politicians' fear for their careers. How many more dreams need to be extinguished until we say enough is enough? And the swamp/radicals that we're referring to are people like Greg Jackson, a survivor of gun violence who was shot not too far from this chamber and fought for his life in the hospital, almost died due to senseless gun violence, and has committed his life to saving all of our lives. I'm offended that someone would call him or Rob Wilcox, another survivor of gun violence, the swamp. The White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention will save lives, and voting no means trying to eliminate a FEMA-like response for communities after shootings and the coordination of gun violence prevention programs that will save lives. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, what my colleagues fail to recognize time and time again is the fact that we have so much crime that takes place, criminal on criminal, or criminals committing these crimes, and in a crossfire, an innocent victim gets tied up in it. And they also refuse to recognize that these communities and cities that are led by Democrat leaders have had increased crime rates over the last several years since the Biden administration has taken over. And that is because they have prosecutors that are not charging and prosecuting these criminals and letting them off without proper punitive measures taking place. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to Mr. Frost of Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will make this about criminal on criminal activity. This office, one of the core tenets of the office, is for community violence intervention. One of the only such programs in our country that go into communities, find out people who are most likely to shoot someone and people who are most likely to be shot, create relationships and intervene before the violence happens. So this office is working to solve exactly the problem that you just iterated. And so I hope if you'll follow your own logic, if my colleagues follow their own logic, that they'll vote no on this amendment so we can save lives across the entire country. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves.
We oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1.5 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to finish up by saying, forgive me if I don't trust a federal agency to be policing a community and using their discretion about who may or may not be committing a crime in the future. My gosh, we have just witnessed the FBI conducting surveillance on Catholics because they were attending Latin masses. We watched them conduct surveillance on parents because they dared attempt to attend school board meetings. And now we are going to unleash the federal agencies to conduct surveillance on people who might own a firearm, who may not own a firearm, who might commit a crime in the future, and they are going to be the sole judge of that. The people across Montana will not support that. They will not tolerate that. And this amendment deems to get rid of an agency that's trying to do those exact kind of acts. I ask my colleagues to please support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 93, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 93, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank the chair. The amendment that I am offering would prohibit the District of Columbia from using federal funding to require that elementary or secondary school students take the COVID-19 vaccine and all the boosters to attend school. In 2021, D.C. City Council voted to create an unscientific mandate that D.C. students be fully vaccinated against COVID-19, including boosters. It was repeatedly delayed as the parents of more than 40% of children over 12 in D.C. decided that the COVID-19 vaccine was not worth the risks and declined to get vaccinated. Today, the mandate would keep 73% of all D.C. students between the ages of 12 and 17 out of classrooms. Now, the issue here obviously is twofold. One is whether Congress should have a role in impacting policy choices in the District of Columbia, which the Constitution clearly contemplates. In fact, the District of Columbia is not a state. It was not designed to be a state. It's not going to be a state, because the District of Columbia was set up in our Constitution to be our national capital by design, very specifically. And one of the things that we're able to do as Congress is affect policy in the District of Columbia, whereas we are not supposed to intervene, for the most part, in the laboratories of democracy among the states. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle never find any limit to their ability to want to interject into the states. But one of the things we can do in D.C. is try to impact policy here. Now, the fact is, these vaccine mandates were completely ineffective. And in fact, they were destructive. CDC's own website states that when cases have occurred, they have most frequently been seen in adolescent and young adult males. The Pfizer website states myocarditis and pericarditis have occurred in some people who have received the vaccine, more commonly in adolescent males. The FDA has placed a warning label on both the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine. I could go on with the evidence and the indication of the concerns these mandates have on freedom and, importantly, our children. Now, obviously the rule for this was passed before yesterday, when the D.C. City Council unanimously voted to repeal this unscientific mandate. This is not some vast Republican conspiracy afoot in D.C. The Department of Health, Office of State Superintendent for Education, the Deputy Mayor of Education, each testified in favor of repealing the vaccine mandate. What we're doing here in offering this is making clear that it is the position of the United States Congress, who is constitutionally charged with ensuring that the District of Columbia is managed appropriately, is no longer foisting upon the children who live in the nation's capital a frankly intrusive and harmful vaccine mandate, and it should not continue. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington, D.C. seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I strongly oppose this amendment. This amendment would prohibit the District of Columbia from using its local funds to carry out the section of D.C.'s Immunization of School Students Act of 1979 that required students to receive a COVID-19 vaccine. D.C. has already repealed this section. While the repeal of this section expires on January 23rd, 2024, yesterday, the D.C. Council passed legislation that would permanently repeal this section. Nevertheless, how D.C. spends its local funds, which consist of local taxes and fees, should be a decision for D.C., not Congress. If D.C.'s locally elected officials want to spend local D.C. funds to carry out COVID-19 vaccine requirements for students, they should have the authority to do so. If they do not want to spend D.C.'s local funds to carry out COVID-19 vaccine requirements for students, they should have the authority not to do so. D.C.'s locally elected officials are accountable to D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like the decisions of their locally elected officials, they can vote them out of office. D.C. residents, a majority of whom are black and brown, are capable of governing themselves. If House Republicans cared about Democratic principles or D.C. residents, they would bring my D.C. statehood bill, which would give D.C. residents voting representation in Congress and full local self-government on this floor. Congress has the constitutional authority to admit the state of Washington, D.C. It simply lacks the will. I say to every member of Congress, keep your hands off D.C. If you want to legislate on local D.C. matters, become a D.C. resident and get elected mayor or council member. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, President Biden signed in March of this year legislation that we moved through this body, overturning the criminal code revisions of the D.C. City Council that reduced the maximum penalties for burglary, carjacking, and robbery. Our own colleague, gentleman from Texas, was carjacked at gunpoint 9 blocks from where we are right here. The fact of the matter is, D.C. needs continued oversight from this body. I'm glad that we acted and passed that legislation and forced change to the code, and I'm glad that President Biden signed it. And what we are doing here is not just academic. I understand the D.C. City Council acted yesterday, but it is important for this body, for the House of Representatives, to make clear that the students in this country should not be subjected to mandatory vaccine mandates that undermine their health through pseudoscience. We have an obligation to ensure that we are ensuring that nation's capital is doing the right thing. And frankly, we have the ability to influence that in ways we should not when interfering directly with the laboratories of democracy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 94, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 94, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed shall each control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 5 minutes.
Thank the chair. The amendment that I'm offering here prohibits any of the funding in the Financial Services General Government Appropriations Act from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. Now, this is something I've been offering to each of the appropriations bills because I believe that the implications of the president's executive orders on climate change are significant. They are undermining our well-being. They are undermining the prosperity of American citizens. They are harming the economy. They are driving up inflation. They are minimizing options for the people of this country to go about doing their jobs. They are driving up the price of energy. They're making cars more expensive. They're making homes more expensive. If you want to wonder why we have high inflation, look no further than the radical environmental policies of my Democratic colleagues. In September, the Department of the Treasury issued its, quote, Principles for Net Zero Financing and Investment, which highlighted best practices for net zero commitments and approaches to implementing them. The SEC has proposed rules to force all public companies to report on their emissions and all the emissions in their value chains. The bill defunds that. The IRS is implementing the vast majority of the $1.2 trillion in climate subsidies, including in the IRA. Again, $1.2 trillion in climate subsidies, including in the IRA. The goal is clear: forced divestment from oil and gas, one of our largest geopolitical assets, one of our strongest blessings from the good Lord that this country has to be able to stand independently, energy independent, and to be able to have a significant force in the world. These orders have directed the General Service Administration to overhaul the federal building portfolio and vehicle fleet. Each agency's light-duty vehicle acquisition shall be zero-emission vehicles by the end of fiscal year 2027. Each agency shall achieve net zero emissions across its portfolio of buildings, campuses, and installations by 2045 and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50%. This rapid overhaul of the federal footprint should concern everyone. We're going to make our federal vehicle fleet dependent on an EV supply chain that is 90% dominated by China. 8 of the 10 largest solar equipment makers are headquartered in China, and 10 of the 15 largest wind equipment makers are Chinese. The fact of the matter is, the implementation of the President's executive orders undermines our national security, empowers our enemies, undermines our ability to have a prosperous economy. And for that reason, I am glad that it has been adopted in virtually every one of the appropriations bills we have moved forward, and I hope that it will be here. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Climate-related financial risks can have significant adverse economic impacts on businesses, communities, the financial sector. Come on, addressing these risks is essential to safeguard economic stability and resilience, and these things are crucial in the face of a changing climate. Financial institutions and federal agencies ought to consider climate risks in their decision-making processes, particularly in investment and lending practices. By doing so, it promotes responsible and sustainable investment choices that support projects and businesses with low environmental impacts. These executive orders underscore the importance of the United States taking a leadership role in global efforts to combat climate change. By setting ambitious domestic goals and engaging with international partners, the United States can encourage other countries to follow suit, resulting in a more effective global response to climate change. The United States should be leading this effort. These executive orders are essential for combating climate change because they address climate-related financial risks, encourage responsible investment, promote global leadership, strengthen resilience, and accelerate the transition to clean energy. They collectively contribute to a more comprehensive and effective approach to mitigating the impacts of climate change and advancing environmental sustainability. For these reasons, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, the gentleman says, come on, to my assertions about the damage that this causes, but I would just say, come on, with respect to the family that has to choose between fuel and food this month. Because that's what's happening. It was the Secretary of Transportation who literally said, quote, the American people need to feel pain, end quote, earlier this year. Now imagine if the Secretary of Transportation, allegedly in charge of making sure we have roads and the ability for people to move around this country, engage in commerce, take care of their families, have a strong economy for our national security, for our well-being, our prosperity. That secretary says to all of the families out there, oh, I'm sorry, come on. Looks at them and says, well, too bad. You got to experience some pain, don't you understand? Never mind the 1,100 coal-fired plants in China compared to our 250. Never mind they've got 2 a week they keep adding. Never mind that if you eliminate the internal combustion engine, you're not going to dent CO2 production around the world. We are pursuing a radical agenda to the detriment of the American people, and they know it. They feel it. They see it every single day with the high price of gas, the high price of electricity, the increase in the cost of their homes, the inability to buy goods and services that rely on that energy. And they see it every day in a world destabilized around the globe because we are not pushing out American energy, liquefied natural gas. We're not building nuclear power. We're not doing all the things we can do to be significantly energy independent here, using our resources to make sure that we are not buying into unicorn energy, undermining our national security and our prosperity. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Chair, this amendment is opposed, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Sorry, Salazar. It is now in order to consider amendment number 95, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 95, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Ms. Salazar of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar.
Thank you. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would simply prohibit the executive branch from using the term Latinx in official public documents. Although 98% of Latinos reject the term X, the White House has made a point to continue referring to us, the Latinos, as Latinx. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the epidemic of wokeness in our community. Wokeness has taken over our schools and our children, and now it wants to take over the Hispanic culture. The reality is that the Hispanic language has two genders, masculine and feminine, male and female, period. There is no X. But a new generation wants to modify a universal Hispanic reality. It wants to erase a grammatical rule that has been in place for centuries. In 2004, the term Latinx first appeared online on Google Trends. It's supposed to signify a non-binary option for Hispanics by removing the A for female or the O for male when addressing someone. Latinx has been overwhelmingly rejected by the Hispanic community in this country. Only 2% of the Hispanic population uses the term Latinx, while 90% prefer to use Hispanic or Latino. But what we are seeing is that the use of Latinx is growing in university classrooms where gender ideology and political correctness has taken over academics and intellectual rigor. Now listen to this. We are seeing the use of Latinx in government documents at a time when the people it refers to don't even want to use it. How could that be? That's imposing on us. We don't even want it. That's why I have introduced this amendment to prohibit the Biden administration from using Latinx in official public-facing government documents. This is an important move that would prevent this wokeness from being forced onto us, the Hispanics, a conservative community that uses male and female, period. I strongly urge my colleagues to support my amendment and to stand with the Latino community, Latino with an O and Latino with an A, not with an X. I urge them to choose our traditional Hispanic culture over woke culture, to choose our history over political correctness, to please a small group of people that don't even know anything about us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Does any member seek time in opposition? Seeing none, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentlelady...
I yield back.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady yield? The gentlelady yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The gentlelady is recognized.
But I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, for the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida will be postponed. I'll announce it then. In order to consider amendment number 96, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 96, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Sessions of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This past March, the Inspector General of the General Services Administration issued a report into the Identity Verification and Validation Service, login.gov. I seek unanimous consent to enter this report into the record.
Will be covered by General Leaf.
Login.gov is managed by the Technology Transformation Service within GSA and was built upon and by a group called 18F, which lies within TTS and describes itself as a technology design consultancy for the U.S. government inside the U.S. government. Login.gov was intended to provide the public with a single website through which they can access digital services with a single username and password. For agencies, it is supposed to ensure someone who they are trying to access service, and we would know who they were as they came through login.gov so that security and convenience was met. Well, what could go wrong? Well, the IG report that I've now entered the record detailed how employees at login.gov knowingly misrepresented the level of security they provided to their clients within the government. It even billed agency clients over $10 million for services they knew that the products did not exist, nor did they provide. Without getting too technical, login.gov claimed that it offered a level of security that included biometric comparisons for applicants. I realize there have been and still are concerns about the biometric comparisons returning false positives within certain ethnic groups. But if there were these concerns, they should have addressed them. Instead, the proper way to deal with the situation was not to lie and provide a service that you did not provide, but to continue on. When the IG report came out, the Oversight Committee of the House held hearings, which I was the chairman of. And it came at a time that we looked at this federal program. We heard how the taxpayer had lost hundreds of billions of dollars to bad actors from the IRS. And a central tactic in such fraud was identity theft, which is at the very heart of what this D18 group is about. So we have here a federal entity marketing a service to a federal customer that is intended to assure identity, but that federal entity is not telling the truth. This targets 18F. Why 18F and not login.gov itself? Well, this is because since its inception in 2014, in the wake of the healthcare.gov debacle, trouble has followed 18F around. It was envisioned to be a tech-savvy group within the federal government that would bring startups to a high level of competency to usher federal agencies into the digital era. But in practice, it was no more than a group run amok. A group run amok that intended to deceive people and yet at the same time lie about what they were doing. In 2016, the IG report issued describing how 18F had run a deficit of $31 million between 2014 and the third quarter of 2016, even though it was supposed to generate enough revenue to cover its costs. In 2017, the IG issued another report describing how 18F routinely circumvented fundamental security policies and guidelines established by our government. In 2023, the login report by the IG shows that despite the concerns raised in the two previous reports, the culture of 18F and the parent group was still a problem. One federal tech executive is quoted saying about 18F, they came in to solve one problem and created two problems. Mr. Chairman, we are here to ask that what we do is have an amendment that takes care of 18F by not allowing them to be funded. 18F has been in operation for over a decade, leaving a trail of expensive problems and questionable value. We held a hearing on this. It was a bipartisan hearing, and at the hearing, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle had their opportunity to talk about this, and we came up with this answer. Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Any members proceed for time of opposition?
If not, the question is on the amendment.
If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 97, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Stile, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 97, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Like so many amendments that I, along with many others, have put up today, this is an assault on the taxpayers and more bureaucratic red tape that they want the taxpayers to pay for. This amendment is to prohibit the use of funds to implement the SEC Staff Legal Bulletin 141, also known as SLB 141, Staff Legal Bulletin. What it does is it allows the SEC staff to open up a big loophole for activist proposals to the detriment of American workers and retirement savers. And it's either doing one of two things, paying staff twice or hiring staff to do something that was not anticipated by the SEC. Traditionally, under the Rule 14A, public companies could request a no-action letter from the SEC allowing them to exclude shareholder proposals that are irrelevant to the company's business. The SLB, or Staff Legal Bulletin, have said they will not issue no-action letters if a proposal concerns an issue with a broad societal impact. I don't even know what that is, a broad societal impact. Try defining that. And in other words, if it doesn't matter if a shareholder proposal is illegal or irrelevant to the company. If it's on a significant social policy issue of broad societal impact, whatever that is, it has to be considered. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek to recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The SEC guidance that this rule would block provides clear guidance for companies for disclosure of non-generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP. This clarity helps investors better to understand a company's financial performance, making investment decisions more informed. It's as simple as that. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Basically, what my friends on the opposite side of the aisle are saying is the investors are too stupid to know whether they're putting their money, where they put their money, if it's legitimate or not. And they need, get this, help from staff judgments to decide which societal policy issues to prioritize, which is basically saying the American people are stupid. Nobody should be surprised that this has led to a spike in ESG-related shareholder proposals. Again, this political performance does not belong in the boardrooms. Companies should be governed to a maximum shareholder value on our retirement plans that should work towards healthy returns. I guess they're going to get the staff judgments to say if they're healthy returns or not. Allowing the SEC to politicize the shareholder proposals hurt workers, they hurt retirement savers, and they hurt the American people. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair. We oppose this amendment, and I do yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 98, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of Mr. Style, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 98, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this is pretty much what the previous amendment that I had is stopping the assault on the American taxpayer. And what this amendment will do is prohibit funds for the SEC's 2022 Proxy Advisor Rule. By issuing this new rule, the Biden SEC gutted key safeguards from the previous administration. Those safeguards provided sorely needed accountability and transparency for the proxy advisor industry. ISS and Glass Lewis, the two main proxy advisor firms, control 97% of the market for proxy advice. The businesses that manage our retirement savings rely on these firms when deciding how to vote on corporate government's issue. The two that they rely on control 97%. They're the ones that have the expertise. And to say anything different is just flat out wrong and not in reality. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves balance of time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
A gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The SEC's 2022 Proxy Advisor Rule promotes transparency and accountability by requiring proxy advisory firms to provide more disclosure about their methodologies, their potential conflicts of interest, and their engagement with issuers. This rule aims to improve the accuracy and reliability of proxy advisory recommendations, which play a crucial role in corporate governance. The SEC's 2022 Proxy Advisor Rule strikes a balance between the interests of issuers, investors, and proxy advisory firms. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll close with the fact that, instead of this powerful duopoly is fueling a movement to weaponize your retirement funds to basically push a political agenda that this Biden administration has been so adamant on. Both firms often recommend in favor of harmful ESG measures and proposals that violate state or local law. They have a long track record of costly factual errors and uncontrolled conflicts of interest. In 2022, the Biden administration rule lets proxy advisors continue to push a political agenda and make bad recommendations. Our retirement savings should be geared toward higher returns and not political objectives. I urge my colleagues to accept this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 99, printed in Part B of House Report 118-269. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 99, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-269, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 847, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our federal bureaucracy is riddled with wasteful and purposeless offices that do nothing but fuel the flames of divisiveness in our government. Why is our federal government more concerned with advancing programs that fuel racism over the needs of the American people? These offices seek to treat people differently based on immutable characteristics like the color of their skin or their gender. That should be offensive to all of us in Congress. Mr. Speaker, my amendment would eliminate funding for the Communications, Equity, and Diversity Commission within the FCC. The mission of this woke DEI office is to, quote, advance equity in the provision of and access to digital communication services. Further, it seeks to advance progressive priorities by elevating certain small businesses based merely on the race or gender of the business owner. Through the establishment of this council, it is clear that the FCC is working for special, politically favored groups instead of the American people as a whole. We are already seeing the products of these DEI policies at the FCC through draft rules implementing an obscure provision of the 2021 infrastructure bill that directed the FCC to prevent, quote, digital discrimination. Your guess is as good as mine as to what that has to do with infrastructure. Democrats on the FCC seek to go beyond the plain letter of this law to define digital discrimination to include disparate impact as evidence of discrimination. This means that the FCC could find the internet providers are guilty of discrimination simply because some areas of the country have slightly better access to the internet than others, regardless of whether there is any evidence of actual legitimate discrimination. Unfortunately, even our internet access is not immune to the scourge of DEI ideology. Mr. Speaker, these divisive DEI policies deserve no place in our federal government, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in rooting out this radical, progressive, and woke ideology. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The Equity and Diversity Council at the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, is instrumental in promoting inclusivity within the organization. By championing diversity, it ensures that the workforce represents a broader spectrum of perspectives, fostering a more inclusive and equitable workplace. The Council's existence improves decision-making at the FCC by incorporating diverse viewpoints. Diverse teams are more likely to generate innovative ideas, leading to better policies and regulations that benefit a wider range of people in the ever-evolving communications and technology sector. The Equity and Diversity Council also plays a crucial role in ensuring that the FCC complies with American law, as well as ethical guidelines related to diversity and equity in employment. For these reasons, I strongly oppose this amendment, and I do urge a no vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 60506 of the IIJA mandates that the FCC develop a regulation to prevent digital discrimination of broadband access based on income level, race, ethnicity, color, religion, or national origin. Progressive groups and FCC Democrat commissioners want to use this provision to promulgate a regulation that goes beyond intentional discrimination. They want to include disparate impact as a form of discrimination under the rule. Under a disparate impact analysis, evidence of discrimination can be found solely in the outcome of certain practices. Essentially, internet service providers would have to provide the same exact product at the same speeds to every customer in order to avoid a potential government investigation. If there is even a small difference in connectivity in an area inhabited by low-income individuals in comparison with wealthier areas, the FCC could claim the provider is guilty of discrimination under the draft rules promoted by these progressive groups and FCC Democrats. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Is the gentleman yielding back?
I yield back. No,
Gentleman
I
yield?
reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we oppose the amendment. I yield back, and I say good evening.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I encourage my colleagues to vote for this very good amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole is on the State of the Union. Having had under consideration H.R. 4664, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4664 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.